Hello friends, about of the friends who watch my videos are not subscribed, and I would be really happy if you do so. Also, don't forget to hit the like button and leave your comments. Your interaction makes the content reach everyone and contributes to the growth of the channel. Thank you. I never really thought much about the national park where I worked. Just another place to spend my days, I guess. You could say I was always a bit of a loner, happy to wander the trails and keep an eye on the wildlife. My name's Roy Larson, and I've been with the United States Forest Service for nearly a decade now. I'm not one to talk much about myself, but let's just say life hasn't always been kind. Divorce, a couple of kids who hardly know me, and a job that keeps me away from everything I once held dear. The mountains of Colorado were a second home to me. The Rockies offered solace, a place to disappear into when life's noise became too loud. It was a quiet morning when I got the call. A hiker named Dean Redding had gone missing near the Comanche Peak Wilderness. His wife Linda was frantic, saying he hadn't returned from a solo hike he'd planned 2 days ago. Normally, solo hikers know the risks and come prepared, but sometimes things go wrong. I grabbed my gear, including the essentials: radio, first aid kit, a couple of protein bars, and my Glock 22. We weren't always armed, but after an incident with a bear a few years back, I made it a habit. My colleague, Gary Finch, joined me in the truck. Gary was a big guy, all muscle and no nonsense, with a knack for tracking. We'd worked together for years, and there was an unspoken trust between us. We drove to the trailhead where Linda was waiting, her eyes red and swollen. She clutched a photograph of Dean. "Please find him," she whispered as we set off. The trail was steep and winding, dotted with pines and boulders. The air was crisp and cool, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. We moved quickly, Gary checking for tracks while I scouted ahead. About an hour in, we found the first sign of trouble, a discarded backpack near a ravine. It was Dean's. We radioed back to base, letting them know what we'd found. The sun climbed higher, casting long shadows that danced as the wind rustled through the trees. It was Gary who first saw the blood. Not much, just a few drops leading off the trail. We followed the trail cautiously, the tension thick between us. Suddenly there was a rustling in the underbrush, and we froze. A deer bolted out, disappearing into the forest. Gary cursed under his breath, and we continued. About a mile further, the trail of blood ended at a small clearing. The scene before us was horrific. Dean's body lay there, torn apart as if savaged by some wild animal. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. His face was frozen in a final expression of terror. I've seen death before, but this was different, brutal and senseless. We radioed in the Discovery, detailing the gruesome find. As we secured the area, I noticed something odd about the wounds. They were too clean, almost surgical. Gary and I exchanged a look, both of us thinking the same thing. This wasn't the work of a bear or any wild animal we knew. As we waited for the coroner, we searched the area for clues. That's when we found the tracks large, almost like a bear's, but different. They had an odd shape, with what looked like claw marks. I felt a chill creep up my spine. We followed the tracks deeper into the forest, the underbrush growing denser. After another hour, we came across a cave. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, The tracks led straight in. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Gary asked, his voice low. "Yeah," I replied, tightening my grip on the Glock. Whatever did this might still be in there. We radioed our position and our intention to enter the cave. Backup was on the way, but we couldn't wait. If there was any chance of finding out what happened to Dean, we had to take it. The cave was dark and damp, the air thick with the smell of earth and something else, something metallic and decayed. As we moved deeper, the walls seemed to close in around us. Our flashlights cut through the darkness, revealing old bones scattered across the floor. "Human bones," Gary muttered, a curse escaping his lips. I could feel the tension ratcheting up. Then we heard it, a low, guttural noise that seemed to reverberate through the cave. We moved slowly, the sound growing louder. It wasn't like anything I'd ever heard before. We rounded a corner and came face to face with the source of the noise. It was a creature, hunched and grotesque, with matted fur and a twisted, animalistic form. Its eyes glowed with a predatory intensity. Gary and I didn't hesitate. We opened fire, the gunshots echoing off the cave walls. The creature let out a horrifying screech and lunged at us. Gary was fast, sidestepping and firing again. I aimed for its head, but it was quick, too quick. It swiped at Gary, catching him on the arm. He cried out in pain but kept firing. Finally, a bullet found its mark, and the creature collapsed with a final, agonizing cry. We stood there, panting, staring at the lifeless body. It was unlike anything we'd ever seen, a nightmarish blend of human and beast. We backed out of the cave, dragging Gary's wounded arm. Outside, we radioed for immediate medical assistance and detailed what had happened. The response was skeptical at first, until we described the bones and the creature. The following hours were a blur of activity. The area was cordoned off, and more personnel arrived to secure the scene. Gary was taken to the hospital, his arm heavily bandaged. I stayed behind to assist with the investigation. The creature's body was transported for analysis, but I had a feeling we wouldn't get many answers. As the day wore on, Linda arrived at the scene, escorted by officers. Her face crumpled when she saw Dean's body, and I could only offer a few comforting words. The analysis of the creature's body revealed a bizarre mix of human and animal DNA, something that shouldn't exist. It raised more questions than answers. Who or what had created this abomination, and why? The official report would be classified, buried deep in government files, never to be spoken of again. Days later, I sat in my office, staring at the same paperwork, but my mind was elsewhere. The encounter haunted me, not because of fear, but because of the unknown. What else was out there, lurking in the remote corners of the wilderness? I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd only scratched the surface of something much larger and more terrifying. As I filed away the last of the reports, I knew that life would go on. There would be more missing hikers, more searches, and possibly more discoveries. But this time, I would be prepared for whatever came next. I glanced at the clock and packed up my things, ready to head home. I drove away from the station, the weight of the day's events pressing down on me. The mountains loomed in the distance, their secrets hidden in the shadows. And as I left the forest behind, I couldn't help but wonder what other horrors lay waiting to be discovered. The investigation continued for months, but nothing definitive came of it. Dean's death was attributed to a wild animal attack, and the creature's existence was never officially acknowledged. It was easier that way, to let the public believe in the ordinary dangers of the wilderness. Gary eventually returned to work, his arm scarred but functional. We never spoke much about that day, an unspoken agreement to let it lie. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy, but I kept my Glock closer, my eyes sharper. In the end, we were just men doing our jobs, facing the unknown with a mix of courage and fear. The wilderness held many secrets, and it wasn't our place to uncover them all. We were there to protect, to search, and to rescue. And sometimes that meant facing the darkness head on, with no guarantee of what we might find. My name is Elias Yazzie, and this happened to me back in 1998. I was living in a small town called Pineal, nestled in the rugged terrain of eastern Arizona. It wasn't much, just a few thousand people, mostly folks who'd grown up there or, like me, had a deep connection to the land. I'm Navajo, and my family has been here for generations. I worked as a mechanic, fixing up cars and trucks for people around town. Life was simple and predictable until that summer. It started on a Friday evening. My friend Dakota had convinced me to go camping with him and his younger brother Micah. I wasn't too keen on it at first. I'd had a long week and just wanted to relax. But Dakota was persistent, and eventually I caved. We packed up our gear and drove out to an area known as the Blue Range Primitive Area, a remote part of the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest. The air was crisp and cool, filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. We set up camp near a creek, the sound of water trickling over rocks providing a soothing background noise. Dakota had brought his old guitar, and we spent the evening around the campfire, talking and laughing, the stars twinkling above us like diamonds scattered across the sky. Around midnight, we heard something in the distance, a sound that didn't belong in the forest. It was like a high-pitched whistle, but more eerie and unsettling. Dakota and Micah exchanged glances, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight. "What do you think that is?" Micah asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Probably just some animal," Dakota said, though he didn't sound convinced. We tried to brush it off, but the sound came again, closer this time. I felt a chill run through me, and it wasn't from the cool night air. We decided to call it a night and crawled into our tents. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there watching us. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a loud scream. It was Micah. I scrambled out of my tent, my heart pounding in my chest. Dakota was already out, flashlight in hand, shining it around wildly. "Micah, where are you?" Dakota shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. There was no response, just the sound of rustling leaves and the creek gurgling nearby. We spent hours searching, calling out for him, but Micah was gone. As dawn broke, we decided to hike back to the car and drive to the nearest ranger station for help. The rangers organized a search party, but days passed with no sign of Micah. The whole town got involved, everyone from the local sheriff to the high school football team. Despite their best efforts, Micah had vanished without a trace. The weeks that followed were a blur. Dakota was inconsolable, blaming himself for his brother's disappearance. I tried to be there for him, but I was struggling with my own feelings of guilt and fear. What had happened to Micah? And what was that sound we'd heard? One evening, about a month after Micah had disappeared, I was working late in the garage. The sun had just set, casting long shadows across the floor. I heard a noise outside, footsteps crunching on the gravel. I looked up, expecting to see Dakota, but there was no one there. I stepped outside, peering into the darkness. The air was still, the only sound the distant chirping of crickets. I was about to go back inside when I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a figure standing at the edge of the woods, just beyond the reach of the streetlight. "Hey!" I called out, taking a step forward. The figure didn't move. It was tall, impossibly tall, with long, gangly limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. I felt a knot form in my stomach as I realized it wasn't human. I ran back into the garage, slamming the door behind me. My hands were shaking as I fumbled for my phone, dialing Dakota's number. It rang and rang, but there was no answer. I spent the rest of the night locked in the garage, too afraid to leave. The next day, I told Dakota what I'd seen. He looked at me with a mix of disbelief and desperation. We decided to go back to the Blue Range, hoping to find some clue, some sign of what had happened to Micah. We arrived late in the afternoon, the sun casting a golden glow over the forest. The place looked the same, but there was an eerie silence, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. We hiked to our old campsite, the memory of that night still fresh in our minds. As we approached the creek, we saw something that made our blood run cold. There, on the ground, was Micah's backpack. It was torn and dirty, but unmistakably his. We picked it up, our hands trembling, and started searching the area. That's when we heard it, the same high-pitched whistle from that night. It was closer now, almost as if it was surrounding us. We spun around, trying to pinpoint the source, but it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere, all at once. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it again, the figure from the night outside the garage. It was standing at the edge of the clearing, watching us with cold, unblinking eyes. I could see it more clearly now. It had pale, almost translucent skin stretched tight over its bones, and its face was devoid of any features except for those eyes, dark and soulless. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Dakota's arm and pulling him towards the path. We sprinted through the forest, the sound of the whistle growing louder and more insistent. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see. We stumbled upon a cabin, hidden among the trees. The door was unlocked, and we burst inside, slamming it shut behind us. We were panting, our hearts racing as we tried to catch our breath. "What the hell was that?" Dakota whispered, his face pale with fear. "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But I don't think it's human." We spent the night in the cabin, taking turns keeping watch. Every so often we'd hear the whistle, faint and distant, but it never came close. When morning finally came, we made our way back to the car and drove straight to the sheriff's office. We told Sheriff Irwin everything, the sound, the figure, finding Micah's backpack. He listened carefully, his face grave. He didn't dismiss us, but I could tell he was skeptical. He promised to send another search party out to the area, but I wasn't sure what good it would do. The search party didn't find anything. No sign of the figure, no trace of Micah. It was as if he'd simply vanished into thin air. Dakota and I were left with more questions than answers, haunted by the memory of that night. Life in Peniel went back to normal, or at least as normal as it could be with Micah still missing. Dakota moved away, unable to stay in a place that held so many painful memories. I stayed, but I was never the same. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that whatever had taken Micah was still out there. Years passed, and the story of Micah's disappearance became a local legend. People would whisper about it around campfires, embellishing the details until it was more myth than reality. But I knew the truth. I knew that something was out there, lurking in the woods, waiting for its next victim. One night, I was closing up the garage when I heard it again, the whistle. My heart stopped, and I stood frozen, listening. It was faint, but unmistakable. I grabbed a flashlight and headed towards the woods, my mind racing. I followed the sound, my flashlight casting long shadows on the ground. The trees seemed to close in around me, the air growing colder with each step. I reached the clearing where we'd found Micah's backpack, and there it was, the figure, standing just at the edge of the light. It looked at me, those dark, empty eyes boring into my soul. I felt a surge of anger and fear, a yearning for answers. I stepped forward, my flashlight trembling in my hand. "What do you want?" I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. "Where's Micah?" The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me. I took another step forward, and then another, until I was standing right in front of it. Suddenly it reached out, its long, bony fingers wrapping around my wrist. I tried to pull away, but its grip was like iron. I felt a sharp pain, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the ground, the morning sun filtering through the trees. I sat up, my head throbbing. The figure was gone, but in its place was a small carved stone. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. It was smooth and cold, with strange symbols etched into its surface. I took the stone back to town, hoping someone might be able to decipher it. I showed it to everyone I could think of: historians, archaeologists, even a few medicine men from the reservation. No one could tell me what it meant. The years went by, and I kept the stone as a reminder of that night. Dakota and I drifted apart, each of us trying to move on in our own way. But I never forgot what happened in the Blue Range, and I never stopped wondering what really took Micah. One evening, a few years after that final encounter, I got a call from Dakota. He sounded different, more at peace than I'd heard him in years. He told me he'd met someone who might have some answers, a woman named Eloise, a healer from the Hopi tribe. I drove out to meet Dakota and Eloise, hoping against hope that she could shed some light on the mystery. Eloise was an elderly woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. She listened patiently as I recounted everything, her expression thoughtful. When I finished, she took the stone from me, turning it over in her hands. "This is a warning," she said softly, "an ancient symbol meant to protect the bearer from dark spirits." I felt a shiver run through me. "Dark spirits?" Eloise nodded. "There are things in this world that we do not understand, Elias. Creatures that exist in the shadows, feeding on fear and pain. Your friend Micah may have fallen victim to one of these beings." I felt a lump form in my throat. "Is there any way to stop it, to bring Micah back?" Eloise shook her head sadly. "Once they take someone, they do not return them. but you can protect yourself and others from suffering the same fate. She taught us a ritual, a way to cleanse the land and ward off the creature. Dakota and I performed the ritual together, hoping to finally lay the past to rest. We returned to the Blue Range one last time, carrying the stone and the knowledge Eloise had given us. As we performed the ritual, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The air seemed lighter, the forest less foreboding. We buried the stone at the center of the clearing, marked the spot with a circle of stones. I don't know if it worked, if we truly banished the creature from that place, but I do know that I haven't heard the whistle since. Dakota and I have tried to move on, though the memory of Micah still lingers. I still live in Pineal, still work as a mechanic. Life is quieter now, the days blending into one another, but every now and then I'll catch a glimpse of the forest, and I'll remember. I'll remember the sound, the figure, and the stone, and I'll wonder, just for a moment, what else is out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. Back in 1991, I had a comfortable routine. I was a park ranger in Virginia, stationed in the Jefferson National Forest. Now, before you think I'm one of those nature-loving, tree-hugging rangers, let me set the record straight. I took the job because it was quiet. I didn't need people around me. After a messy divorce, the last thing I wanted was to deal with anyone else's nonsense. The forest was my refuge, a place where I could get away from all the people who thought they had me figured out. The peace of isolation was the best therapist I could ask for. I guess I've always been a bit of a loner. I grew up in a small town where the biggest excitement was the Friday night high school football game, and the best thing you could do for fun was leave. I took off the moment I had the chance and never looked back. Got into the habit of not relying on anyone but myself. It's a bad habit, I guess, but it works for me. Being a park ranger fit me like a glove. No one cared if I showed up unshaven or wore the same flannel shirt 3 days in a row. Anyway, it was late afternoon when I got a call from dispatch. Some idiot hiker went missing. This kind of thing happened all the time. City folks think they can take on the wilderness without a clue how to survive outside of Starbucks. I figured it would be an easy in and out, find the guy, slap him with a lecture, and call it a day. But it wasn't. I headed out with a coworker, Henry, another ranger. Henry was the opposite of me. He was the type that actually enjoyed guiding tourists and telling them about the flora and fauna. I never understood that. People should just learn to look things up themselves. We reached the trailhead just as the sky started getting dim. Henry was chatting away, telling me about his new dog or something. I wasn't listening. Something about the air felt wrong, heavier. I didn't believe in omens or anything like that, but you know when you just feel like something's off? That was me right then. The trail was overgrown, barely used. The missing hiker had been out here for over 24 hours, and Henry was still acting like this was some weekend hike. I finally had to tell him to shut up so I could focus. The woods were eerily quiet, no birds, no wind rustling the trees. Even Henry noticed it after a while and fell silent. We found the guy's pack first. It was torn apart, not like an animal attack, more like something or someone had grabbed it and ripped it open with force. There were claw marks, long and jagged, like nothing I'd ever seen before. Henry crouched down to examine it, but he wasn't saying much now either. We both knew this was bad news. The sun was almost down by the time we heard the first scream. It was distant, but clear, definitely human. We picked up our pace, moving fast through the brush. Every step felt like it was taking me deeper into something I didn't want to understand. The trail led us to a small clearing, and there I saw it. The hiker, or what was left of him. His body was sprawled out in a mess of blood and torn limbs, pieces of him scattered like someone had thrown him against the trees. Henry gagged. I didn't. It was brutal, sure, but I'd seen enough hunting accidents to have a tough stomach. What bothered me was, what did it? That's when I heard it behind us, a sound like heavy breathing mixed with a strange clicking noise. I spun around, rifle in hand. We weren't supposed to carry guns, but I always kept one on me, forest rules be damned. I wasn't about to be unarmed in the middle of nowhere. Henry, though, he didn't even have a knife. Dumbass. It stepped out of the trees before I even had a chance to process what it was. Standing on two legs, its body was covered in what looked like matted, dark fur. But it wasn't like any animal I'd seen before. It was long and hunched over, like a bear that had been starved for weeks, except its front limbs were too long, and the way it moved, it was wrong. Its mouth hung open, full of jagged, crooked teeth. But what threw me was the way it stood there, just staring, as if it was calculating what to do next. Henry froze. I didn't blame him. The thing had eyes like a predator, but its movements were almost human, like something in between. The rifle felt useless in my hands. I was used to shooting at deer, or maybe the occasional wild dog, not whatever this was. It lunged. Henry went down first, faster than I could blink. The thing was on him, and there was nothing I could do. I heard bones cracking, the sound of flesh tearing. It was awful. Henry screamed, but it didn't last long. I took my shot, more out of panic than anything. I missed. It didn't stop. Whatever the hell it was, it kept ripping into Henry like it didn't even care I was there. I fired again, this time hitting it square in the back. It turned to me, snarling, and for a second I thought I was next. But instead of charging, it bolted back into the trees, disappearing into the brush faster than anything that size should have been able to move. I didn't stick around to see if it was coming back. I ran. I don't know how long I was running for, but by the time I reached the trailhead, I was drenched in sweat, heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode. I radioed for backup, not even caring if they thought I was insane. I didn't even know what to tell them, just that Henry was dead, and something was out there. They sent a whole search team out after that, along with a couple of cops, but no one found anything. No blood, no body, no sign of Henry. The official report said it was likely a bear attack, that Henry got mauled and dragged off. But I know better. Bears don't do that. And whatever killed Henry, it wasn't anything I could explain. I went back to work a few weeks later, mostly because I didn't know what else to do. Life goes on, right? People die in the woods. That's what everyone kept telling me. But every time I go out on patrol now, I feel it. Like something's watching me. I don't talk about it with anyone. No one would believe me anyway. The forest used to be my refuge, a place where I could escape the noise and chaos of the world. But now, it's a constant reminder of the horror I witnessed, the fear I felt, and the friend I lost. The silence that once brought me peace now echoes with the creature's growls, and the memory of Henry's screams. And every time I step into the woods, I can't help but wonder if I'll be the next one to disappear without a trace. You know, I wasn't always this guy, living in the middle of nowhere, avoiding people. I said, glancing at the old cabin I called home. But after what happened back in 2007, I realized solitude isn't just a choice, it's a necessity. My name's Roy Bellamy. I used to be a plumber, working jobs all over, from city high-rises to rural homes. The money was good, but the hassle wasn't. I always had this urge to just get away, leave the hustle behind. So, in Nothing 6, I packed up and found myself a little corner of northern Idaho, right in the thick of the St. Joe National Forest. Nothing but trees, wildlife, and a handful of neighbors who minded their own business. I thought I was living the dream. Then, on this particular day in July 2007, I got a call from Fred, an old-timer who owned a hunting lodge about 5 miles deeper into the forest. His well had dried up and he asked if I could come by and check out the pump. Simple job, just another excuse to drive through the woods. Fred was a good guy, paid on time, and made a mean stew. I figured I could knock out the job and hang around for dinner. So I loaded up my truck with tools, tossed in a spare flashlight, and headed out. The trail to Fred's place was rough, barely maintained, but I knew it well enough. The woods here were dense, dark, and honestly a bit unsettling, even after living out there for a year, but nothing had ever happened to make me worry. At least not yet. About halfway there, something caught my eye. I noticed a figure standing on the side of the trail, just a few yards off. A woman, maybe. She looked out of place. No backpack, no gear, just standing there like she was lost. Her clothes were dirty, torn in places, but I couldn't see her face too well. At first, I thought she might have been a hiker in trouble, so I slowed down. But the second I rolled down my window, I regretted it. She didn't say a word, just stared, her head tilted like she was studying me. And then she smiled, a wide, unsettling grin that looked like it hurt her face. I've seen people on bad trips before, folks who got lost in the woods and found something stronger than mushrooms. But this was different. There was something wrong with her, something primal, like she wasn't quite human. I didn't wait for her to do anything else. I hit the gas and kept going, leaving her behind in a cloud of dust. The whole encounter left me rattled. As soon as I was out of sight, I pulled over to catch my breath. My mind was spinning with all kinds of questions. Who the hell was that? What was she doing out here? I didn't have any good answers, so I decided to push it aside and focus on Fred's well. I pulled up to his lodge about 20 minutes later. The place was dead quiet, which wasn't unusual. Fred liked his solitude too, but there was something off. No birds, no wind, just that eerie, suffocating silence. "Fred," I called, stepping out of the truck. Nothing, no response. The hairs on my arms stood up. Something wasn't right. I walked around the side of the lodge, my toolbox heavy in my hand, and spotted the well. It looked fine at a glance, but when I got closer, I saw that the pump was torn apart, like someone had taken a crowbar to it. Fred wasn't the type to let his equipment fall apart like that, and if he needed to break something, he'd have used proper tools. This wasn't his work. "Fred," I called again, louder this time. No answer. That's when I noticed the cabin door slightly ajar. I walked up the steps slowly, listening. The boards creaked under my weight, and I realized I was holding my breath. I reached the door, pushed it open with my foot, and stepped inside. The first thing that hit me was the smell, metallic, heavy, the unmistakable stench of blood. Fred was sitting at his table, slumped over, his hands twisted at unnatural angles. His chest was torn open, ribs exposed, his insides a mess of flesh and blood. I froze, my body wouldn't move, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing. It wasn't just a killing, it was a butchering. A sound behind me snapped me back into reality. I turned, eyes darting, and saw them two figures crouched in the far corner of the cabin, just watching me. Both men, I think, though they looked more like feral animals than people. Their clothes were ragged, covered in dried blood and filth. Their faces were gaunt, wild, like they hadn't seen a bath in years. I backed up slowly, trying to get to the door, but they stood, almost in unison, and started moving toward me, their heads low, like wolves stalking prey. "Hey now," I said, raising my hands. "I don't want any trouble." One of them let out this sound, half laugh, half grunt, and that's when I knew reasoning was out the window. They were predators and I was meat. I turned and bolted, slamming the door behind me. I ran to the truck, hands shaking, barely managing to get the keys in the ignition. They were right behind me. I could hear their footsteps, faster than any human had a right to be. I floored it, the tires kicking up dirt as I sped away, my heart pounding in my chest. I kept glancing in the rear-view mirror, expecting to see them. But there was nothing, just the trees and that ever-present silence. I didn't stop driving until I got back to my cabin. I locked every door, every window, grabbed my shotgun from the closet, and sat in the dark, waiting. I didn't sleep, couldn't. Every noise, every rustle of the wind, set me on edge. Morning came, and with it a sense of false security. I convinced myself I'd call the sheriff, tell him what I saw, though I doubted he'd believe a word of it. Hell, I wasn't sure I believed it myself. But before I could even pick up the phone, there was a knock at the door. I froze, my grip tightening on the shotgun. Another knock, this one softer, more deliberate. "Roy, it's me," a voice called from outside. "Open up." It was Fred's voice. No way. There was no way it was him, but it was. And it wasn't. I looked through the window, shotgun still in hand, and saw him standing there. Only it wasn't Fred, not really. His face was pale, eyes glassy, mouth stretched into that same unnerving smile I saw on the woman in the woods. I didn't open the door. Instead, I watched as he just stood there, smiling, waiting. Then slowly he turned and walked back into the trees, disappearing into the forest. I never called the sheriff, never spoke about what I saw. But every now and then, when I'm outside chopping wood or fixing the roof, I catch glimpses of them, those people or things. Whatever they are watching from the trees, they're still out there, somewhere in the depths of the St. Joe National Forest. They're waiting, and I'll never be able to shake the feeling that one day they'll come back for me. They say people who live out here like I do choose solitude over sanity. Maybe they're right, but I didn't have many other options after my wife left me. No warning, just a note on the fridge. I figured my time in the city was done. Sold what little I had left, bought an old trailer, and found myself a patch of land far enough away from civilization that I wouldn't have to see another person unless I wanted to. Not that I ever wanted to. This was 2010, a year that still makes me laugh because it was supposed to be the start of something better. That's what my ex-wife used to say. The name's Garrett Durst. It's not a name that gets tossed around in polite circles, but I'm not a man of polite circles anymore. Haven't been for years. Most of my days are spent working on the trailer, fixing leaks, making the place habitable, if you could call it that. If it wasn't for the occasional hunting trip or hike through the woods, I'd probably go mad. I've got some dark humor to keep me company. I guess you could call that a coping mechanism. Why don't ghosts haunt the forest? Because all the spirits get axed before they get too close. Yeah, it's lame, but it keeps me entertained. My land sits somewhere near the Idaho-Montana border, far from any real town or road. It's the kind of place that doesn't even show up on GPS, so I don't worry about company. No phone signal, no electricity, just me, the woods, and whatever decides to wander through. A few hunters pass by now and then, but mostly it's quiet. Until it wasn't. I was in the middle of replacing some rotting wood on the trailer siding when I noticed it. The eerie quiet. The birds that usually sang all day were gone. No rustling leaves or snapping twigs from squirrels or deer. It was just silence, like someone hit a mute button on the world. I remember thinking, well, maybe nature finally decided to give me a break. But that thought was cut short when I heard the first scream. It was distant, probably a mile or so out. But it wasn't an animal sound. No, this was a person, high-pitched, panicked. I dropped my hammer, my mind racing through every reason why someone would be screaming that far out. We don't get hikers out here. At least none that survived long enough to scream like that. I grabbed my shotgun. I don't usually carry it around with me. Hadn't needed to in years. But something about that scream put a pit in my stomach. You know, the kind that only shows up when you know something's wrong. I stuffed a few extra shells into my pockets and headed out into the woods. It was easy to follow the sound. It didn't stop. The trees were dense, but I know this land like the back of my hand. It's my backyard after all. About 15 minutes into my walk, I found the source. 2 men, or at least what was left of them. They were torn apart. Bodies strewn across the clearing like rag dolls, blood pooling into the grass. One of them was missing half his face, his jaw hanging on by a thread. The other, well, there wasn't much left to describe. I'm no stranger to hunting accidents, but this wasn't something a bear or mountain lion could do. No, this was deliberate, violent, like whatever did this wanted to make a point. And it didn't take long for me to figure out that it was still nearby. I heard it before I saw it, heavy footsteps, the kind that make the earth tremble a little. I turned slowly, my shotgun raised, ready for whatever was coming, but nothing could have prepared me for what stepped out of the trees. It was big, probably about 7 feet tall, with long matted fur that clung to its body in clumps. The thing looked like a cross between a man and a wolf. But worse, much worse. It stood on 2 legs but hunched, its long arms ending in claws that were caked in dried blood. And its teeth, God, the teeth. It didn't snarl or roar, just stood there breathing heavy, watching me. I fired off a shot. It hit, but it didn't stop the thing. It staggered back, more out of surprise than pain, before it charged. I barely had time to pump another shell before it was on me. I managed to duck just as one of those claws swiped where my head had been. I hit the ground hard but scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't look back, didn't want to see how close it was. I could hear it though, crashing through the trees behind me, getting closer. I made it back to the trailer and slammed the door shut, locking it, as if that would stop something like that. I could hear it outside, circling, testing the windows, the door. It let out a low sound, not a roar or a growl, just this deep, guttural noise that vibrated through the walls. I reloaded the shotgun, my hand shaking. I wasn't sure if it was fear or adrenaline, but I wasn't about to sit around and find out. The thing slammed into the side of the trailer, the entire structure rocking from the force. It didn't care about the door. It was going to rip its way inside, one way or another. I had one shot, maybe two if I was lucky, so I waited, my back pressed against the far wall, shotgun aimed at the door. It hit again, harder this time. The door buckled, hinges groaning under the pressure. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, and then it happened. The door flew off its hinges, crashing into the opposite wall. The creature stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the fading light outside. It stepped in, its massive frame barely fitting through the door frame. I didn't wait. I pulled the trigger. The blast hit it square in the chest, and for a moment I thought I had it. But it didn't go down. It stumbled, blood oozing from the wound, but it didn't fall. It looked at me, more annoyed than anything, and I realized I was out of options. That's when I heard the second scream. It wasn't from outside. It was from inside the trailer, somewhere in the back. My heart sank. I wasn't alone in here. I backed up, my shotgun empty, nowhere to run. The creature took a step forward, and then it stopped, its head snapping toward the back room. I heard the scream again, louder this time, closer, and then something else, something I'll never forget. A second one. There was a second one of those things, but smaller, faster. It darted out from the shadows, slamming into the larger creature. They tumbled together, clawing, biting, tearing into each other. I didn't stick around to watch the rest. I ran. I made it outside, not stopping until I hit the tree line. I don't know how long I ran, but by the time I stopped, my lungs were burning and my legs felt like jelly. I collapsed against a tree, listening. I couldn't hear anything over the sound of my own breathing, but I wasn't about to take any chances. When I finally made it back to the trailer, the place was trashed. The creatures were gone, but the damage they left behind wasn't something I could ignore. Blood, fur, and claw marks covered every surface. The door was gone, windows shattered, walls torn open like paper. But it wasn't just the destruction that bothered me. It was the bodies, those two men I found earlier. They weren't there anymore. Something had taken them. Something had dragged them off into the woods. I don't know what those things were, but I know they're still out there somewhere, in those woods. I can hear them sometimes at night. Not close, but not far enough away to feel safe. I've thought about leaving, packing up and finding somewhere else to hide. But where do you go when the monsters already know where you live? So, I stay. I've reinforced the trailer, made it as secure as I can. I keep the shotgun loaded, shells within reach at all times. I've started sleeping during the day, keeping watch at night. I haven't seen them again, but I know they're out there, waiting. I can feel it, and I'll be ready when they come. It started on a pretty typical Tuesday in 2009, in the woods of Dunsmuir, California. My name's Jonas Klein, and I don't usually get involved in stuff like this. I'm more of a live and let live kind of guy, you know? Anyway, it all kicked off when I decided to go for a hike, clear my head. I was dealing with some personal stuff. Nothing major, just the usual life gets you down kind of crap. So there I was, wandering through the trees, thinking about everything and nothing. The morning was quiet, except for the occasional chirp of a bird or rustle of leaves. Dunsmuir is known for its rugged beauty, lots of trees, rivers, and peace, perfect for someone needing to get lost in their thoughts. I was halfway up one of the lesser-known trails when I spotted it, a cabin I hadn't seen before. Now, I've hiked these trails for years, and never once did I come across this place. I wasn't armed, just a Swiss Army knife and a lot of curiosity. What's a guy like me going to do with a gun anyway? The cabin looked old, almost like it had been there for decades. The wood was weathered, windows covered in grime. There was no path leading to it, which was odd. Maybe it was abandoned? My curiosity got the better of me, so I decided to take a closer look. As I approached, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I stepped onto the creaky porch and gave it a gentle push. It swung open with a long, eerie creak. I'm not the type to go snooping around other people's property, but this place seemed forgotten. Inside, it was dark and musty, filled with old furniture draped in dust sheets. The whole vibe was straight out of a horror movie. But I wasn't scared, more intrigued than anything. I wandered through the rooms, noticing old photographs on the walls, black and white mostly, of landscapes and a few people. One picture caught my eye. It was of a family standing right outside this cabin. They looked happy, but something about their eyes gave me the creeps. Just then I heard it, a faint shuffling noise coming from upstairs. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't alone. Now, common sense would tell anyone to get the hell out of there. But me? I decided to investigate. I slowly climbed the narrow staircase, each step groaning under my weight. At the top, the noise was clearer, like someone dragging something across the floor. The hallway was dimly lit, the only light coming from a cracked window at the end. I followed the sound to a closed door on the right. I hesitated, hand hovering over the knob. Then, summoning whatever courage I had, I pushed it open. Inside was a small room, probably a kid's room once upon a time. There were toys scattered around, an old bed against the wall, and there, in the middle of the room, was a figure hunched over something on the floor. It was big, covered in what looked like dark, matted fur. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. It turned around slowly, revealing a face that was more animal than human. A snout, sharp teeth, but with humanoid eyes staring right through me. Before I could react, it lunged at me. I managed to sidestep, but not before it raked its claws across my arm. The pain was sharp, intense. I stumbled back, clutching my bleeding arm. The creature snarled and came at me again. This time, I was ready. I grabbed a wooden chair and swung it with all my might. It shattered against the creature's head, stunning it for a moment. I took my chance and bolted out of the room, down the stairs and out of the cabin. My mind was racing. What the hell was that thing? I had to get out of there, warn someone. I ran down the trail, blood dripping from my arm, the adrenaline keeping me going. But I knew I needed to get help soon. I reached the trailhead and jumped into my truck. I sped down the dirt road towards town, my mind still reeling from the encounter. I burst into the sheriff's office, babbling about the creature and the cabin. Sheriff Maxwell, a grizzled veteran with a no-nonsense attitude, looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Jonas, you sure you didn't just spook yourself?" he asked, eyeing my bloody arm. "I'm telling you, Max, there's something out there. It's not human. It attacked me," I insisted, my voice shaking. He sighed and grabbed his radio. "All right, let's go take a look." We drove back to the cabin, me in the passenger seat, clutching my makeshift bandage. Maxwell didn't say much, probably thinking I was crazy. When we arrived, the place looked just as eerie as before. I led him to the room where I'd seen the creature. The door was still open, but the room was empty. No sign of the creature, just blood, my blood, on the floor. Maxwell looked around, frowning. "Whatever you saw, it's gone now, but we can't just leave it at that. We need to find out what's going on." We spent the rest of the day searching the area, finding nothing. I felt like I was losing my mind. Was it all a hallucination? But the pain in my arm and the blood said otherwise. Maxwell decided to call in some experts, figuring it might be a wild animal, though I knew it was something far more sinister. Later that evening, as we sat in the sheriff's office, a man walked in. He was tall, with a rugged face and piercing eyes. He introduced himself as Dr. Leon Vass, an anthropologist specializing in cryptids and folklore. "I heard about your encounter," he said, looking at me with interest. "Mind if I ask you some questions?" We went over the details again, and he listened intently. "What you described sounds like a legend I've heard before," he said. "Locals call it the Wendigo, a creature said to be a former human who resorted to cannibalism and transformed into a beast." I shook my head. It looked like some kind of Bigfoot, but more vicious, more human. Vass nodded. "The lines between myth and reality are often blurred. But I believe you saw something real, something dangerous." Over the next few hours, Vass, Maxwell, and I planned a return to the cabin at dawn. We gathered supplies, flashlights, and weapons. I borrowed a shotgun from the sheriff's armory, figuring it might even the odds. I was determined to face whatever it was, partly out of fear, but also a strange sense of responsibility. The next morning, we made our way back to the cabin. The woods seemed darker, more foreboding as we approached. Vass motioned for us to stay quiet. We moved silently, weapons at the ready. Inside the cabin, it was just as we left it. But something felt off, a heaviness in the air. We split up, each taking a different part of the house. I went back upstairs, heart pounding in my chest. The kids' room was still empty, but I felt like I was being watched. Suddenly, a crash from downstairs sent me running back. I found Vass and Maxwell in the living room, staring at a broken window. "It's here, boss," Vass whispered, clutching a flashlight and a pistol. "Stay close." We moved outside, scanning the tree line. Then we saw it, the creature lurking at the edge of the woods. It stood there, watching us with those unnerving eyes. I raised my shotgun, but Vas put a hand on my arm. "Wait, let's see what it does." The creature stepped forward, its movement slow and deliberate. It sniffed the air, then let out a low guttural snarl. Without warning, it charged. Maxwell fired, hitting it in the shoulder, but it barely flinched. It was on us in seconds. I fired my shotgun, the blast echoing through the trees. The creature recoiled, blood spraying from its side. "Keep firing," Voss shouted as he unloaded his pistol into the beast. Maxwell reloaded his rifle, taking aim. The creature lunged at me, knocking me to the ground. I struggled to keep it at bay, its claws tearing at my clothes. Just as it went for my throat, Maxwell's rifle cracked, and the creature slumped to the ground, dead. I lay there, breathing hard, staring at the lifeless body. It looked even more monstrous up close, a grotesque blend of human and animal. Vas knelt beside me, checking my wounds. "You're lucky," he said, helping me to my feet. "But we need to get out of here. There might be more of them." We hurried back to the truck, leaving the cabin and its horrors behind. As we drove back to town, the reality of what happened started to sink in. Maxwell radioed for backup, and soon the area was swarming with law enforcement and wildlife experts. They found no other creatures, but the body was taken for study. The analysis confirmed what we already knew. This was no ordinary animal. It was something else entirely, something that defied explanation. The creature was never seen again, but the fear it instilled lingered. The woods around Dunsmore held a new kind of silence, a silence heavy with the knowledge of what lurked within. And I, once a carefree wanderer, now tread carefully, always aware of the shadows that dance just beyond the reach of the light. I had no idea that a simple RV camping trip could turn into a nightmare. But then again, life has a funny way of throwing you into the unexpected. My name's Heron Mackenzie, and I'm not the type to scare easily. I've faced my share of hardships, from losing my parents young to surviving a few close calls as a firefighter, but nothing prepared me for what happened last summer. It was a Friday when I set out, the kind of day where the weather's just right and you can smell the promise of adventure in the air. I had my trusty RV packed with all the essentials, food, gear, a few good books. My destination was the dense, untamed forest just outside of Redding, California. The place had a reputation among outdoor enthusiasts for its challenging terrain and breathtaking views. But it was also known for its isolation. That was exactly what I was looking for. A break from the chaos of city life. After a few hours of driving and navigating rough trails, I found the perfect spot, nestled between towering redwoods, beside a clear, babbling stream. It was paradise, or so I thought. I spent the day hiking and fishing, feeling the kind of peace that only nature can offer. As dusk settled, I built a fire and settled into my camping chair with a beer, watching the stars slowly emerge in the darkening sky. It was one of those moments where everything seemed right with the world. Little did I know it wouldn't last. Around midnight, I was awakened by a sound, a rustling that was too close to be just an animal. I sat up, my heart pounding, and grabbed the flashlight from my bedside table. Swinging the beam around, I saw nothing at first. But then, just beyond the perimeter of my camp, a shadow moved. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Silence. I was starting to think I'd imagined it when the shadow moved again, and this time it was closer. I scrambled out of the RV, flashlight in one hand and a hunting knife in the other. The beam of light fell on a man, dirty and disheveled, with a wild look in his eyes. He didn't respond to my shouts, just kept inching closer, his movements jerky and unnatural. "Stay back," I warned, my grip tightening on the knife. But he didn't. He lunged at me, and I barely managed to dodge. In the struggle, my flashlight hit the ground, casting erratic shadows that only added to the chaos. I fought him off, my training kicking in. He was strong, crazed even, but I managed to knock him to the ground. Panting, I backed away, never taking my eyes off him. He just lay there, staring at me with those wild eyes, not saying a word. I kept the knife pointed at him as I grabbed my phone to call the authorities. But of course, there was no signal out here. I had to get him to town, but I wasn't about to let him ride in my RV. "Get up," I commanded. And surprisingly, he complied. I kept him at knife point as I led him to the RV, making him sit in a makeshift cage I fashioned out of some bungee cords and a spare tarp. It wasn't perfect, but it would have to do. I drove through the night, adrenaline keeping me alert. The man didn't say a word, just stared straight ahead. When we finally reached the outskirts of Reading, I pulled into the first gas station I saw and called 911. The cops arrived quickly, and I explained what had happened. They took him into custody, thanking me for my vigilance. I thought that was the end of it, a bizarre encounter with a drifter, but it was only the beginning. The next day, as I was packing up to leave, I found something near my campsite that chilled me to the bone. A shallow grave, freshly dug. Inside, the mutilated body of a young woman, her face twisted in a final silent scream. The police were called again, and this time they took a keen interest in my story. They searched the area and found more graves, each containing a body in a similar state of gruesome death. The man I had encountered was a serial killer, preying on campers and hikers in the remote wilderness. He had been living off the grid, his campsite a macabre shrine to his victims. The media dubbed him the Redwood Butcher, and the story made headlines for weeks. I was hailed as a hero for capturing him, but I didn't feel like one. I had stumbled into a nightmare and barely survived. In the aftermath, I couldn't shake the images of what I'd seen. The faces of his victims haunted me, their lives cut short by a madman. I took some time off work and saw a therapist to help process everything. It wasn't easy, but eventually, I found a way to move on. I still go camping, but I'm more cautious now. I always let someone know where I'm going, and I never go to such isolated spots alone. The wilderness still calls to me, but now I'm acutely aware of the dangers it can hide. As for the Redwood Butcher, he was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to life without parole. I testified at his trial, recounting the harrowing encounter in detail. It was a small comfort to know he'd never hurt anyone again, but it didn't bring back the lives he'd taken. Life goes on, and so do I. I've learned to appreciate the moments of peace even more now, knowing how quickly they can be shattered. And when I sit by the campfire, staring into the flames, I can't help but remember that night in the woods, and the terror that lurked just beyond the light. But I don't let it control me. I won't let fear dictate my life. I still seek adventure, still find joy in the great outdoors. I just do so with a little more wisdom and a lot more caution. I never gave them much thought. Skinwalkers, Wendigo, spirits, just stories. Then I moved to the reservation. I was assigned to work as a park ranger in a remote stretch of land near the Navajo Nation, a place where the mountains are jagged, and the land feels as ancient as time itself. It was my first real job in the field after training, and I thought I could handle whatever nature could throw at me. But I was wrong. It all started the way these things usually do, with a quiet warning. I was in the ranger station when I first met Tom, an old Navajo man who lived near the edge of the reservation. He was the type of person who spoke rarely, but when he did, everyone listened. I'd seen him around, his weathered face always serious, eyes sharp, like he saw things no one else did. He never offered a greeting, just a nod. One afternoon he came into the station, looked at me with those piercing eyes, and said something that still chills me to my core. "They're worse than skinwalkers, Ranger." At first I thought he was talking about some new threat to the wildlife, perhaps a predator spotted near the park. But there was a weight in his voice, something that made me pause. He had always seemed so calm, yet now he was on edge, visibly uncomfortable. "You talking about a pack of wolves or something else?" I asked, trying to keep the conversation light. Tom didn't answer me right away. Instead, he stared out the window, his brow furrowing as though he were thinking of something long buried. Then he spoke again. "You need to be careful out there. The land is ancient, and there are things in those woods, things older than the people who walk here now, things worse than skinwalkers." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Those things can wear the skin of animals, but what I'm talking about, they wear the skin of us." I thought the old man was losing his mind. I laughed it off to myself, deciding it was just one of those superstitions passed down through generations. But something about the way he said it unsettled me. There was a warning in his voice I couldn't ignore. A week later, I'd wish I had. The park I patrolled was far from any city, surrounded by thick forests and steep cliffs. The locals rarely visited unless they had business on the reservation, which made it a peaceful, isolated place, just how I liked it. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest began to settle into darkness, I found myself drawn deeper into the woods than I intended. I was on a routine patrol, checking for illegal hunting traps, when I stumbled upon something strange. The forest had fallen unnervingly silent. The usual hum of insects and chirping of birds had vanished. In its place, there was a heavy, suffocating stillness. My flashlight flickered as I walked, casting long shadows across the trees. Then I saw it. At first, it seemed like a trick of the light, a figure, tall and hunched, moving through the trees with unnerving speed. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a person, but the shape was wrong. Too long, too thin, too unnatural. I froze, the hairs on the back of my neck rising. I wasn't sure why, but I knew deep down that whatever I was seeing wasn't a creature of this world. I tried to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. Something about the figure, its movement, its stillness made me want to stay quiet. as if by speaking I would draw its attention. I turned and started walking back, slowly, trying to keep my footsteps light, my breath shallow. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, stalked from just beyond the trees. That night, I didn't sleep. I couldn't. The image of the creature haunted me, its dark, glimmering eyes, its hollow, human-like limbs. I had seen things in the wild, but this felt different. The weight of Tom's warning, the way he'd spoken of things that wore human skin, gnawed at me like a persistent itch. The next day, I went to Tom, hoping for answers. I didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, but something had happened that I couldn't explain. When I found him, he was sitting on his porch, staring out at the vast, empty land. His face was grave. I sat down beside him without saying a word. He knew why I was there. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked, his voice low and calm. I nodded. "The one you saw last night," he said, his eyes not leaving the horizon. "That wasn't a skinwalker. That was worse. Much worse." I swallowed. "What are they then?" "They are the ones who were here before us. They are the ones who have always been here. Skinwalkers are just a story. They are a small thing compared to what lies in the heart of these woods. These creatures, these things, they are not flesh and bone. They're older than any curse. They were the ones who made the land what it is, and they've never left." He paused, glancing at me, his eyes narrowing. "They wear the skin of humans, not animals, and they can walk like us, talk like us. They can even be us if they want. You'll never know who's one of them until it's too late." That night I went back to the woods. I wasn't sure why, but something inside me told me I had to. I had to see the truth. I wasn't going to find answers if I stayed in the ranger station, hiding behind my reports and patrols. The forest was darker than I remembered. The air felt thicker, the shadows deeper. And then I saw it again, the same figure moving between the trees. Only this time, I wasn't alone. I could hear it whispering, words in a language I couldn't understand, but somehow I felt it in my bones. It wasn't just calling to me, it was calling to the earth itself. I stepped forward, the ground beneath me shifting unnaturally, pulling me deeper into the forest. I wanted to scream, but my throat constricted. I wanted to run, but my legs refused. The thing in the woods wasn't a skinwalker. It was something far older. And now that it had seen me, I knew it would never let me leave. When I woke up, I was back at the ranger station. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the land. I had no memory of how I'd gotten there or how long I'd been gone. But I knew one thing for certain. Tom was right. They are worse than skinwalkers. And they are waiting. If you hear their whispers, if you see their shadows flicker at the corner of your eye, don't follow, don't even look. Because once they know you're listening, once they know you see them, you're already lost. It was just another mission, or at least that's what they told me before they shipped me out to the thick woods of the Ozarks in Missouri back in 2011. They had this way of sending us to places that didn't show up on maps, where the rules weren't always clear, and no one bothered to ask questions when things went sideways. I was a Green Beret, used to silence, used to missions that never made it to the official reports. But even with all that, this one never sat right with me. Maybe it was the briefing, Or maybe it was the way our handler, Captain Warren, kept avoiding eye contact when he gave us the details. They dropped me and 3 others, Larson, Ortiz, and Bolton, into the woods just past midnight. We'd been told we were looking for a downed drone, a prototype that supposedly malfunctioned and crashed somewhere in the dense trees. They wanted it back intact, but Warren's face said something else, something he didn't have the clearance or the guts to tell us. Still, orders were orders, and I've never been one to ask for more than I was given. We hiked for hours, cutting through the underbrush and trying to keep track of our bearings. It wasn't easy. The trees closed in on you here, thick trunks twisting in ways that made everything look the same, and no matter how hard we tried, it felt like we were going in circles. Larson joked about it, said it was like the woods were playing tricks on us, bending space and time. He laughed, but Ortiz and I just looked at each other. There was a tightness in the air, a strange stillness, like something was waiting for us to make a mistake. By the time we found the wreckage, the sky was turning a dull gray with the first hint of daylight. The drone was there, all right, but it was smashed up beyond recognition, tangled in the roots of an oak that had probably stood there for a century. Bolton went to work, checking if any of the data storage survived. I kept watch, rifle in hand, scanning the trees. The quiet here wasn't natural. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was like the woods themselves were holding their breath. Then came the first sign that this was more than a recovery mission. Ortiz called out, pointing to something half buried under the leaves near the drone. It was a boot, military issue, but old, decades older than anything we used. The laces were frayed, and the leather was cracked, like it had been out here rotting for years. But inside the boot was a foot, shriveled and discolored, the bones sticking out in places. Larson tried to joke about it again, but his voice wavered this time. No one laughed. Captain Warren's voice crackled through the radio just as Bolton found the hard drive. He told us to bring back what we could and to be quick about it, said there'd be a storm rolling in. Ortiz, always a bit sharper than the rest of us, pressed him on it. A storm? The sky's clear. Warren hesitated. It was the first time any of us had heard him stammer. Just get back, he said, and cut the connection. We started the hike back, but the air felt heavier now, like it was pressing in from all sides. The trees seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them. Ortiz cursed in Spanish under his breath, something about the woods being alive. Larson kept his mouth shut for once, which might have been the scariest part of the whole thing. Then we heard it movement, slow and deliberate, from somewhere off to our left. I signaled for silence, and we dropped into a crouch, weapons ready. The sound came again, branches cracking, something dragging through the underbrush. Whatever it was big, too big to be any animal I knew. I motioned for Larson and Ortiz to flank right, while Bolton and I moved left to circle around. We crept through the trees, and that's when I saw it. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. It was hunched over, its back to me, tearing into something on the forest floor. Its limbs were long, too long, the muscles underneath rippling like it didn't belong to any creature that should be moving on 2 legs. The skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over its frame. It was eating, gnawing at something that looked like it might have once been a deer, or maybe a person. Hard to tell with the way it was shredding through the flesh. I raised my rifle, trying to get a clear shot. But the thing must have sensed us because it straightened up, its head twisting around in a way that no neck should bend. It didn't have a face like you'd expect, just a blank, smooth stretch where features should have been. But it turned towards us like it could see. Bolton fired first, panic getting the best of him. The bullet hit, but it didn't drop, just stumbled back a step. Then it charged. We scattered, but it went after Bolton, moving faster than anything I'd ever seen. I heard him scream, and then there was this wet, tearing sound, like someone pulling apart raw meat. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I grabbed Ortiz and Larson, dragging them through the trees, putting as much distance between us and that thing as possible. It wasn't far enough. We could hear it chasing us, its heavy breaths closing in behind us. Larson slipped on a patch of wet leaves, going down hard. I tried to pull him up, but the thing was on him before I could even blink. It grabbed his leg, pulled, and the sound of bone snapping made my stomach churn. He didn't scream, just let out this choked, desperate noise before it yanked him into the shadows. Ortiz and I ran, lungs burning, hearts pounding. But that thing didn't give up. I don't think it ever tired, just kept coming. We hit a clearing where the underbrush thinned, and Ortiz collapsed against a rock, clutching at his side. I could hear him wheezing, trying to catch his breath. But we didn't have time. The thing burst through the trees, moving like a twisted marionette, limbs jerking in unnatural ways. I raised my rifle and fired, aiming for where a heart might be, if it even had one. It stumbled again, but it kept coming, swiping out with those two long arms. Ortiz pulled his sidearm, unloading the whole clip into the thing's chest, but it barely slowed it. It grabbed him by the head, twisting it with a sickening crack. He dropped, lifeless, his body crumpling into the dirt. I was alone now, with nothing but a half-empty magazine and a knife. I didn't have a choice. I turned and ran, knowing full well that it wouldn't let me go. It followed, relentless, crashing through the brush. I could hear it gaining on me, but the edge of a cliff came into view, the trees thinning out. I had an idea, one last shot at making it out. As soon as I hit the edge, I spun around, raising my rifle and aiming straight at its head as it lunged forward. The shot rang out, hitting it right between where the eyes should have been. The force of the shot sent it stumbling, and it went over the edge, clawing at the air as it fell. I heard it hit the rocks below, the crunch of bone and flesh. I didn't wait to see if it would get up. I stumbled back into the woods, making my way to the extraction point. Warren's voice was still crackling in my earpiece, asking for a status update. I didn't answer, just kept moving, forcing one foot in front of the other. I made it back to where the chopper was supposed to be waiting. But when I got there, Warren wasn't alone. Men in suits, no insignia, no ranks were with him, checking over the wreckage of the drone. They barely glanced at me as I approached, covered in blood and dirt. Warren took one look at me and asked where the others were. I told him, and he just nodded, like he'd expected that answer. They loaded me onto the chopper, and the suits went back to their work. As we lifted off, I glanced back over the trees far below. I saw a shadow move, something crawling out of the rocks at the base of the cliff. I knew what that meant, but I kept it to myself. They didn't need to know, and I had no intention of telling them. Back at the base, they debriefed me, took the data Bolton had managed to recover, and sent me home with a warning to keep my mouth shut. They never asked about the thing we saw, and I never offered. I don't think they really wanted to know. They buried the whole thing under classified files and red tape. I tried to go back to my life, but it wasn't the same. A few months later, I got a call from a buddy still in the unit. He told me there had been another mission out there, different team, same location. They didn't come back. All they found were the bodies, torn apart like Larson and Ortiz. And somewhere in the mess, a set of footprints, long, narrow, with claw marks gouging the earth. It's been years now, and no one's mentioned the Ozarks mission since. But I keep an ear to the ground, listening for anything that might suggest it's still out there. It was the kind of mission that should have been a simple sweep and recon, but as soon as we got the orders, I knew it would go sideways. It's 1996, somewhere in the Green Mountains of Vermont. My name's Alex Radford. Been in the service long enough to see things most people can't stomach. But this one sticks. Not that I get nightmares or any of that. Just something that stays in the back of your mind, like a splinter. I've been with the Green Berets for a while, enough time to get good at fixing bad situations. That day they dropped us at an old logging camp, a place that hadn't seen activity in decades. The last folks here must have packed up around the 60s, judging by the rusted-up machinery half buried in the brush. My team and I, we were tasked with tracking down a couple of missing hikers. Local authorities had found a torn-up tent and a trail of blood leading into the deeper woods. The whole thing stank of something off, but orders were orders, and we weren't exactly paid to ask questions. As soon as we hit the ground, we split into pairs, me taking Sergeant Miller with me. He was a decent guy, a bit of a joker, always trying to lighten the mood. Said he thought the woods had personality. Whatever that meant, I humored him, but deep down, I knew this place didn't feel right. We followed the path the locals had marked out, stepping over tangled roots and dodging low branches. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and pine needles, and every sound was magnified in that silence, from the creak of old pines to the scuttling of animals hidden away in the underbrush. Miller kept making jokes about us being Bigfoot hunters, but I could tell he was on edge. He kept glancing over his shoulder like he was expecting something to lunge out from behind one of those moss-covered trees. I'd been through a dozen jungle ops, desert sweeps, urban raids, you name it. But this was different. No gunfire, no explosions, just the creeping sense that you weren't alone. About 4 clicks in, we found the first body, or what was left of it, sprawled across a shallow creek bed, missing an arm and half of its face. Whoever it was, they hadn't gone peacefully. Miller gagged, but I stayed focused, scanning the tree line for any movement. The wound patterns didn't match any animal I had seen, but I wasn't about to let my imagination run wild. Could have been a bear, I told myself, even though I knew that wasn't right. We radioed back to base, but the signal was already cutting out. Nothing but static and a faint reply we couldn't make out. Miller tried cracking a joke about hiking accidents, but I could hear the fear creeping into his voice. We covered the body and marked it for later, then pushed on deeper into the woods. The further we went, the thicker the trees grew. until they formed a canopy so dense it blocked out most of the daylight. It got colder too, like we'd crossed into some pocket of the forest where the air just didn't move right. That's when we found the second body, hanging from a tree by the remains of a nylon rope. The torso was split open, like something had tried to dig its way inside. No animal I know does that. Not bears, not mountain lions. Miller swore under his breath, and I shot him a look that told him to keep it together. We still had a job to do, even if it was turning into a damn horror show. We kept moving, but I knew that whatever did this, it wasn't far. The woods had gone dead quiet, like everything knew to keep its distance. I don't know if you've ever been in a place like that, but it's like the air itself is waiting for something to break the silence. We heard it before we saw it. A crunch of leaves, something heavy moving in the brush. Miller and I froze, raising our rifles. I saw a shape, low to the ground, just beyond the tree line, too fast for any bear or wolf, too deliberate in the way it moved. "You see that?" Miller whispered, his voice tight with fear. I nodded, signaling for him to circle around. We were trained for this kind of thing, but I could feel my hands sweating against the grip of my rifle. Miller moved to flank whatever it was, but then I heard a shout and a scuffle, then a wet, tearing noise that made my stomach drop. I sprinted over, barely making out shapes through the brush. But when I reached him, all I found was a dark patch spreading across the ground. I called his name, but there was no reply, just the sound of something crunching through the underbrush, moving away. My flashlight caught a glimpse of a shape disappearing into the shadows, something on all fours, but too large to be anything natural. I tried to follow, but it was like chasing smoke, always just a step out of reach, slipping deeper into the darkness. I found Miller's body half buried in a ditch, his throat torn open, and his eyes. Well, they didn't have any life left in them. I didn't have time to mourn. Whatever had done this was close, and I wasn't about to end up like him. I grabbed his dog tags, whispered an apology, and turned back towards the camp. I didn't even make it half a mile before I heard that same crunching noise, like something was chewing through bone. I spun around, rifle raised, and that's when I saw it, clear as day. It stood upright, but hunched, covered in matted, dark fur, with a body like a twisted hybrid of a man and some kind of wild animal. Its mouth hung open, filled with jagged teeth that glinted in the flashlight's beam. It moved faster than I thought possible, leaping towards me with a snarl that made my blood run cold. I fired off 3 rounds, hitting it in the shoulder. It flinched, stumbled, but kept coming. I fired again, emptying the clip into its chest, and it finally went down, twitching in the undergrowth. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, just staring at the thing lying in the leaves, waiting for it to get back up. It didn't. I forced myself to approach, kicking its head to make sure it was dead. It didn't move, and I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. But as I leaned closer, I noticed something strange. Its skin wasn't right. It was loose, like it didn't fit the body underneath, stretched over muscles that shouldn't have been there. That's when I heard footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, crunching through the brush. I turned around, and my blood ran cold. Another one of those things. This one even larger, its face scarred and twisted, was standing just a few yards away. It let out a noise somewhere between a hiss and a grunt, and I knew I was out of time. I bolted, sprinting through the trees, barely able to see where I was going. Branches tore at my face, roots threatened to trip me, but I kept running, heart pounding like a war drum. I didn't stop until I hit the clearing where our extraction was supposed to meet us. But there was no helicopter, no backup. Just silence and the cold wind cutting through the trees. I fumbled with my radio, trying to get through to command, but all I got was static. And then, from the darkness, I saw it again. The creature, not the one I'd killed. Another one, standing just at the edge of the tree line, watching me with those empty sockets. My hand shook as I reloaded my rifle, keeping my eyes on it. It took a step forward, then another, slowly closing the distance. I raised my rifle and fired, but it ducked into the shadows, too fast for me to get a clean shot. My heart hammered in my chest as I backed away, trying to keep my breathing steady. But the thing just kept following, always staying just out of range. I realized then that it wasn't hunting me. It was playing with me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I took a chance and broke into a sprint again, hearing the thing crashing through the underbrush behind me. Somehow, I made it back to the old logging camp. I ducked inside one of the rotting cabins, barring the door with whatever debris I could find. I could hear it outside, circling, the boards creaking under its weight. It wasn't trying to get in, just pacing, as if it knew I was trapped. I waited for what felt like hours, my finger hovering over the trigger, praying that whatever it was would lose interest. But it didn't. It stayed out there until the sky began to lighten. Then it finally slunk back into the woods, leaving me in that wreck of a cabin, surrounded by shadows. When dawn finally broke, I stumbled out of there, rifle clutched tight, not daring to look back. The extraction team found me wandering down an old logging road, my uniform torn and caked with dirt. They didn't believe me when I told them what happened, said I'd been through some kind of traumatic episode. They wrote off Miller's death as a wildlife attack and swept the whole thing under the rug. But I know what I saw, even if they won't admit it. Back at the camp, I found out they dug up a series of shallow graves out there in those woods. Human remains, picked clean, like they'd been left out for scavengers. They didn't put that in the report either, just buried the evidence and moved on. But I remember the bodies, the way they'd been torn apart, like something had feasted on them, one by one. And there was a pattern to it, a kind of twisted method to the way the limbs had been scattered, like whoever or whatever did this was enjoying itself. All I know is, I'm done with that place. Vermont can keep its forests, its secrets, and whatever's still out there roaming those woods. Whatever they are, they're not human, and they don't belong on any map I've ever seen. You'd think after 3 years of patrolling Glacier National Park, I'd have seen it all. But nothing prepares you for what's out there sometimes. It was another routine day. I was out on patrol, ensuring the trails were clear and safe for visitors. The park had its fair share of wildlife encounters, but those were usually black bears or moose creatures you could predict and manage. Today felt different, though. The air was thick with an odd tension, like the forest was holding its breath. My name's Travis Carrion, by the way. Born and raised in a small town in Montana, I've always had a knack for the outdoors. After a stint in the Marines, I figured park ranger was a good fit. It gave me purpose, a way to protect something beautiful and primal. Around midday, I met up with two colleagues, Daryl Shortridge and Linda Keeler, at the ranger station. Daryl, a big guy with a beard that made him look like he'd stepped out of the 19th century, was recounting his morning patrol. Linda, sharp-eyed and pragmatic, was logging the day's activities. "You notice anything odd today?" I asked, pouring myself a cup of coffee. "Yeah, actually," Daryl said, scratching his chin. "Found some weird tracks up near Hidden Lake. Looked like a wolf, but much bigger." Linda looked up from her notes. "I saw something similar near Avalanche Lake, almost like something had been dragging a carcass." We decided to check it out together. The park had a reputation to maintain, and we couldn't afford any spooked tourists. Armed with radios and a couple of rifles, standard issue for potential bear encounters, we set off towards Hidden Lake. The hike was beautiful, as always. Majestic peaks loomed overhead, and the scent of pine was intoxicating. But the beauty masked an undercurrent of unease. It didn't take long to find the tracks Daryl mentioned. They were huge, almost a foot long, and they sank deep into the soft earth. "Definitely not a bear," Linda muttered, crouching to get a closer look. We followed the tracks further into the forest, away from the beaten path. The trees grew denser, the air colder, and the feeling of being watched crept over us, making every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves feel ominous. As we rounded a bend, the forest opened into a small clearing. And that's when we saw it. A deer carcass, mangled and partially devoured. The sight was gruesome, blood splattering the surrounding foliage. But it wasn't the carcass that made us freeze. It was what was standing over it. The creature was like nothing I'd ever seen. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, covered in dark matted fur. Its limbs were long and muscular, ending in claws that looked like they could rend steel. Its face was a grotesque blend of animal and something almost human, with a snout full of jagged teeth and eyes that gleamed with a malevolent intelligence. "Jesus Christ," Daryl breathed, his rifle already at the ready. Linda and I followed suit, raising our rifles, but none of us moved. The creature stared at us, unblinking, its breath coming out in visible puffs of steam. Then, without warning, it let out a bone-chilling shriek and charged. Everything became a blur. I fired my rifle, the recoil jolting me back. But the creature didn't stop. It barreled into Daryl, sending him flying into a tree with a sickening crunch. Linda and I kept firing, the sound of gunshots echoing through the forest. But the creature's speed was terrifying. It slashed at Linda, its claws tearing through her side, and she went down screaming. I kept backing up, trying to get a clear shot, but the creature was relentless. It lunged at me, and I felt its claws graze my arm as I dodged to the side. I managed to get one more shot off, hitting it in the leg. The creature stumbled, letting out another shriek, and then it turned and vanished into the forest, moving impossibly fast for something its size. I rushed to Linda's side. She was bleeding heavily but conscious. "Hang in there, Linda," I said, ripping off my jacket to press against her wound. Daryl was lying motionless against the tree. My heart sank as I checked for a pulse. Nothing. He was gone. I grabbed my radio, calling for backup and medical assistance. "This is Ranger Carrion. We've been attacked. Ranger Shortridge is dead. Ranger Keeler is injured. We need immediate assistance at Hidden Lake." The response was immediate. Hold tight, Travis. Help is on the way. The next few minutes felt like hours. I kept pressure on Linda's wound, trying to keep her talking, to stay conscious. You're going to be okay, Linda. Just hang on. What the hell was that thing, Travis? She gasped, her face pale. I don't know, I said honestly, but we're going to find out. The sound of approaching footsteps was a relief, and soon other rangers appeared, armed and ready. They took over tending to Linda, and I gave a quick rundown of what happened. Daryl's body was taken away, and Linda was rushed to the hospital. I stayed behind with a small team to track the creature, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air. The tracks led us deeper into the forest, but eventually they just stopped. It was unnerving, to say the least. Back at the ranger station, I sat down with the park superintendent, Michael Dunham, and recounted the entire encounter. We need to close off that section of the park, I urged. Whatever that thing is, it's dangerous. Dunham nodded grimly. Agreed. I'll inform the authorities. This is going to cause a media frenzy. In the days that followed, the park was partially closed, and an official investigation was launched. Experts came in, but no one could identify the creature from our descriptions. The media dubbed it the Glacier Beast, and speculation ran wild. Cryptozoologists, thrill seekers, and conspiracy theorists descended on the area, but no one could find any definitive proof. Linda recovered, but she was left with a deep scar on her side and a haunted look in her eyes. Daryl's death hit us all hard. He was a good man, a good ranger, and his loss was a heavy blow. As for me, I kept patrolling, kept looking for signs of the creature. Some nights when the forest was particularly quiet, I'd feel that same tension in the air, that sense of being watched. But the creature never showed itself again. Life in the park returned to a semblance of normalcy, but we were all changed by that day. The Glacier Beast remained a mystery, a dark presence in the back of our minds. We continued our work protecting the park and its visitors, but with a new awareness of the unknown dangers that lurked in the wild. And that's the end of it. The official reports labeled it an animal attack, but we knew better. There are things out there that defy explanation, creatures that don't fit into the neat categories of science. We encountered one of them, and it left its mark on us, a reminder that the wilderness still holds secrets, some of them terrifying, some of them deadly. They say people who live out here like I do choose solitude over sanity. Maybe they're right, but I didn't have many other options after my wife left me. No warning, just a note on the fridge. I figured my time in the city was done. Sold what little I had left, bought an old trailer, and found myself a patch of land far enough away from civilization that I wouldn't have to see another person unless I wanted to. Not that I ever wanted to. This was 2010, a year that still makes me laugh because it was supposed to be the start of something better. That's what my ex-wife used to say. The name's Garrett Durst. It's not a name that gets tossed around in polite circles, but I'm not a man of polite circles anymore. Haven't been for years. Most of my days are spent working on the trailer, fixing leaks, making the place habitable, if you could call it that. If it wasn't for the occasional hunting trip or hike through the woods, I'd probably go mad. I've got some dark humor to keep me company. I guess you could call that a coping mechanism. Why don't ghosts haunt the forest? Because all the spirits get axed before they get too close. Yeah, it's lame, but it keeps me entertained. My land sits somewhere near the Idaho-Montana border, far from any real town or road. It's the kind of place that doesn't even show up on GPS, so I don't worry about company. No phone signal, no electricity, just me, the woods, and whatever decides to wander through. A few hunters pass by now and then, but mostly it's quiet. Until it wasn't. I was in the middle of replacing some rotting wood on the trailer siding when I noticed it, the eerie quiet. The birds that usually sang all day were gone. No rustling leaves or snapping twigs from squirrels or deer. It was just silence, like someone hit a mute button on the world. I remember thinking, well, maybe nature finally decided to give me a break. But that thought was cut short when I heard the first scream. It was distant, probably a mile or so out, but it wasn't an animal sound. No, this was a person, high-pitched, panicked. I dropped my hammer, my mind racing through every reason why someone would be screaming that far out. We don't get hikers out here. At least none that survived long enough to scream like that. I grabbed my shotgun. I don't usually carry it around with me, hadn't needed to in years. But something about that scream put a pit in my stomach. You know, the kind that only shows up when you know something's wrong. I stuffed a few extra shells into my pockets and headed out into the woods. It was easy to follow the sound. It didn't stop. The trees were dense, but I know this land like the back of my hand. It's my backyard, after all. About 15 minutes into my walk, I found the source. 2 men, or at least what was left of them. They were torn apart, bodies strewn across the clearing like rag dolls, blood pooling into the grass. One of them was missing half his face, his jaw hanging on by a thread. The other, well, there wasn't much left to describe. I'm no stranger to hunting accidents, but this wasn't something a bear or mountain lion could do. No, this was deliberate, violent, like whatever did this wanted to make a point, and it didn't take long for me to figure out that it was still nearby. I heard it before I saw it, heavy footsteps, the kind that make the earth tremble a little. I turned slowly, my shotgun raised, ready for whatever was coming. But nothing could have prepared me for what stepped out of the trees. It was big, probably about 7 feet tall, with long matted fur that clung to its body in clumps. The thing looked like a cross between a man and a wolf, but worse, much worse. It stood on 2 legs but hunched, its long arms ending in claws that were caked in dried blood. And its teeth. God, the teeth. It didn't snarl or roar, just stood there breathing heavy, watching me. I fired off a shot. It hit, but it didn't stop the thing. It staggered back, more out of surprise than pain, before it charged. I barely had time to pump another shell before it was on me. I managed to duck just as one of those claws swiped where my head had been. I hit the ground hard but scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't look back, didn't want to see how close it was. I could hear it, though, crashing through the trees behind me, getting closer. I made it back to the trailer and slammed the door shut, locking it, as if that would stop something like that. I could hear it outside, circling, testing the windows, the door. It let out a low sound, not a roar or a growl, just this deep, guttural noise that vibrated through the walls. I reloaded the shotgun, my hand shaking. I wasn't sure if it was fear or adrenaline, but I wasn't about to sit around and find out. The thing slammed into the side of the trailer, the entire structure rocking from the force. It didn't care about the door. It was going to rip its way inside, one way or another. I had one shot, maybe two if I was lucky. So I waited, my back pressed against the far wall, shotgun aimed at the door. It hit again, harder this time. The door buckled, hinges groaning under the pressure. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, and then it happened. The door flew off its hinges, crashing into the opposite wall. The creature stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the fading light outside. It stepped in, its massive frame barely fitting through the door frame. I didn't wait. I pulled the trigger. The blast hit it square in the chest, and for a moment, I thought I had it. But it didn't go down. It stumbled, blood oozing from the wound. But it didn't fall. It looked at me, more annoyed than anything, and I realized I was out of options. That's when I heard the second scream. It wasn't from outside. It was from inside the trailer, somewhere in the back. My heart sank. I wasn't alone in here. I backed up, my shotgun empty, nowhere to run. The creature took a step forward, and then it stopped, its head snapping toward the back room. I heard the scream again, louder this time, closer, and then something else, something I'll never forget. A second one. There was a second one of those things, but smaller, faster. It darted out from the shadows, slamming into the larger creature. They tumbled together, clawing, biting, tearing into each other. I didn't stick around to watch the rest. I ran. I made it outside, not stopping until I hit the tree line. I don't know how long I ran, but by the time I stopped, my lungs were burning, and my legs felt like jelly. I collapsed against a tree, listening. I couldn't hear anything over the sound of my own breathing, but I wasn't about to take any chances. When I finally made it back to the trailer, the place was trashed. The creatures were gone, but the damage they left behind wasn't something I could ignore. Blood, fur, and claw marks covered every surface. The door was gone, windows shattered, walls torn open like paper. But it wasn't just the destruction that bothered me. It was the bodies, those two men I found earlier. They weren't there anymore. Something had taken them. Something had dragged them off into the woods. I don't know what those things were, but I know they're still out there somewhere. In those woods. I can hear them sometimes at night. Not close, but not far enough away to feel safe. I've thought about leaving, packing up and finding somewhere else to hide. But where do you go when the monsters already know where you live? So I stay. I've reinforced the trailer, made it as secure as I can. I keep the shotgun loaded, shells within reach at all times. I've started sleeping during the day, keeping watch at night. I haven't seen them again, but I know they're out there, waiting. I can feel it, and I'll be ready when they come. You wouldn't believe the stuff I've seen working for the missing persons unit in Chicago. It's not exactly the glamorous, action-packed job you see on TV, but every so often a case comes along that sticks with you. My name's Dalton Sfer, and I've been with the unit for about 15 years. This story, though, this one day, it's the kind of thing that makes you question everything. I had just walked into the office, still shaking off the cold of an early Chicago morning. The city was waking up, the streets bustling with people hurrying to their destinations, unaware of the strange and dark corners lurking just out of sight. I grabbed my coffee, black and strong, and sat down at my desk. The stack of case files waiting for me was higher than usual, which wasn't a good sign. "Morning, Sver," came the familiar voice of Hank Kowalski, my partner. He was a gruff guy, ex-military, with a no-nonsense attitude and a surprisingly dry sense of humor. We had been through a lot together, but nothing like what we were about to face. "Morning, Hank. What's the news?" I asked, skimming through the first file. "We got a call last night. Couple of hikers went missing in the woods near Willow Creek. Sheriff says it looks strange, even for a missing persons case." "Strange how?" Hank shrugged. "Just said he had a bad feeling about it. Figured we should take a look." Bad feelings weren't exactly uncommon in our line of work, but something about Hank's tone made me pay attention. I put down my coffee and grabbed my jacket. "All right, let's go." Willow Creek was a couple of hours out of the city, a small, sleepy town that didn't see much excitement. The drive was uneventful, filled with the usual small talk and speculation about the case. As we pulled into town, the sheriff's office came into view. Sheriff Lonnie Barrett was waiting for us outside, his weathered face lined with worry. "Thanks for coming, fellas," he greeted us, shaking our hands. "I'm telling you, something's not right about this." "Tell us what you know," I said. He led us inside and laid out the details. 2 hikers, a young couple named Danny and Lisa, had set out yesterday morning for a day hike. When they didn't return by nightfall, their friends reported them missing. The sheriff's men had searched the area but found nothing. No tracks, no signs of struggle, nothing. "We've had folks get lost before," Barrett said, "but never like this. It's like they just vanished." Hank and I exchanged a glance. We dealt with plenty of disappearances, but complete vanishings were rare and unsettling. We decided to start our search where the couple had last been seen, a trailhead at the edge of the forest. The woods were dense, the kind of place where it was easy to lose your bearings. We split up, Hank heading north while I went south. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. The only sounds the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. Hours passed with no sign of Danny or Lisa. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, I came across something odd. A clearing, not marked on any of the maps we had seen, with a single ancient-looking tree standing in the center. It was gnarled and twisted, unlike any other tree in the forest. Carved into its bark were strange symbols, unlike anything I'd ever seen. I called Hank on the radio. "You need to see this." He arrived a few minutes later, eyes narrowing at the sight. "What the hell is this?" "No idea, but it feels wrong." We decided to set up camp for the night, keeping the tree in our sights. As darkness fell, an uneasy silence settled over the woods. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Around midnight, we heard it, a low, guttural sound, not quite human, but not entirely animal either. It echoed through the trees, sending a shiver down my spine. Hank and I exchanged a look, both of us reaching for our guns. "Stay close," he whispered. We moved towards the sound, the darkness pressing in around us. The noise grew louder, more insistent. And then we saw it. A figure, hunched and twisted, moving between the trees with unnatural speed. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen, part man, part beast. with eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. "Holy," Hank breathed. The creature turned towards us, and for a moment everything went still. Then it charged. We fired, but the bullet seemed to do little more than slow it down. It was on us in seconds, a blur of claws and teeth. I went down hard, my head slamming into the ground, and the world went black. When I came to, the creature was gone, and Hank was leaning over me, a nasty gash on his arm. "You all right?" "Yeah," I groaned, sitting up. "What the hell was that?" "No idea, but we need to find those kids and get out of here." We followed the trail of destruction left by the creature, hoping it would lead us to Danny and Lisa. The woods seemed to close in around us, the trees whispering secrets we couldn't understand. Then we found them, or what was left of them. Their bodies were torn apart, barely recognizable. It was a gruesome sight, one that would haunt me for a long time. But there was something else, something even more disturbing. The strange symbols from the tree were carved into their skin, as if the creature had marked them. "We need to get out of here," Hank said, his voice shaking now. We made our way back to the clearing, the ancient tree looming over us. It felt like it was watching, judging. We didn't waste any time packing up and heading back to the trailhead. The drive back to the city was silent, both of us lost in our thoughts. We reported everything to the sheriff, who looked as shaken as we felt. There wasn't much he could do. The creature was gone, and the town would have to deal with the aftermath. As for us, we had other cases to handle, other mysteries to solve. But that day in Willow Creek, it stayed with me. It was a reminder that there are things out there lurking in the shadows, waiting for their moment. And sometimes we're the ones who have to face them. Back in the office, I sat down at my desk, the familiar routine a small comfort. Hank walked over, his arm bandaged, but otherwise looking no worse for wear. "Hell of a day, huh?" he said. "Yeah," I replied, taking a sip of my now cold coffee. The city outside bustled with life, oblivious to the horrors that lurked just beyond its borders. But I knew better. I knew that the world was full of dark corners and hidden creatures, and that sometimes the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary was thinner than we thought. Sometimes, even the most mundane days begin with the slightest hint of something off, something that just doesn't sit right. It was a typical morning when I walked into the office of the Missing Persons Unit in Phoenix, Arizona. The desert heat was already baking the streets outside, and I was nursing my third cup of coffee before even starting my shift. I've been at this job for 10 years now, and I've seen it all. Or so I thought. I'm Louis Kincaid, a senior investigator with the MPU. We specialize in cases that have gone cold or those that have been dismissed as unsolvable. Our office was a small, cluttered space filled with maps, case files, and the scent of desperation and coffee. My boss, Chief Nathaniel Porter, was an old-school cop with a gruff demeanor but a heart of gold hidden under layers of cynicism. On this particular day, we received a call from a frantic woman named Marissa Diaz. Her brother, Raphael, had gone missing 2 days ago. Raphael was a seasoned hiker and outdoor enthusiast, and his disappearance in the rugged terrain of the Superstition Mountains didn't fit the profile of someone who'd simply gotten lost. Marissa was convinced something more sinister was at play. She mentioned that Raphael had been investigating strange occurrences in the area, reports of mutilated wildlife and eerie, guttural sounds at night. Given the nature of our work, this piqued my interest more than I'd like to admit. The Superstition Mountains have always had their share of legends and folklore, but it seemed like there was something tangible behind Raphael's disappearance. I grabbed my gear and briefed my partner, Malik Taylor, a sharp-eyed former Marine with a knack for tracking. We decided to head out immediately. Marissa provided us with Raphael's last known coordinates and the details of his planned route. As we drove towards the mountains, I couldn't shake the feeling that this case was going to be different. The Superstitions were notorious for their treacherous terrain and sudden weather changes. By the time we arrived, the sun was high, casting long shadows over the jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. We parked at the trailhead and began our hike, following Raphael's trail markers. The first few hours were uneventful. Malik and I made small talk, mostly about the usual office politics and the absurdity of some of our cases. But as we ventured deeper, the atmosphere changed. The air felt heavier. The silence of the desert, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant cry of a hawk. We reached Raphael's last known location by late afternoon. It was a small clearing surrounded by large boulders and thick brush. The area looked undisturbed at first glance, but Malik's sharp eyes caught something, a backpack partially hidden behind a rock. It was Raphael's, and it had been torn open, its contents scattered. We began searching the area more thoroughly. That's when we found the first sign of trouble, a trail of blood leading away from the clearing. It wasn't a lot, but enough to indicate that someone had been injured. My heart rate quickened as we followed the trail. The blood trail led us to a small cave entrance, barely visible among the rocks. It was dark and foreboding, but we had no choice. We drew our flashlights and stepped inside, our senses heightened by the oppressive silence and the faint metallic scent of blood. The cave was narrow and winding, forcing us to move in single file. Malik took the lead, his military training evident in his cautious movements. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. A makeshift camp with signs of a struggle. There were scratch marks on the walls and, more disturbingly, patches of fur and blood. What the hell happened here? Malik muttered, scanning the area with his flashlight. I don't know, but it's not good, I replied, my voice echoing slightly in the confined space. As we moved deeper into the cave, the atmosphere grew colder, and the air was thick with an unidentifiable stench. Suddenly, Malik stopped short, his flashlight fixed on something ahead. I followed his gaze and saw it. A body, or what was left of it. It was Raphael. His body was mangled, as if mauled by a wild animal. But there was something off. The wounds were too precise, too deliberate. And there, standing over the body, was the creature. An unknown animalistic being, hunched and grotesque, its eyes glinting in the flashlight's beam. Before we could react, the creature lunged at Malik with terrifying speed. He fired his weapon, but it barely slowed the creature down. It was on him in an instant, its claws slashing through his jacket and drawing blood. I aimed my flashlight and gun, trying to get a clear shot, but the cave's narrow confines made it difficult. "Get out of here, Lewis," Malik shouted, struggling against the creature's relentless assault. but I couldn't leave him. I fired my gun, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet hit the creature, causing it to screech and retreat momentarily. I seized the opportunity to grab Malik and pull him away. We stumbled out of the cave, the creature's roars echoing behind us. I half-carried, half-dragged Malik until we were a safe distance away. His wounds were deep, but he was still conscious. "Lewis, we need to call for backup," he gasped, wincing in pain. I nodded, fumbling for my radio. "This is Concade. We need immediate assistance at the Superstition Mountains. Officer down. Repeat, officer down." As we waited for help to arrive, I kept a wary eye on the cave entrance. The creature didn't emerge, but I knew it was still in there, waiting. When the backup arrived, we evacuated Malik and secured the area. The following days were a blur of reports, investigations, and sleepless nights. Malik recovered from his injuries, but the memory of that creature haunted us both. The official report listed Raphael's death as a wild animal attack, but we knew the truth was far more sinister. The cave was sealed off, and the area was declared off-limits to the public. The higher-ups didn't want to cause a panic, and there was no way to explain what we had seen. But Malik and I knew that something was out there, something beyond our understanding, and so life went on. Cases came and went, but the memory of that day in the Superstition Mountains stayed with me. I don't talk about it much, and neither does Malik. It's just one of those things you carry with you, a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. My name is Tommy, and this happened to me on October 15th, 2008. I'm a search and rescue officer in the thick woods of northern Idaho. I've spent most of my adult life here, navigating the dense forests and towering pines, looking for lost hikers and the occasional missing camper. I'm good at my job, and I like to think I've seen it all. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that autumn day. It started like any other search operation. Early in the morning, I got a call about a missing girl, Marissa Anders, 12 years old, lost in the woods near Priest Lake. She had wandered off from a family camping trip and hadn't been seen for over 12 hours. This wasn't unusual. Kids get lost all the time. The trick is finding them before nightfall, when the temperature drops and the dangers of the forest become all too real. I met up with my partner Dale Morgan at the trailhead. Dale's been doing this almost as long as I have. He's a tough guy, ex-military, no nonsense. We exchanged a few jokes about how we'd probably find the girl within a couple of hours. Maybe scolded but safe, hiding in a hollow tree or something. We gathered our gear, checked our radios, and set off into the woods. The air was crisp and cool, with the scent of pine needles filling our lungs. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping and squirrels chattering. The initial search was uneventful. We called out Marissa's name, paused to listen, then moved on. We followed the main trail for a couple of miles before veering off into the underbrush where her parents last saw her. Hours passed without any sign of her. No footprints, no discarded items. Nothing. Dale started to get a bit uneasy, which was unusual for him. Around midday, we met up with another team to regroup and share updates. No one had found anything. It was like the girl had vanished into thin air. As the sun began to sink lower, we decided to split up and cover more ground before it got dark. I headed north, deeper into the forest. while Dale and the others fanned out in different directions. I trudged through the thick undergrowth, the sound of crunching leaves and snapping twigs my only company. The forest felt different somehow, quieter than usual. I paused to catch my breath and noticed a faint trail I hadn't seen before, leading further into the woods. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, overgrown and almost invisible. Figuring it was worth a shot, I followed it. After about an hour, I came across an old cabin. It was barely standing, more of a ruin than a shelter. The roof was caved in, and the wooden walls were covered in moss and ivy. I didn't expect to find Marissa here, but the place seemed worth a quick look. Maybe she'd taken shelter inside. I stepped through the creaky doorway and immediately felt a chill. The air was damp and musty, filled with the scent of decay. The cabin was empty except for a few rusted tools and a broken table. I called out Marissa's name, but the only response was the echo of my own voice. I was about to leave when I noticed something strange on the floor, a small, faded backpack. It was pink, with cartoon characters on it, clearly a child's. My heart started to race. I picked up the backpack and rummaged through it. Inside were a few snacks, a water bottle, and a map of the campsite with a name written on it. Marissa. This was definitely her backpack. I radioed Dale to let him know what I'd found and ask him to come over. While waiting for Dale, I decided to look around outside. The forest was growing darker, and the shadows seemed to stretch out like grasping hands. I found a narrow path behind the cabin, partially hidden by overgrown bushes. It looked like it led further into the forest, away from any marked trails. I followed it, flashlight in hand, calling out Marissa's name every few steps. About 20 minutes in, I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. It was a large clearing, and in the center stood a tall, grotesque statue. It was made of twisted branches and bones, fashioned into the rough shape of a man. At its base was a pile of clothes, all children's sizes. My flashlight beam flickered over the scene, and I felt a deep, primal fear settle in my gut. I turned to head back to the cabin, but stopped short. Standing at the edge of the clearing was a figure, tall, thin, almost skeletal. It was hard to make out any details in the fading light, but I could feel its eyes on me. I shouted at it, demanding to know who it was, but it didn't respond. Instead, it took a step forward, then another, moving with an unnatural, jerky gait. I backed away, my hand instinctively reaching for the gun at my hip. I'm not usually armed on these searches, but something about this place, this situation, made me glad I'd broken that rule today. The figure kept coming, and I could see it more clearly now. Its face was pale and twisted, like something out of a nightmare. It had no eyes, just dark, empty sockets. I fired a warning shot into the air, hoping to scare it off, but it didn't flinch. It kept advancing, slow but relentless. I aimed and fired again, this time hitting it square in the chest. It staggered but didn't fall. I fired again and again, each shot echoing through the trees. Finally, it collapsed, falling to the ground in a heap. I stood there, breathing hard, my ears ringing from the gunshots. The figure lay still, but I wasn't taking any chances. I approached cautiously, my flashlight trained on its body. Up close, it looked even worse. The skin was pale and leathery, stretched tight over sharp bones. It wore tattered, blood-stained clothes that looked like they'd been ripped from different victims. As I stood over it, Dale's voice crackled through my radio, asking where I was. I gave him my coordinates and told him to hurry. While waiting, I examined the clearing more closely. Among the clothes at the statue's base, I found a small shoe, pink with a sparkly bow. It matched the description of what Marissa had been wearing. When Dale arrived, I showed him the scene. He didn't say much, just nodded grimly. We both knew this wasn't something we could easily explain. We gathered what evidence we could, including Marissa's backpack and the shoe, and headed back to the cabin. We radioed the rest of the team and informed them of the situation. A search party was organized to comb the area around the clearing, but no other bodies or clues were found. It was like the forest had swallowed everything else whole. We reported our findings to the authorities, who launched a full investigation. The cabin, the clearing, and the grotesque statue became the focus. They identified the figure as some kind of deranged hermit who'd been living in the woods for years, preying on lost hikers and campers. They found more evidence of his victims scattered around his makeshift home, but Marissa was never found. The case made headlines for a while, and people stopped visiting Priest Lake for a time. The forest seemed tainted by what had happened, and it took years for the area to recover. I still think about Marissa, about all those kids whose lives ended in those woods. I've been on countless search and rescue missions since, but nothing has ever come close to that day. I keep her backpack in my truck, a reminder of the ones we couldn't save. And sometimes, when I'm out in the forest alone, I swear I can feel eyes on me, watching from the shadows. My name is Carlos, and this happened to me on August 13, 2008. I was working as a search and rescue officer in the Ouachita National Forest in Arkansas. I'd been on the job for over a decade, and I had seen my fair share of strange things, but nothing prepared me for what happened that summer. It was a typical humid day when we got the call about a missing person. A hiker named Ralph Wade had been reported missing by his wife after he didn't return from a solo trek. Solo hikers often get themselves into trouble, but Ralph was an experienced outdoorsman. This was unusual. I teamed up with my colleague, Mike Sanford. Mike was a sturdy guy, reliable and thorough. We grabbed our packs, checked our radios, and set out. The forest was thick with the smell of pine needles and damp earth, and the cicadas were loud enough to drive you mad. We started on the trail Ralph's wife said he was taking. "You ever been out this far, Mike?" he asked, pushing a branch out of his way. "Once or twice," I replied, "but it's easy to get turned around if you're not careful." We walked for hours, calling Ralph's name, stopping every now and then to listen for any response. The only sounds were the distant calls of birds and the rustling of leaves. It was eerie, the kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl. Just as the sun began to dip, we found Ralph's camp. His tent was pitched near a small clearing, his backpack leaning against a tree. But there was no sign of him. "Something's not right," Mike muttered, poking around the campsite. Why would he leave his stuff? We radioed back to base, letting them know we found the campsite but not Ralph. They told us to set up camp and continue the search in the morning. Nightfall in the forest can be disorienting, and it wasn't safe to wander in the dark. We built a fire and settled in. The crackling flames were comforting, but the surrounding darkness felt oppressive. Mike tried to lighten the mood with stories about past rescues, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Around midnight, a sound broke the stillness, a low, guttural noise, unlike any animal I'd ever heard. Mike and I exchanged glances. "You hear that?" he whispered. "Yeah," I nodded. "Stay close to the fire." We listened, the noise growing closer. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. We spent the rest of the night on high alert, but nothing else happened. At dawn, we resumed our search. We followed a faint trail leading deeper into the forest, hoping it would lead us to Ralph. About a mile in, we found a shoe. It was Ralph's, no doubt about it, but it was torn and bloodied, as if something had ripped it off his foot. "This doesn't look good," Mike said, his voice grim. We pressed on, more cautious now. The trail led us to a rocky outcrop with a small cave entrance. I don't know why, but something about that cave made my stomach turn. "We should check it out," Mike said, already moving towards it. Inside the cave it was cold and damp. The smell of decay hit us like a punch. We found Ralph, or what was left of him. His body was mangled, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. It was a gruesome sight, and it took all my willpower not to be sick. "What the hell did this?" Mike's voice was shaky, and I could tell he was just as shaken as I was. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we need to get back and report this." As we turned to leave, I saw movement in the shadows. A figure, tall and gaunt, with eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. It stood there, watching us. "Run!" I shouted, and we bolted out of the cave. We ran through the forest, branches whipping at our faces, the sound of heavy footsteps behind us. Whatever it was fast. We burst into the clearing where our camp was, and the footsteps stopped. We didn't look back, just kept running until we reached the trailhead. Back at base, we reported what we found. The higher-ups dismissed our account of the creature, chalking it up to stress and shock. They organized a recovery team to retrieve Ralph's body, but Mike and I were not part of it. We were ordered to take a few days off to recover. I couldn't get the image of that creature out of my head, the way it moved, the way it watched us. It was something primal, something that didn't belong in our world. Mike and I didn't talk about it much after that. We both knew no one would believe us. Ralph's death was officially listed as an animal attack. "The forest has its dangers," they said, "but I know what I saw. It wasn't an animal, and I don't think Ralph was the first or the last to encounter whatever that was." Years have passed since that day, but the memory is still vivid. Sometimes I think about going back, trying to find answers, but then I remember those eyes, and I decide it's better to leave some things alone. Life goes on, but the forest holds its secrets, and some of those secrets are better left undisturbed. It was August 19th, 2010. I was a truck driver, hauling freight across the less glamorous parts of the country. This one time I was hauling a load of frozen goods from Cincinnati down to a small town called McGregor in Texas. It was a long, uneventful route for the most part, but things took a turn that made this trip unforgettable. I was a couple of hours out of Memphis when I got a call from my dispatcher, Frank. Frank was a no-nonsense kind of guy, the sort who'd seen it all and dealt with worse. He told me there'd been a change in my drop-off schedule. Apparently the warehouse in McGregor couldn't take the delivery until the following morning, so I'd have to find somewhere to park overnight. Now, finding a good spot to park a rig overnight isn't always easy. Truck stops fill up fast, and not every town is welcoming to a big semi parked down the street. I pulled out my map old school style and found a small truck stop listed a few miles off the interstate in a place called Junction City. Sounded like as good a place as any to kill some time. I pulled into the truck stop around dusk. It was one of those rundown places you see all over the country. More asphalt and dust than anything else. The sign flickered, half the letters burned out. There were only a couple of other trucks parked, and the diner looked like it hadn't seen a good cleaning in years. But they had showers, and I could get a meal, so I figured I'd make do. I parked my rig and headed into the diner. The air inside was thick with the smell of stale coffee and greasy food. The waitress was friendly enough, and the coffee was hot. I ordered a burger and fries and struck up a conversation with a guy named Hank sitting at the counter. Hank was a local, just there for a meal after a day of working on his farm. We talked about the weather, crops, and how the town had seen better days. After dinner, I grabbed a shower, feeling the grime of the road wash away. As I was heading back to my truck, I noticed another rig had pulled in, a beat-up old Peterbilt. Something about it seemed off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The driver wasn't around, and I didn't think much of it. I settled into my cab, locked the doors, and got ready to sleep. Truckers develop a sixth sense for safety, and while Junction City wasn't the worst place I'd been, I still took my precautions. It must have been around midnight when I woke up. It was one of those wake-ups where you're not sure what pulled you out of sleep. I glanced around the cab, dimly lit by the glow of the truck stop lights. That's when I heard a noise, a soft scraping sound coming from outside. I thought maybe it was just an animal, but it didn't sit right with me. I peered out the window and saw a shadow moving near the other rig, the old Peterbilt. I rubbed my eyes, trying to get a better look. The shadow moved again, and I saw a figure crouched by the truck, fiddling with something near the back. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly opened my door. Something about the way the figure moved made me uneasy. As I got closer, I realized the person was messing with the trailer's lock. "Hey, what are you doing?" I called out. The figure froze, then bolted around the side of the truck and disappeared into the darkness. I shone my flashlight where the person had been and saw the lock on the trailer had been cut. I didn't know what was in the trailer, but it didn't matter. Theft was common, but this felt more malicious. I went back to my truck, grabbed my phone, and called the local sheriff's office. The dispatcher said they'd send someone out, but being a small town, it might take a while. I wasn't about to just sit there and wait, so I decided to stay up and keep an eye on things. I kept thinking about that shadowy figure and the way they moved. It didn't seem like your run-of-the-mill thief. There was something more deliberate about it, like they were looking for something specific. It was around 1:30 in the morning when I saw headlights coming down the road. A dusty old sedan pulled into the lot, and a tall man in a sheriff's uniform got out. He looked tired, like he'd rather be anywhere else but here. He introduced himself as Sheriff Donnelly and asked me what I'd seen. I told him about the figure and the cut lock. He nodded, looking around the lot with a flashlight. "We've had a few reports of break-ins around here," he said. "Nothing too serious, but I'll take a look." We walked over to the Peterbilt, and Sheriff Donnelly examined the lock. He muttered something under his breath, then walked around the truck, shining his light into the shadows. "You didn't see where they went?" he asked. "No," I replied. just took off into the dark. He nodded again, then stood there for a moment thinking, "Well, I'll patrol the area, see if I can find anything. You stay put, and if you see anything else, give us a call." I thanked him, and he drove off, his headlights disappearing into the night. I felt a bit more at ease knowing the sheriff was around, but something still gnawed at me. I climbed back into my truck and locked the doors again. I tried to sleep, but my mind wouldn't let me. I kept replaying the scene, trying to make sense of it. Around 3 a.m., I heard another noise, louder this time. It sounded like metal scraping against metal. My heart pounded as I grabbed my flashlight and peered out the window. The figure was back, this time at my trailer. I cursed under my breath and grabbed my phone to call the sheriff again. As I dialed, the figure must have heard me. They turned and looked straight at my cab. For a split second, we locked eyes. I couldn't make out their face, but the intensity of their stare sent a chill down my spine. The figure took off running again, disappearing behind the trailers. I jumped out of my truck and ran after them, not thinking clearly. I just wanted to catch whoever was causing this trouble. I rounded the corner of the trailer and saw the figure heading towards the tree line at the edge of the lot. "Stop!" I yelled, but they kept running. Just then a shot rang out. I ducked instinctively, heart racing. I looked around, trying to figure out where it came from. Another shot followed, and I saw the figure collapse near the trees. Sheriff Donnelly emerged from the darkness, his gun drawn. He approached the figure cautiously, then signaled for me to come over. I walked up, my flashlight illuminating the scene. The figure lay on the ground, groaning in pain. The sheriff kicked away a small knife that had fallen from their hand. "Stay back," he ordered, and I did as I was told. The sheriff knelt down and checked the person's pulse. "He's alive," he said, then called for an ambulance on his radio. He looked up at me. "You okay?" "Yeah," I replied, still shaking, just startled. The paramedics arrived a few minutes later and took the figure away. As they lifted him onto the stretcher, I caught a glimpse of his face. He was young, maybe in his early 20s, with wild eyes and a gaunt face. Something about him looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. The sheriff took my statement, and I spent the rest of the night in my truck, unable to sleep. Morning came, and I headed to the warehouse in McGregor, delivering my load without further incident. But the events of that night stayed with me. A few days later, I got a call from Sheriff Donnelly. He told me the man they'd arrested was part of a small-time gang that had been targeting truck stops and rest areas along the interstate. They'd been stealing cargo and selling it off. But the guy they'd caught that night had a different motive. He was looking for a specific shipment, a shipment he believed contained something valuable. The sheriff didn't go into details, but he mentioned that the guy had been in and out of trouble for years, always looking for a big score. That night, he was desperate, and desperation makes people dangerous. I couldn't shake the feeling of those eyes staring at me in the dark. It was a reminder that even in the most mundane places, danger could lurk. I took more precautions after that, always staying alert, always watching my surroundings. Truck driving is a lonely job, but it's moments like these that make you realize how vulnerable you really are out there on the open road. I still drive through Junction City from time to time, and every time I pass that old truck stop, I think about that night. It's a reminder to never let your guard down, because you never know what's waiting for you in the dark. My name is Ryan, and this happened to me on October 15th, 2009. I've been a truck driver for the past 18 years, hauling goods across the country. You get used to the loneliness, the long stretches of road, the truck stops that all start to look the same. But what happened that night in Montana still haunts me. And not just because I lost a friend. It started like any other haul. I was driving west on Route 2, a lonely stretch of highway cutting through the plains and mountains. My partner, Travis Callahan, rode shotgun. We'd been doing runs together for about a year, and we'd developed a rhythm. He was a funny guy, always quick with a joke or a story from his wilder days. We were hauling a load of lumber from Minnesota to Seattle. A good 3-day trip if we took turns driving. The first couple of days went smoothly. We stopped in small towns, grabbed coffee at dingy diners, and swapped stories with other truckers. By the third night, we were deep into Montana, near a place called Glasgow. It was late, around midnight, when we decided to pull over at a rest area to stretch our legs and take a leak. The rest area was one of those old, run-down places, a couple of rusty picnic tables and a single bathroom that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years. Travis and I got out, and the cold hit us. October nights in Montana can be brutal. We were the only ones there, which wasn't unusual. Most truckers preferred the more modern stops closer to the interstates. We were standing there, looking up at the stars, when we heard it, a faint, muffled scream coming from somewhere in the woods behind the rest area. I glanced at Travis, and he raised an eyebrow. "You hear that?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Sounds like someone's in trouble." Travis, always the curious one, said, "Let's check it out. Might be someone who needs help." I wasn't thrilled about the idea. Man, it's probably just some kids messing around. But Travis was already heading towards the trees, so I followed him. We walked into the woods, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The screaming got louder, more desperate. My gut told me to turn back, but Travis kept pushing forward. About 50 yards in, we found her. A young woman, maybe in her 20s, tied to a tree with duct tape over her mouth. She looked terrified, her eyes wide with fear. Travis rushed over and started to untie her while I kept an eye out for whoever did this. "Who did this to you?" Travis asked, pulling the tape off her mouth. She started to speak, but before she could get a word out, a figure emerged from the darkness. He was tall, dressed in dark clothing and holding a knife. No words, just the glint of the blade in the moonlight. "Travis, watch out," I shouted. But it was too late. The guy lunged at Travis, stabbing him in the side. Travis went down, clutching his wound. The woman screamed, and the guy turned his attention to her. I grabbed a fallen branch and swung it at him, catching him across the back. He grunted and turned on me, slashing wildly with the knife. I managed to dodge most of his attacks, but he was relentless. He got me on the arm, a deep gash that bled like crazy. I swung the branch again, hitting him square in the jaw. He stumbled back, and I took my chance. I grabbed Travis by the arm and dragged him away, the woman following close behind. We made it back to the truck, and I fumbled for my phone, dialing 911. The operator said it would take at least 30 minutes for the nearest police to arrive. Travis was losing a lot of blood, and I did my best to stop the bleeding with a rag from the truck. The woman was crying, her hands shaking as she told us her name was Emily, and that she had been hitchhiking when the man grabbed her. We waited, the three of us huddled in the cab of the truck, eyes darting to the tree line. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig set our nerves on edge. Finally, the flashing lights of a police cruiser cut through the darkness. Two officers approached, guns drawn. They took our statements and searched the woods, but the man was gone, vanished like a ghost. Travis was rushed to the hospital. He survived, but the wound ended his trucking career. Emily gave her statement to the police, but they never found her abductor. It was like he disappeared into thin air. The cops said he was probably a drifter, someone who moved from place to place, never staying long enough to get caught. I still drive that route sometimes, and every time I pass that rest area, I think about that night. I think about Travis and how close we came to dying. I think about Emily and how she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think about that man, still out there somewhere, waiting for his next victim. It's funny, you know. You spend your whole life on the road, thinking you've seen it all. But then something like this happens, and you realize just how much you don't know, how much you can't control. The open road isn't as free as it seems. It's a place where anything can happen, where danger can be hiding around any corner. Travis and I drifted apart after that. He moved back to Texas, found a job managing a warehouse. We talk sometimes, but it's not the same. That night changed us, made us different people. I still drive, still haul loads across the country, but I'm always looking over my shoulder, always wondering if I'll see that man again. Life goes on though. You have to keep moving, keep driving. But some nights, when the road is quiet and the stars are out, I hear that scream, and I see those eyes, wide with fear, and I remember that we're all just a breath away from the darkness. My name is Cyrus Alden, and this all went down in 2003. I was 34, a freelance photographer hustling for gigs in the bustling city of Portland, Oregon. My life was a chaotic mix of art and uncertainty. The only thing constant was my love for the outdoors, a passion kindled by my grandfather during our childhood trips to his cabin in the woods of Mount Hood National Forest. This particular summer, I needed a break from the relentless grind. My old buddy from college, Luke Braddock, suggested a weekend at his family's cabin in the same forest. It sounded perfect, nostalgic, peaceful, and a chance to catch up with an old friend. Plus, I could capture some nature shots to diversify my portfolio. Luke and I hadn't hung out much since college, but he was the kind of friend where time and distance didn't matter. He was an easygoing guy, always with a quick joke and an easy laugh. His girlfriend, Emma Burks, was joining us. I'd met her a couple of times, sharp, witty, with a knack for making everyone feel at ease. Her younger brother, Shane, was tagging along too. He was a quiet kid, maybe 22, fresh out of some tech school and trying to find his place in the world. We loaded up the car and headed out on a Friday afternoon. The drive up was filled with banter, Luke's bad jokes, and Emma's sarcastic retorts. Shane mostly stayed silent, earbuds in, nodding along to whatever music was fueling his brooding vibe. The cabin was a picturesque relic, wooden beams, a stone chimney, nestled amidst towering pines. As we unpacked, Luke and I reminisced about our college escapades, the time we almost got expelled for sneaking into the dean's office to switch our grades unsuccessfully, I might add, while Emma rolled her eyes and Shane looked mildly entertained. The first night was uneventful: grilled burgers, a couple of beers, and a roaring fire. We stayed up late, swapping stories and teasing Shane about his teenage crush on Emma's best friend. The forest outside was a comforting presence, a familiar blanket of sounds and shadows. Saturday morning we decided to hike to a nearby waterfall. I was eager to get some good shots, and Luke was keen to show off his expert hiking skills. The trail was rugged, and the forest seemed denser than I remembered. After a couple of hours we reached the falls, a stunning cascade of water framed by lush greenery. It was perfect. I got lost in my work, snapping shot after shot, while the others explored the area. By late afternoon we headed back. That's when things started to get weird. The trail seemed different, less familiar. We argued about the right path, each turn looking more like the last. Emma was the first to voice what we were all thinking. Had we gotten lost? It was Luke who noticed the cabin, not ours, but another one, hidden off the main trail. It looked abandoned, windows boarded up, the door slightly ajar. Shane suggested checking it out, maybe finding a map or something. I wasn't keen on the idea. Something about it felt off. But we were tired, and Luke's enthusiasm was hard to resist. Inside, it was a time capsule from the 70s: dusty furniture, a faded rug, and a creepy family portrait over the fireplace. I snapped a few shots, the eerie vibe adding an unexpected twist to my collection. Emma found an old lantern, and Shane unearthed a rusted toolbox with nothing useful. Luke rummaged through the kitchen, emerging with a triumphant grin and a half-empty bottle of whiskey. "Let's call it a night here," Luke suggested. "We can find our way back in the morning." We settled in, though the place gave me the creeps. Luke's whiskey worked its magic, easing the tension. We played cards by the lantern's dim light, Shane finally joining in the conversation. The night wore on, the forest outside an impenetrable wall of darkness. Around midnight I stepped outside to clear my head. The forest was silent, too silent. No rustling leaves, no distant animal calls, just an oppressive, unnatural quiet. I was about to head back in when I saw it. A figure, hunched and pale, standing at the edge of the trees. My breath caught in my throat. It looked human, but something was off. Its limbs were too long, its movements too jerky. I blinked, and it was gone. I rushed inside, locking the door behind me. "Hey, you okay?" Emma asked, noticing my pale face. "Yeah, I just thought I saw something. Probably a deer or something," I lied, not wanting to freak them out. We turned in, the unease settling over us like a blanket. I couldn't shake the image from my mind, the figure, the wrongness of it. Sleep came in fitful bursts, every creak of the old cabin jolting me awake. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew it was dawn, the light filtering through the grimy windows bringing a semblance of normalcy. We decided to head back to our cabin, hoping daylight would make the trail clearer. Packing up, I noticed Shane was quieter than usual, his face drawn. Emma tried to lighten the mood, making jokes about Luke's snoring and my paranoia. We set off, but the forest felt different, more menacing. We hadn't gone far when we found it, another cabin, identical to the one we'd just left. Luke swore we were on the right path, but my gut said otherwise. The sense of déjà vu was overpowering. Shane suggested checking it out, maybe finding something we missed. I was against it, but Luke's stubbornness won out. Inside, it was the same dusty furniture, the same faded rug, even the same creepy portrait. It was like we had never left. Emma's face paled, and Shane's eyes darted around nervously. "This is messed up," I muttered, snapping another shot of the portrait for good measure. Luke tried to laugh it off, but his voice lacked conviction. We searched the place again, finding nothing new. The tension was palpable. Emma suggested we stick together, no more splitting up. We decided to leave, but as we stepped out, we heard it. A low, guttural sound, like an animal in pain. It sent a shiver down my spine. Luke tried to joke about it being Bigfoot, but no one laughed. We picked up the pace, the sound following us, growing louder and more distinct. Then we saw it, the figure from last night, standing in the path ahead. It was closer now, its features clearer, pale skin, unnaturally long limbs, and eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. My heart pounded in my chest. Luke stepped forward, but I grabbed his arm. "Don't," I whispered. "We need to go, now." We turned to run, but it moved faster than anything I'd ever seen. One moment it was on the path, the next it was upon us. Luke went down first, a scream cut short. Emma and Shane bolted, and I followed, the figure's footsteps thudding behind us. We ran blindly, adrenaline fueling our flight. The forest blurred around us, branches scratching at our faces and arms. Emma stumbled, and I grabbed her, pulling her along. Shane was ahead, his breath coming in ragged gasps. We burst into a clearing, our cabin in sight. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. Shane screamed, a gurgling, horrible sound. I turned to see the figure on him, those long limbs wrapped around him like a vice. Emma screamed, and I yanked her towards the cabin. Inside, we slammed the door and barricaded it with whatever we could find. Emma was hysterical, sobbing uncontrollably. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, my hands shaking. The sounds outside were indescribable cries, thuds, and that low, guttural growl that made my skin crawl. We huddled in the corner, the knife a poor defense against whatever was out there. The noises stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. Minutes stretched into hours, and I didn't dare move. Emma eventually cried herself to sleep, exhaustion taking over. Morning light seeped through the windows, bringing a semblance of safety. I cautiously approached the door, listening for any sound. Nothing. I opened it slowly, peering outside. The clearing was empty. No sign of Shane or the creature. "Is it gone?" Emma whispered, her eyes red and puffy. "I think so," I replied, though I wasn't sure. We ventured outside, the forest unnervingly quiet. We had to find Shane, though I dreaded what we might discover. Following the trail back to the clearing where we last saw him, we found nothing. No blood, no signs of a struggle. It was like he had vanished into thin air. Desperation set in. We needed help, but our phones had no signal, and the nearest town was miles away. Emma and I decided to head back to the car, hoping to find a way out of this nightmare. The hike back was a blur, our nerves frayed, every rustle, every shadow making us jump. The car was untouched, a beacon of normalcy in the madness. We drove to the nearest ranger station. Our story met with skepticism. They organized a search, but I knew it was futile. Shane was gone. Weeks passed, the events of that weekend haunting my every thought. The search turned up nothing, no trace of Shane, no signs of the creature. Luke's family was devastated, and Emma and I drifted apart, the shared trauma too much to bear. I tried to move on, throwing myself into work, but the memories lingered. Late at night I could still hear that sound, feel the oppressive silence of the forest. I never went back to Mount Hood, and the thought of the woods now filled me with dread. Years later, I still wonder what we encountered. Some nights, I scour the internet, looking for similar stories, hoping for answers. But all I find are more questions, more nightmares. In the end, I sold my camera gear and moved to a bustling city, far from any forest. The memories of that weekend stay with me, a dark reminder of what lurks beyond the familiar. And though I try to forget, I know that some mysteries are best left unsolved. I always figured living off the grid in a remote corner of the Mojave Desert would give me some peace and quiet. Hell, after the life I had back in LA, I needed it. I mean, who wouldn't want to escape after a messy divorce, a dead-end job, and friends that seemed more like parasites? So I packed up, bought a beat-up trailer, and set up my little slice of solitude. No cell service, no internet, just me, my dog Buster, and the occasional curious coyote. Now, let me tell you, the desert's got a way of getting under your skin. The days are scorching, and the nights, they're colder than a witch's tit. But there's something serene about it. You know, the stars come alive in a way city folks can't even imagine. And the silence, it's like a balm for the soul. Until it wasn't. It was just another typical day for me. I spent the morning fixing up the generator, a finicky old thing that kept sputtering out, and the afternoon hiking with Buster, that dog. He's my best friend, a mutt with a heart of gold and more sense than most people I know. We'd been out for a couple of hours, wandering through the scrub, when Buster started acting funny. His ears perked up, and he started growling at something in the distance. I couldn't see a damn thing, but I trust that dog's instincts more than my own sometimes. "All right, Buster, let's head back," I said, tugging on his leash. He wouldn't budge, just kept growling and staring. I finally had to pick him up, all 70 pounds of him, and carry him back to the trailer. By the time we got back, the sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the sand. There's a saying out here that the desert comes alive at night, and it sure felt like it. After dinner, I settled into my usual routine: a beer, a book, and the gentle hum of the generator. Buster had finally calmed down, stretched out at my feet, snoring softly. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, it was pitch dark, and the generator had cut out. "Damn thing never worked right," I grumbled, stumbling outside with a flashlight, cursing under my breath. The moon was just a sliver in the sky, barely enough to see by. I fiddled with the generator for a few minutes, but it wasn't cooperating. That's when I heard it, a low, rumbling sound, like a growl, but deeper, more guttural. Buster was at my side in an instant, ears back and teeth bared. I shone the flashlight around, but all I saw were shadows dancing on the desert floor. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding braver than I felt. No answer. Just that eerie rumble growing louder. Buster started barking like mad, and I swear I saw something move in the darkness. Something big. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I backed up slowly, pulling Buster with me, and bolted the door behind us. Inside the trailer, I grabbed the shotgun I kept under the bed. Living out here, you learn to be prepared for anything: snakes, coyotes, even the occasional thief. But this felt different. I loaded the gun, hand shaking, and tried to calm Buster down. He was going nuts, barking and scratching at the door. Calm down, boy. It's probably just a coyote, I said, though I didn't believe it myself. I peered out the window, but the flashlight beam barely pierced the darkness. That's when I saw it, a pair of eyes reflecting the light. They were too high off the ground to be a coyote, too wide apart to be human. I froze, gripping the shotgun tighter. Then the thing let out a roar, not a growl, a roar, and charged at the trailer. The whole thing shook as it slammed into the side. Buster was barking like crazy, and I fired a shot through the window, hoping to scare it off. The roar turned into a screech, like nails on a chalkboard, and the thing backed off. But I knew it wasn't gone. I could hear it circling the trailer, scratching at the walls, testing for a way in. I don't know how long it went on like that. Minutes, hours. Time seemed to stretch out, each second filled with that awful scratching and Buster's frantic barking. I fired a few more shots, but I don't think I hit anything. Eventually, the noises stopped, just like that. It was over. The silence was almost worse. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, shotgun in hand, waiting for the next attack. But it never came. When the first light of dawn crept through the window, I finally dared to open the door. The trailer was a mess, scratches and dents all over the sides, windows shattered. There was no sign of the creature, but I found tracks in the sand, big and clawed, like nothing I'd ever seen before. Buster and I spent the morning patching up the trailer as best we could. I thought about calling the cops, but what would I say? Hey officer, I got attacked by some kind of desert monster last night. Yeah, right. I did the only thing that made sense. I packed up my stuff, loaded Buster into the truck, and got the hell out of there. We drove for hours, putting as much distance between us and that place as possible. I didn't know where we were going, just that we couldn't stay. Eventually, we ended up in a little town off the highway. I found a cheap motel, paid in cash, and crashed for the night. Buster was still on edge, but at least we were safe for now. The next morning, I went to a diner for breakfast, trying to shake off the events of the night before. The waitress, a chatty woman named Ethel, noticed my bandaged hand. I'd cut it on the broken glass, and asked what happened. Ran into some trouble out in the desert, I said, trying to keep it vague, but she wasn't buying it. Desert's full of trouble, she said, pouring me a fresh cup of coffee. You see anything strange out there? I looked at her, wondering if she knew more than she was letting on. What do you mean by strange? Folks around here talk about things, you know. Creatures, spirits, stuff that doesn't show up in the daylight. She shrugged, like it was no big deal. Could be you just had a run-in with one of them. Yeah, maybe, I said, not really wanting to get into it. But something about her tone made me think she knew exactly what I was talking about. After breakfast, I took Buster for a walk around town, trying to clear my head. The place was small, just a few streets lined with dusty old buildings, the kind of town where everyone knows everyone's business. I found a hardware store and bought some supplies to fix up the truck. It had taken a beating on that drive. That night, back at the motel, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Buster was restless too, pacing back and forth, ears twitching at every little noise. I kept the shotgun close, just in case. But nothing happened, no roars, no scratches, just the quiet hum of the motel's air conditioner. The next morning I decided it was time to move on. I didn't know where we'd go, but staying put felt like a bad idea. I packed up the truck, checked out of the motel, and hit the road. As we drove, I couldn't help but think about what Ethel had said. Creatures, spirits. Maybe I wasn't going crazy after all. We drove for hours, heading east. The landscape changed from desert to scrubland to rolling hills. It was beautiful, in a desolate sort of way. Buster seemed to relax a bit, hanging his head out the window, enjoying the breeze. I wished I could feel that carefree. We stopped at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. I filled up the tank, grabbed some snacks, and struck up a conversation with the attendant, a lanky kid named Wyatt. He asked where I was headed, and I shrugged. Just trying to get away from the desert, I said. He nodded like he understood. Yeah, that place can mess with your head. You see anything weird out there? I hesitated, then decided to come clean. Yeah, actually. Something attacked my trailer a couple nights ago. Big, mean, and not like anything I've ever seen. Wyatt's eyes widened. You're lucky to be alive, man. There's all sorts of stories about things out there. My grandpa used to talk about a creature that roams the desert at night. Said it was part animal, part demon. Great, I muttered. Just what I needed to hear. We talked a bit more, and Wyatt gave me some advice on places to avoid. Apparently, there were more hotspots for weird activity than I'd realized. I thanked him, bought a map, and marked a few routes that seemed safer. That night, we camped out in the truck at a rest stop. I didn't dare set up the tent, not after what happened. I lay awake, listening to the sounds of the night, jumping at every little noise. Buster seemed calmer, though, and that gave me some comfort. As the days went by, we kept moving, never staying in one place too long. I'd find odd jobs here and there to keep us going, fixing fences, working in diners, anything that paid cash. It wasn't the life I'd imagined, but it was better than being stuck in that trailer, waiting for something to come back and finish the job. Eventually, we ended up in a small town in Colorado. The air was cooler, the people friendly. I found a job at a local mechanic shop, and the owner, Hank, let me park my truck on his property. It wasn't much, but it was home for now. One evening, after a long day at the shop, Hank invited me for a drink. We sat on his porch, watching the sunset over the mountains. He was a good guy, reminded me of my old man in a lot of ways, tough but fair. You know, I've been around a long time, Hank said, nursing his beer. Seen a lot of strange things in my day. But you've got a look about you, like you've seen more than your fair share of trouble. I nodded, taking a swig of my beer. Yeah, you could say that. Want to talk about it? I thought about it for a moment, then shook my head. Maybe another time. Hank didn't press. We sat in silence for a while, just enjoying the evening. It felt good having someone to talk to, even if I wasn't ready to spill my guts just yet. Life settled into a new routine: work, home, repeat. Buster and I found a rhythm, a sense of normalcy. The memories of that night in the desert started to fade, though they never really went away. Every now and then I'd catch myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those eyes watching me. One night, as I was closing up the shop, I heard a noise outside. My heart skipped a beat, but I forced myself to stay calm. Probably just a raccoon or a stray dog. I grabbed a flashlight and headed out to check. There, at the edge of the lot, was a figure, tall, hunched, with glowing eyes. My blood ran cold. It couldn't be. But then the figure stepped into the light, and I saw it was just a man. A drifter, by the looks of him, dirty, tired, but human. He asked for some food, and I gave him what I had. As he walked away, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of relief and disappointment. That night, I realized something. No matter how far I ran, no matter where I went, I'd never really escaped that night in the desert. It had changed me, made me see the world differently. But maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. It kept me on my toes, made me appreciate the little things. And who knows, maybe one day I'll be ready to tell Hank the whole story. But for now, I'm content with my new life, my new routine. Buster and I were survivors. We've been through hell and come out the other side. And as long as we're together, we'll be just fine. The world's a strange place, full of mysteries and dangers. But it's also full of second chances, of new beginnings, and that's something worth holding on to. As the years pass, I still find myself haunted by that night, but I don't let it control me. Instead, I use it as a reminder of what I've overcome, of the strength I've found within myself. Buster's getting older now, his muzzle gray, but he's still by my side, my loyal companion. Hank's become a good friend, and though I've never told him the whole story, he seems to understand. We've all got our demons, our secrets. What matters is how we face them, how we move forward. So here's to the unknown, to the challenges that shape us, and to the friends who stand by us. Life's a journey, and no matter what comes our way, we'll face it head on with courage and a bit of humor. I knew moving off the grid to Red Oak Creek would be different, but nothing could have prepared me for the events of October 9th, 1998. My name's Judson Faraday. I used to be the kind of guy who enjoyed the noise and bustle of the city. But after my divorce, I wanted something quieter, somewhere I could reset. Red Oak Creek, with its dense woods and isolated charm, seemed like the perfect place. I found a small cabin at the edge of the forest, not too far from town, but far enough to feel like I was in my own world. That morning, I was in good spirits. I had just finished my coffee and was planning to take a long hike to clear my head. The trail behind my cabin led deep into the forest, and I hadn't explored it fully yet. The weather was perfect, cool but sunny, with that crisp autumn feel in the air. I grabbed my gear and set off, eager to see what lay beyond the familiar paths. About an hour into my hike, the woods began to change. The trees grew denser, the undergrowth thicker. It was getting harder to navigate, but my curiosity kept me going. I stumbled upon an old overgrown trail and decided to follow it. There was something strangely compelling about it, like it was calling me. I walked for what felt like another hour, losing track of time. The forest was eerily quiet, the only sounds being my footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. Then I noticed something unusual. The ground was disturbed, like something large had been dragged through the underbrush. My heart rate quickened, but I pushed on, thinking it might just be a deer or some other animal. I followed the disturbed trail until I came upon a clearing. In the center was an old, dilapidated cabin. It looked like it hadn't been used in decades. The windows were broken, the door hanging off its hinges. I should have turned back right then, but something compelled me to investigate. Inside the cabin was a wrecked broken furniture, tattered curtains, and an overwhelming sense of decay. But it was the smell that hit me first, a sickly sweet odor that made my stomach churn. I covered my nose and pushed forward, drawn by a morbid curiosity. In the back room I found the source of the smell, a body, or what was left of it, sprawled on the floor. It was mauled beyond recognition, the flesh torn and bloody. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over myself in shock. This was no animal attack. Something far more sinister had happened here. Before I could collect my thoughts, I heard a noise behind me, a low, guttural snarl that sent a chill down my spine. I spun around and saw it standing in the doorway. The creature was unlike anything I'd ever seen, a grotesque fusion of man and beast. It was covered in matted dark fur, with long clawed hands and a face that was more animal than human. Its eyes, though, were disturbingly intelligent, filled with a predatory malice. I didn't have time to think. I bolted, sprinting out of the cabin and into the woods. The creature was right behind me, moving with terrifying speed and agility. I could hear its heavy breaths, feel its presence closing in. My only thought was to get back to my cabin, to safety. Branches whipped at my face, roots tripped me up, but I kept running. I could hear the creature gaining on me, its snarls growing louder. I burst out of the dense woods into a more familiar part of the trail and saw my cabin in the distance. My legs burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I pushed on. Just as I reached my porch, something caught my ankle, and I went down hard. I twisted around to see the creature, its claws digging into my leg. In a desperate move, I kicked out with my free leg, connecting with its face. It let out a howl of pain and released me. I scrambled to my feet and threw myself through the cabin door, slamming it shut behind me. I grabbed my shotgun from the wall, loading it with shaking hands. The creature was at the door, pounding and scratching, trying to get in. I backed away, aiming the gun at the door, ready to fire at anything that came through. The pounding stopped. Silence fell over the cabin, broken only by my ragged breathing. I waited, every muscle tense, expecting the creature to burst through at any moment. But it never did. After what felt like an eternity, I cautiously approached the door and peeked through a crack. The creature was gone. I didn't waste any time. I packed what I could carry and got the hell out of there. I drove into town, not stopping until I reached the sheriff's office. I must have looked like a madman, babbling about a monster in the woods. But Sheriff Winslow took me seriously enough to send a deputy back with me. When we returned to the cabin, there was no sign of the creature. The door was scratched and battered, but it held. The deputy checked the woods but found nothing, no tracks, no signs of struggle. It was like the creature had vanished into thin air. The sheriff believed me, though. He'd grown up in Red Oak Creek and had heard the old stories about strange creatures in the woods. He told me to stay in town for a few days, just to be safe. I didn't argue. The next few days were a blur. I stayed at a motel trying to process what had happened. The sheriff and his men patrolled the woods, but they never found anything. People in town whispered about the old legends, about things that lurked in the forest, but no one had seen anything like what I described. Eventually, I decided to leave Red Oak Creek, the cabin, the woods. It all felt tainted now, like a bad dream I couldn't wake up from. I moved to a small town up north, somewhere far from the forest, where I could try to forget. But I never really did. The image of that creature, its eyes filled with that cold intelligence, still haunts me. Sometimes late at night I hear sounds outside my window and wonder if it found me again. I keep my shotgun close, just in case. Life went on. I made new friends, started over. But a part of me always stayed in those woods, trapped in that moment of terror. I don't tell many people about what happened. Most wouldn't believe me anyway. But I know what I saw, and I'll never forget. I've tried to keep a sense of humor about it, though. When people ask why I moved, I tell them I got tired of the wildlife. They laugh, not knowing how true that really is. But it's better this way. Some things are too strange, too terrifying to share. As for Red Oak Creek, I heard it stayed quiet for a while. No more strange sightings, no more disappearances. Maybe the creature moved on, found new hunting grounds. Or maybe it's still out there waiting for the right moment. I hope to God it never finds me. I never thought much about the back roads of Mississippi until I found myself driving through them, lost as hell, on my way to a friend's cabin. My name is Landon Boudreaux, and let's just say that my sense of direction is worse than a blind man in a maze. I was supposed to be at the cabin hours ago, but after taking what I thought was a shortcut, I ended up navigating through a labyrinth of dirt roads and thick forests. "Hey, you need directions?" A voice called out from behind a rusted pickup truck, parked near an old general store. The store looked like it hadn't seen a customer since the 50s, and the man who emerged looked even older. His name tag read, Earl. "Yeah, I'm looking for Cedar Creek Cabin," I said, hoping this guy could set me straight. Earl squinted at me, his wrinkled face like an old road map. "Cedar Creek, huh? You missed your turn about 10 miles back. It's easy to get lost around these parts. You better be careful. Strange things happen to folks who wander too far off the beaten path." I chuckled nervously, brushing off his cryptic warning. "Thanks, Earl. I'll turn back. Just make sure you don't take any more wrong turns," he added, his eyes narrowing. I nodded, got back in my car, and drove off. But something about his warning nagged at me. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the road, and the air was thick with the smell of pine needles and damp earth. I glanced at my GPS, which was practically useless out here. No signal. Great. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The trees loomed over the road like silent sentinels, their branches swaying ominously in the breeze. Just when I thought I was back on track, I saw a small, overgrown path that seemed like a shortcut. Against my better judgment, I took it. The path grew narrower and bumpier, and soon I was deep in the woods, my car's headlights struggling to pierce the darkness, casting eerie shadows that danced on the trees. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Suddenly I saw a figure dart across the road. I slammed on the brakes, heart pounding. What the hell was that? I peered into the darkness, but saw nothing. Maybe it was just an animal. I pressed on, but the path soon became too treacherous for my car. I had no choice but to continue on foot. Grabbing my flashlight and a map, I set out, hoping to find a way back to the main road. The forest was silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves. I tried to stay calm, but the deeper I went, the more disoriented I became. It was like the forest was swallowing me whole. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon an old, dilapidated house. Its windows were broken, and the door hung off its hinges. Desperate for some sense of direction, I decided to check it out. Maybe someone inside could help me. "Hello?" I called out, stepping inside. The place reeked of mildew and decay. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and cobwebs clung to every corner. There was no sign of life, but I noticed something strange. There were fresh footprints in the dust. My heart raced as I followed the footprints to a room at the back of the house. The door was ajar, and as I pushed it open, a foul stench hit me like a punch to the gut. Inside, I saw a gruesome sight. Bones, some still with flesh clinging to them, were scattered across the floor. It looked like something out of a nightmare. Panic set in, and I turned to leave. But I was stopped by a figure standing in the doorway. A man, tall and gaunt, with wild eyes and a twisted grin. "Looks like you found our little secret," he said, his voice a raspy whisper. "We don't get many visitors around here." I backed away, my mind racing. "I was just looking for directions," I stammered. He laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the house. "Directions? Oh, you're far from any place you want to be." Before I could react, he lunged at me, and I fought back with everything I had. We struggled, and I managed to break free, running out of the house and into the forest. I didn't stop, didn't look back, just ran as fast as my legs could carry me. The forest seemed to close in around me, and I could hear the man pursuing me, his footsteps crunching on the underbrush. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. But I pushed on, driven by sheer terror. I stumbled upon a clearing and saw a cabin in the distance. Could it be Cedar Creek? I sprinted towards it, praying it was the right place. As I got closer, I saw the lights were on, and a faint hope flickered within me. "Help! Somebody help!" I shouted, pounding on the door. The door swung open, and a woman in her late 30s stood there, her face a mask of concern. "What's going on?" "There's a man. He's after me. Please, you have to help." She ushered me inside and locked the door behind me. "You're safe now. My name's Mara." I collapsed onto the couch, gasping for breath. "Thank you, Mara. I don't know what I would have done." A loud crash interrupted me, and we both turned to see the man from the woods standing in the doorway, a crazed look in his eyes. "You can't hide from me," he snarled, stepping inside. Mara grabbed a shotgun from the mantel and aimed it at him. "Get out of here, or I swear I'll shoot." The man hesitated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "You think you can stop me? You have no idea what you're dealing with." Mara fired a warning shot, and he backed away, snarling. "This isn't over," he spat before disappearing into the night. I slumped back on the couch, my heart racing. "Who was that?" Mara set the shotgun down, her hands trembling. "His name's Jebediah. He and his family have been terrorizing these woods for years. No one knows how many people they've killed. Why hasn't anyone done anything?" I asked, still trying to catch my breath. She sighed. "Folks around here are too scared. The police tried once, but they couldn't find any evidence. Jeb's family is cunning, and they know these woods better than anyone." I shook my head, trying to process everything. "So what do we do now?" Mara looked at me, determination in her eyes. "We survive, and we make sure they don't get away with this." We barricaded the doors and windows, and Mara handed me a hunting knife. "Just in case," she said. The hours dragged on, and the forest outside was eerily silent. Every creak and rustle set me on edge, but we remained vigilant. As dawn approached, the tension eased slightly, but we knew it wasn't over. Mara and I decided to head back to town, hoping to find help. We made our way through the forest, sticking to the main path this time. The woods were still dense and foreboding, but the light of day gave us some comfort. As we reached the edge of the forest, I spotted something that made my blood run cold. A figure hung from a tree, swaying gently in the breeze. It was Earl, the old man from the general store. His lifeless eyes stared blankly at us, and a note was pinned to his chest. "This is just the beginning." Mara gripped my arm, her face pale. "We have to get out of here, now." We hurried back to town and went straight to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Thompson listened to our story, his face growing grimmer by the minute. "We've heard tales of Jebediah and his family, but we've never been able to catch them," he said, shaking his head. "This time, we have to act." He gathered a posse, and we led them back to the forest. The search was thorough, and eventually we found the old house. But Jebediah and his family were gone, leaving only traces of their gruesome deeds behind. The sheriff vowed to keep searching, but deep down I knew it wasn't over. Jebediah was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. I never thought a weekend trip to the mountains would end like this. You see, I've always prided myself on my sense of direction and my ability to navigate the wilderness. My name is Caleb Linden, and I've had my share of backpacking adventures. This time, though, things went terribly wrong. My buddy Matt Daniels and I decided to take a break from the city grind and head out to the Cascade Mountains. We planned to hike up to a remote cabin owned by Matt's uncle, a place he swore was the perfect retreat from the chaos of our daily lives. The cabin was off the grid, surrounded by dense forest, with a river nearby for fishing and a clear view of the night sky. It sounded like paradise. We set off early in Matt's old Jeep, loaded with supplies and high spirits. The drive was long, but we didn't mind. The road wound through picturesque small towns and lush greenery, making for a relaxing journey. We chatted about work, relationships, and plans for the future, just enjoying the rare opportunity to unplug and reconnect with nature. After hours of driving, we finally reached the trailhead. We parked the Jeep, hoisted our packs, and started our hike. The air was crisp and cool, the sun filtering through the trees in dappled patterns on the ground. It felt good to be away from the noise and stress of the city. The trail was well marked at first, but as we went deeper into the forest it became less distinct. Matt assured me he knew the way, having been to the cabin a few times before. We followed a narrow path that twisted through the trees, crossing streams and climbing over fallen logs. It was tougher than I expected, but the scenery was breathtaking. About 3 hours in, Matt suggested we take a shortcut he remembered from his last visit. It seemed like a good idea at the time, a way to shave off some distance and get to the cabin faster. We veered off the main trail onto a barely visible track, overgrown with bushes and vines. We pushed through, confident we'd find our way. After another hour of hiking, the shortcut began to feel more like a wild goose chase. The terrain was rough, and the forest seemed to close in around us. Matt started to look uncertain, his earlier confidence waning. We paused to get our bearings, but the trees all looked the same, and there were no clear landmarks. Maybe we should head back to the main trail, I suggested, trying to hide my frustration. Matt nodded, though he looked embarrassed. Yeah, you're right. Let's retrace our steps. We turned around and began to backtrack, but it wasn't long before we realized we were lost. The shortcut had led us deep into uncharted territory, and we couldn't find the path we had taken. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the forest. Caleb, we might have to set up camp here for the night, Matt said, his voice tinged with worry. We'll find our way in the morning. We found a small clearing and set up our tent. Dinner was a quiet affair, both of us too preoccupied with our situation to chat much. As night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring up at the dark canopy above, trying to convince myself that everything would be fine. Morning came with a thick fog hanging in the air. Visibility was poor, but we packed up and resumed our search for the trail. Hours passed with no luck. The forest seemed to conspire against us, every direction looking the same. We were low on water and starting to panic. Around midday, we stumbled upon a decrepit old cabin. It wasn't the one we were looking for, but it offered a glimmer of hope. Maybe there were supplies inside, or at least a place to rest and regroup. The cabin looked abandoned, the wood rotting, and the windows broken, but it was a refuge. We approached cautiously, calling out to see if anyone was there. No answer. The door creaked open with a push, revealing a musty interior cluttered with old furniture and debris. We searched the cabin, finding a few canned goods and some bottled water. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. As we settled in, a strange unease crept over me. The cabin had an eerie vibe, like it held secrets best left undisturbed. Matt tried to lighten the mood with jokes, but his laughter felt forced. We decided to spend the night there and continue our search in the morning. That night I was jolted awake by a noise outside. It was faint at first, like twigs snapping underfoot. I nudged Matt, who groggily opened his eyes. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. He listened for a moment, then nodded. "Probably just an animal. Go back to sleep." But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I lay there, straining to hear any other sounds. Minutes passed. Then a loud thud echoed from the other side of the cabin. We both sat up, hearts pounding. "We should check it out," Matt said, grabbing his flashlight. We crept to the door and slowly opened it. The beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but trees and shadows. We stepped outside, moving cautiously around the perimeter of the cabin. The silence was oppressive, every rustle of leaves amplifying our anxiety. Then we saw it, a figure standing just at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by the fog. It was tall and gaunt, with wild hair and tattered clothes. For a moment we were frozen, unsure if it was a person or some kind of hallucination. "Hey!" Matt called out, his voice trembling. "Who are you?" The figure didn't respond, just stood there watching us. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something was very wrong. I grabbed Matt's arm and pulled him back toward the cabin. "Let's get inside," I urged. We bolted the door behind us, our breaths ragged with fear. Matt kept the flashlight trained on the door while I searched for anything we could use as a weapon. All I found was an old, rusted knife, but it was better than nothing. The night dragged on, every creak and groan of the cabin making us jump. We didn't sleep, just sat there waiting for dawn. When the first light of morning filtered through the broken windows, we cautiously ventured outside. The figure was gone, but the sense of dread lingered. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice hoarse. "Find the trail and get back to the Jeep." Matt agreed, and we packed up quickly. As we stepped out of the clearing, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were footprints in the soft earth, not ours, but large, heavy prints that circled the cabin. We moved as fast as we could, pushing through the underbrush, desperate to find the trail. Hours passed, and the forest seemed endless. Then we heard voices low and guttural, speaking a language I couldn't understand. We froze, listening. The voices were getting closer. Panic surged through me. We needed to hide. We spotted a cluster of thick bushes and dove into them, trying to stay as still as possible. The voices grew louder, and soon we saw them, a group of men, disheveled and wild-looking, moving through the trees. They were armed with crude weapons, axes and knives. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't find us. They passed by, mere feet from our hiding spot, their eyes scanning the forest. One of them, a hulking figure with matted hair, paused and sniffed the air. My heart pounded so hard I thought they would hear it. After what felt like an eternity, they moved on. We stayed hidden for a long time until we were sure they were gone. When we finally emerged, we were shaking with fear. "Who the hell are they?" Matt whispered. "I don't know, but we need to keep moving," I replied. We pressed on, more cautious than ever. The forest felt like a maze, every direction leading us deeper into danger. We came across a stream and followed it, hoping it would lead us to civilization. By late afternoon, we were exhausted and disoriented. We stumbled upon another cabin, this one in slightly better condition. Desperation drove us inside. It was similar to the first, filled with old forgotten items. But there was something else, a trapdoor in the floor, partially hidden by a rug. Matt and I exchanged a look. Curiosity and fear battled within me. We lifted the trapdoor, revealing a dark cellar. A foul smell wafted up, making me gag. Matt shone his flashlight down, and what we saw made my stomach turn. Bones, piles of human bones, some gnawed and broken. My mind raced, trying to comprehend the horror before us. This was no ordinary forest. It was a hunting ground for those men, those cannibals. "We need to get out of here," Matt said, his voice shaking. We climbed out of the cellar and bolted from the cabin. Fear gave us a renewed burst of energy, and we ran until our legs burned. As night fell, we finally stumbled upon a dirt road. Relief washed over us. We had found a way out. We followed the road, praying it would lead us to safety. After what felt like hours, we saw headlights in the distance. A truck was coming our way. We waved it down frantically, and the driver, an older man with a kind face, stopped and let us in. "What happened to you boys?" he asked, concern in his eyes. "We got lost in the woods," I said, my voice trembling. "There are people out there, dangerous people." The driver nodded, his expression grim. "I've heard stories about these parts. Folks go missing, never to be seen again. You're lucky to be alive." He drove us back to the nearest town, where we went straight to the sheriff's office. We told them everything. The cabins, the men, the bones. They took our story seriously and promised to investigate. Days later, we learned that the authorities had found the cabins and the remains they were hunting for, the men we had seen. But no arrests had been made yet. Matt and I returned to the city. Our adventure turned nightmare a vivid memory. I don't go hiking much anymore. The mountains, once a place of peace and escape, now hold a darkness I can't shake. And I often wonder, were we just lucky to escape with our lives? Or are those men still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next victims? I wasn't expecting much when I got the call about a disturbance out near the old refinery on the edge of town. This was Curie, Colorado. Population barely scraping 1,000. Trouble was usually a couple of kids making noise, or an old-timer who'd had one too many and decided to yell at the stars. I figured it would be the same routine as always. Drive out there, tell whoever it was to knock it off, and go back to the station to finish up my shift in peace. My name's Kavanaugh, and I've been a cop here for the last 10 years. Curie doesn't ask for much, and I'm not the type to get rattled easily. But that night, something in me told me to bring my shotgun. It was 1998, a year like any other, or so I thought. I'd been living here for as long as I could remember. My parents were gone. My old man died in a farming accident when I was 12, and my mom passed a few years later from cancer. Curie was the kind of place where people grew up, got married, had kids, and died, all within a few miles of where they were born. Nothing ever really changed, and maybe that's why I stayed. The refinery was a relic from the 70s, shut down after a fire took half the plant and 3 lives with it. It had been abandoned ever since, left to rust and rot on the edge of town, surrounded by tall, unkempt fields. Sometimes kids from neighboring towns would sneak in there to drink and smoke, but even they didn't hang around long. There was something about the place, something that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up when you got too close. The drive out there took about 15 minutes. As I got closer, the sky turned a deeper shade of black, the kind that swallows light and makes you feel like the world ends just beyond your headlights. The air grew heavy, and the wind picked up, rustling the dry stalks of wheat and corn that hadn't been harvested in years. I could see the outline of the refinery in the distance, a hulking mass of metal and concrete decaying in the darkness. When I pulled up, there was no sign of anyone else, just the usual creaking of old steel in the wind and the distant call of a coyote. I killed the engine and stepped out of the car, shotgun in hand. The crunch of gravel under my boots was the only sound as I approached the chain-link fence that surrounded the refinery. The gate was ajar, hanging on one hinge, just like it had been for the last 20 years. I pushed it open and stepped inside, the shotgun heavy in my hands. My flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but twisted metal and broken glass. I moved slowly, checking the corners, the shadows, the spaces where someone or something could be hiding. But there was nothing, just the sound of the wind and the distant echo of my footsteps. Then I saw it, a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. I swung the flashlight around, but it was gone. My heart skipped a beat, and I gripped the shotgun tighter. "Anyone there?" I called out, my voice steady but low. No answer, just the wind. I was about to turn back when I heard it, something scraping against metal, a slow, deliberate sound that sent a chill down my spine. I swung the flashlight again, and that's when I saw it. Something moving in the shadows, low to the ground, too fast to be human. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It was big, bigger than any animal I'd ever seen around here, with a hunched, twisted form that didn't belong to anything from this world. I raised the shotgun, the beam of the flashlight shaking as I tried to keep it steady. "Show yourself," I yelled, my voice echoing off the walls. For a moment, everything went silent. Then it moved again, faster this time, darting out of the shadows and into the open. What I saw was impossible to describe, like a nightmare given form, a creature that defied logic and reason. It had the body of a beast, but there was something almost human about it, something that made my blood run cold. Its skin was dark and mottled, stretched tight over bones that jutted out at odd angles. And its face. God, its face was a twisted, snarling mask of horror, with teeth that looked like they could tear through steel. I didn't think. I just reacted. I squeezed the trigger, and the shotgun roared in the darkness. The creature recoiled, letting out a sound that I'll never forget, a mix of pain and rage that echoed in my ears long after the noise of the blast had faded. It lunged at me, faster than anything that size should have been able to move. I fired again, and this time I didn't miss. The creature dropped to the ground, thrashing and convulsing as blood pooled around it, thick and black. I kept the shotgun trained on it, my heart pounding in my chest, waiting for it to move again. But it didn't. It just lay there, twitching as life slowly drained from its body. I approached it cautiously, keeping the light on its twisted form. As I got closer, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the dim light, I could see the remnants of clothing, tattered and torn, barely recognizable. But there, this thing, whatever it was, had once been human. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. How could this be? What had happened to this person to turn them into this? I reached for my radio, my hand shaking, and called it in. By the time backup arrived, the creature had stopped moving. They found me standing over it, shotgun still in hand, my face pale as a ghost. I didn't say anything as they took over, didn't answer their questions. I just watched as they loaded the body, if you could even call it that, into the back of a truck and drove off. They told me later that they didn't find anything else at the site, no evidence of what I'd seen. They said it must have been an animal, A big one maybe, a bear or a mountain lion. But I knew what I saw, and it wasn't anything from this world. When the reports came in, they claimed the refinery was clear, no signs of anything unusual. But I know the truth. It's buried out there, in that twisted metal and broken glass, waiting for someone else to find it, to uncover the horror that lies beneath. I turned in my badge a week later, not because I was scared. No, it wasn't that. It was because I couldn't go back to the way things were, not after what I'd seen. Some things, once you've seen them, you can't unsee. You just live with them. Or you don't, and I couldn't. But I still keep that shotgun close, just in case. It was 1982, and I'd just about had enough of the mundane as a police officer in Moran, a small town tucked away in the dense woods of Northern California. I joined the force out of a sense of duty, perhaps a bit of misguided idealism. Moran was quiet, where the biggest crime involved the occasional drunken brawl at Larry's Tavern. That day began like any other: coffee, paperwork, an idle conversation about high school football scores. I wasn't expecting the kind of call that would shatter the dull routine of my life in this sleepy town. The call came in around noon. A woman named Edith Pomo, frantic and barely coherent, claimed her son Alex had gone missing while playing near the old sawmill. The mill had been abandoned for decades, a decaying relic of the town's past. It was a place kids liked to dare each other to explore, but nothing dangerous, or so we thought. I grabbed my hat, informed the station, and took the cruiser up the winding, forest-lined road to the mill. I could almost hear my own thoughts, the silence broken only by the crunch of gravel under the tires. When I arrived, Edith was there, a middle-aged woman with worry etched into every line on her face. She was clutching a worn-out photograph of her boy, a thin, nervous-looking kid about 8 years old, with sandy hair and a wide smile that seemed out of place in Moran. "Sheriff, you have to find him," she pleaded. "He never would have gone far, not Alex. He's scared of the dark. For God's sake." I assured her we'd find him, though the feeling in my gut was heavy, like something was off. I didn't know what it was, but Moran wasn't the sort of place where kids just disappeared. I started searching the perimeter, calling out Alex's name. The old mill stood as a crumbling giant, its roof sagging and windows shattered. The air smelled damp, like rotting wood and earth. The closer I got, the more the smell of decay intensified, something far worse than the scent of a building rotting into the ground. It was the unmistakable stench of death. I found the first sign of trouble, about 10 feet from the entrance, a trail of small footprints, disturbed earth, and drag marks leading into the mill. I drew my revolver, the weight of it suddenly feeling insufficient against whatever the hell I was about to face. I wasn't prepared for what I found next. Inside, it was darker than I expected, despite the broken windows. My flashlight's beam cut through the gloom, revealing rusted machinery, dust-covered floors, and piles of old lumber. And then, at the far end of the mill, in a space where the roof had caved in, I saw blood, a lot of it. The pool was dark, almost black, staining the dirt and wood around it. My breath hitched, and I forced myself to follow the trail, which led to an open hatch in the floor, a cellar, or maybe a storage room, long forgotten. I called out for Alex again, my voice sounding too loud, too human in that place. But there was no answer, no sound at all, except for the creaking of the old structure and my own breathing. I descended the steps into the darkness below. The cellar was even colder, a stark contrast to the stifling summer heat outside. The air was thick, and it felt wrong, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. The beam of my flashlight caught on something ahead, a pile of rags maybe. As I moved closer, I realized it wasn't rags at all. It was a body, or what was left of one. The flesh was torn, bones exposed in a grotesque display. It was nearly unrecognizable as human, but there was enough to see that it had once been a man. There was no way this could be Alex. The body had been here far too long, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever did this was still nearby. I heard a noise then, a scraping sound, soft but unmistakable. I turned slowly to find the source. My flashlight caught movement in the corner, something large, something that defied reason. It was hunched over, its back to me, gnawing on something that looked disturbingly like a human leg. I couldn't make sense of it. The shape, the size, the sheer wrongness of its form. It turned toward me, and though I had my gun drawn, I hesitated. Its face, or what passed for one, was a grotesque amalgamation of features, like something had tried to stitch together different animals and failed. Its eyes, too many of them, glistened in the light, and its mouth was a gaping maw filled with jagged, uneven teeth. It dropped the leg and let out a sound that wasn't quite a scream, more like a combination of different noises, a cacophony of terror that echoed off the walls. I fired. The shot went wide, missing the thing by inches, but it was enough to make it move, fast and unnaturally agile for something its size. I stumbled backward, barely managing to stay on my feet, and fired again. This time the bullet hit home, and the creature recoiled, a thick, dark fluid seeping from the wound. It lunged at me, and I braced for the worst. But instead of tearing into me, it retreated, vanishing into a tunnel at the far end of the cellar. My legs were shaking, my heart hammering in my chest, as I stood there, gun still aimed at where the creature had disappeared. I didn't know if it was dead, wounded, or simply gone. All I knew was that I had to get out of there. I scrambled up the stairs, nearly slipping on the blood that was already drying into the wood. I burst out into the daylight, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. Edith was still there, clutching her photograph, looking at me with a mix of hope and dread. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what I had seen, what I almost hadn't believed myself. I radioed for backup, and within minutes, the area was swarming with deputies and curious townsfolk. We searched the mill, the surrounding woods, every inch of that damn place. We found more bodies, old, decayed, some barely more than bones, but there was no sign of Alex, no sign of the creature either. Days turned into weeks, and we kept searching, hoping to find the boy or at least some clue as to what happened to him. But all we found was more death, more decay. Whatever that thing was, it had been using the mill as a feeding ground for years, maybe decades. The town was in an uproar. Moran had never experienced anything like this, and the fear was palpable. Parents kept their kids inside, the mill was cordoned off, and rumors spread like wildfire, but no one could explain it. not in a way that made sense. I knew what I saw, though, and so did the other officers who'd been there, though none of us spoke about it openly. It was easier to let people believe it was just a bear or some other wild animal that had made the mill its den. The truth was too horrifying, too unbelievable. In the end, we never found Alex Pomo. Edith moved away a few months later, unable to bear the memories of what happened. The mill was eventually torn down, the land left to nature to reclaim, but that smell, that stench of death, it lingered long after the place was gone. Sometimes I think about that thing in the cellar, and I wonder if it's still out there somewhere, in the woods, waiting. I don't let my mind dwell on it too long, though. There's no point in asking questions you don't want answers to. I do my job, keep my head down, and hope like hell that whatever that creature was, it's gone for good. But deep down I know it's not. I've worked for the government long enough to know that curiosity is a dangerous thing. My name is Miles Kieran, and I'm a geneticist with a penchant for being a little too inquisitive. But today, I wish I'd been content to keep my head down, to shuffle through my mundane reports without a second thought. The facility I work at, tucked away in the dense woods of Northern Virginia, is a sprawling complex officially known as the Advanced Genetic Research Division, but we call it the jungle. It's a place where innovation meets the forbidden, where science dances on the line of ethics, and where no one questions anything if they value their careers or their lives. My assignment, codenamed Project Zos, involved the creation of hybrid organisms, blends of different animal species engineered for various purposes. We had strict protocols, and the security was tighter than Fort Knox. You'd think that would be enough to keep everything under control. But the truth is, we had no idea what we were really dealing with. One day, while reviewing some anomaly reports, I noticed something strange. Subject 37, one of our more recent experiments, a blend of predatory species with enhanced intelligence, had been showing signs of unusual behavior. It wasn't just the regular aggression or territorial instincts we expected. No, this was different. It was learning, adapting, watching. But every time I brought it up, my concerns were dismissed. The algorithm is monitoring it, they said. Just stick to the protocols. So I did, for a while. Then, about a week ago, things started going wrong. Small things at first, power outages, equipment malfunctions, animals in other labs acting strangely. The technicians blamed it on a software glitch, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. I decided to check on Subject 37 myself. When I arrived at its holding chamber, the sight made my blood run cold. The reinforced glass was cracked, not from the outside but from within. The room was empty. The restraints, designed to hold the strongest of creatures, lay twisted and torn apart as if they were made of paper. And there was something else, a deep, rhythmic sound coming from the ventilation ducts. I followed the noise, half expecting to find a mechanical failure. But what I found was worse. The vents had been pried open, large enough for something the size of a man to crawl through. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized that Subject 37 had escaped into the air ducts, using the facility's own infrastructure to move around undetected. Panic began to spread through the facility as soon as word got out. Security teams were deployed, lockdown protocols initiated, But it was too late. Subject 37 had vanished into the miles of tunnels and chambers beneath the main labs, a labyrinth we hadn't fully mapped out ourselves. It was a nightmare, an unseen predator with the mind of a hunter and the instincts of a cornered beast. We didn't even know what it truly looked like anymore. Subject 37 had been designed to adapt to its environment, altering its physical form to suit its needs. It could be anything, any shape, any size, any blend of the terrifying creatures we'd spliced together in our quest for knowledge. Days passed with no sign of it. The facility was on high alert, but the fear was beginning to wear everyone down. And then the disappearances began. First, it was Dr. Ramirez, a senior biologist. He didn't show up for his shift one morning. Security found his quarters ransacked, blood smeared across the walls. But no body, just a trail leading into the ducts. Next was Karen, one of the security guards. She'd been patrolling the lower levels when her radio went silent. They found her helmet and rifle in a maintenance corridor, twisted metal and shattered plastic, but nothing else. No one wanted to say it out loud, but we all knew Subject 37 was hunting us. I couldn't sit by and do nothing, so I volunteered to join the search team. My rational mind screamed at me to stay put, but my curiosity, or maybe my guilt, pushed me forward. We moved in groups, sweeping each section of the facility methodically. The tension was suffocating, every creak, every shadow setting our nerves on edge. It was during one of these sweeps that we found it, or rather, it found us. We were in one of the older storage rooms, a place rarely used except for holding outdated equipment. The lights flickered as we entered, our flashlights casting erratic beams that barely cut through the darkness. The room smelled damp, a mixture of rust and decay that made my stomach churn. "Over here," one of the team members called out, pointing to a corner. We approached cautiously, our weapons drawn, expecting to find another victim. Instead, we found something worse. It was a nest, a grotesque assembly of twisted metal and torn fabric, bones and sinew woven together in a macabre display. And there, in the center, was what was left of Dr. Ramirez. His face was twisted in an expression of pure terror, his body half consumed by the creature's bizarre nesting material. Suddenly, the air grew thick, the temperature dropping sharply. I turned just in time to see it. A blur of movement, a flash of something not quite animal, not quite human. It was huge, easily 8 feet tall, its body a patchwork of muscle, fur, and scales. The thing's limbs were elongated, ending in claws that glistened with fresh blood. But its face, or what was left of it, was the most horrifying. It was a mockery of a human face, distorted, stretched, with a mouth too wide, teeth too many. It moved with impossible speed, snatching up one of the guards before anyone could react. The man screamed as he was lifted off his feet, his weapon firing wildly into the ceiling. The bullets did nothing to stop it. We opened fire, the room exploding with the deafening roar of gunfire. I could see the bullets ripping through the creature, but it didn't slow down. It tossed the guard's lifeless body aside and lunged toward us. In that split second, I knew we were all going to die. But then, something unexpected happened. The creature stopped. It looked at me, its head cocked to one side as if it recognized something. In its misshapen eyes, or whatever was behind them, I saw a flicker of intelligence, of familiarity. It hesitated, its monstrous form trembling. That was our chance. Without thinking, I grabbed a nearby gas canister used for sterilizing equipment and hurled it at the creature. It exploded on impact, releasing a cloud of acrid smoke. The creature recoiled, screeching in pain as the gas burned its sensitive skin. "Move, now," I shouted, and we bolted for the door. The creature didn't follow. It was too busy thrashing in the smoke, its howls echoing through the facility. We ran for our lives, making it back to the main control room, sealing the doors behind us. After that, everything moved quickly. The facility was evacuated, the higher-ups deeming the situation too volatile to contain. I overheard one of the directors on the phone, ordering an airstrike to level the complex. "Can't let this thing get out," he kept saying. I left with the rest of the survivors, the few of us who made it out alive. We watched from a distance as the jets flew in, dropping their payloads onto the facility. The ground shook, and the sky lit up with fire as the complex was reduced to rubble. They told us it was over, that nothing could have survived. But as I watched the flames die down, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't the end. Subject 37 was too smart, too adaptable. If it had found a way to escape once, what was stopping it from doing it again? But that's not my problem anymore. I'm done with this line of work. Let someone else play God. I'm just going to live my life and try not to think about what's still out there. It was just past midnight when I found myself standing alone in the corridor of the facility. The soft hum of fluorescent lights the only sound in the otherwise silent building. I had worked at this secluded government research facility for years, conducting experiments that most people would never dream of or even believe. My name is Dr. Travis Mitchell, and I was one of the lead scientists on Project Ouroboros, a project so secret that even those within the highest ranks of the government knew little more than its code name. My colleagues and I were tasked with something that, if successful, would revolutionize the concept of biological warfare, creating a self-sustaining organism capable of rapid evolution. The goal was to engineer a creature that could adapt to any environment, any threat, and continue to evolve at an exponential rate. But like many experiments before it, Project Ouroboros had a fatal flaw, one that none of us had anticipated. The first sign of trouble came 3 days ago when one of the creatures, dubbed Subject X-23, showed an alarming rate of intelligence. It had been designed to learn from its environment, but we hadn't expected it to solve the complex puzzles we used to test its cognitive abilities. It wasn't just learning, it was outthinking us, predicting our moves before we even made them. We should have terminated the project then, but we were too fascinated by the results. And now, as I stood in that corridor, the sterile air tinged with a faint scent of bleach and formaldehyde, I realized just how badly we had underestimated the creature. Earlier that night, X-23 had escaped its containment chamber. The alarms had blared, red lights flashing ominously throughout the facility. But by the time security arrived, it was gone, vanished. All that remained were the mangled bodies of 2 guards, their faces frozen in expressions of sheer terror. I was the last one left. The others were either dead or too frightened to remain in the building. But I couldn't leave, not yet. The thought of that thing loose in the world was enough to keep me here, searching for some way to contain it, to stop it before it was too late. I made my way to the lab, my heart pounding in my chest. The hallway stretched out like a maze, each turn leading me deeper into the bowels of the facility. The lights flickered as I walked, casting long, unsettling shadows on the walls. I had never felt so alone, so vulnerable. When I reached the lab, I quickly accessed the control panel, trying to locate X-23 through the facility's security system. The cameras showed nothing, empty corridors, deserted rooms. But then, as I switched to the feed from the holding cells, I saw something that made my blood run cold. One of the cells wasn't empty. I zoomed in, and there it was, X-23. It was in the holding cell where it had been created, sitting in the corner with its back to the camera, its body hunched over. At first glance, it looked almost human. But I knew better. Its skin was rough and dark, like that of a reptile, but with a sheen that reminded me of the deep ocean, where light barely penetrates. Its limbs were elongated, unnaturally so, with fingers that tapered into sharp, claw-like tips. What terrified me most, though, was the fact that it was completely still, as if it knew I was watching. I knew I couldn't just leave it there. The security measures wouldn't hold it for long. It had broken out once before. I needed to end this, to destroy X-23 before it could escape again. The thought of the creature evolving further, becoming something even more dangerous, was unthinkable. I grabbed the tranquilizer gun from the lab's emergency supplies and made my way to the holding cells. My hand shook as I loaded the gun, the weight of the situation pressing down on me. When I reached the door to X-23's cell, I paused, my breath catching in my throat. I could feel the cold metal of the door against my palm, could hear the soft whirring of the facility's ventilation system, but beyond that there was nothing, silence. I opened the door slowly, the sound of it creaking loud in the stillness. The creature didn't move. It remained crouched in the corner, its back to me. I took a step forward, raising the tranquilizer gun, my finger hovering over the trigger. "Dr. Mitchell," it said, and I nearly dropped the gun in shock. The voice was a low rasp, barely more than a whisper, but it was unmistakable. It wasn't just mimicking human speech. It was speaking, communicating. I didn't respond, didn't move. I couldn't. "Why do you fear me?" it continued, its voice eerily calm. "You made me. You gave me life." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breathing. "You weren't supposed to be like this," I said, my voice trembling. "You were supposed to be controlled." The creature laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "You cannot control evolution, Doctor. You can only hope to survive it." It turned to face me then, and I felt my stomach drop. Its face, if it could be called that, was a grotesque mockery of human features. Where eyes should have been were two deep, hollow pits, dark and empty. Its mouth was wide, filled with rows of sharp, uneven teeth that looked as though they had been crudely carved from bone. But it was the expression it wore that unsettled me the most. A cruel, knowing smile. I fired the tranquilizer gun, the dart hitting its mark in the creature's neck. It didn't even flinch. I watched in horror as it pulled the dart out with one of its elongated fingers and let it drop to the floor. "You cannot stop me," it said, taking a step closer. "I am the future. Desperate, I backed away. But there was nowhere to go. The door was behind it, the creature between me and any hope of escape. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, my mind racing as I searched for a solution, for anything that could save me. Then I remembered the failsafe, a last resort we had built into the facility, never intending to use it. A powerful electromagnetic pulse designed to disable all electronic systems within the facility, effectively rendering any biological systems inoperative as well. It would kill everything within these walls, including me. But it was the only chance I had. I ran for the control panel on the wall, my fingers flying over the buttons as I initiated the sequence. The creature lunged at me, but it was too late. The countdown had already begun. "Why fight it?" it said, its voice now a mocking echo in my mind. We could have been gods. I didn't answer. There was nothing left to say. The countdown reached 0, and for a brief moment there was silence. Then everything went dark. When I woke up, I was lying on the floor of the lab, the taste of blood in my mouth. I struggled to my feet, disoriented but alive. The EMP had worked. X-23 was gone, its body lying motionless in the center of the room, charred and lifeless. The failsafe had done its job, but at a cost. I walked over to the creature, staring down at it. Its skin was cracked, the once glossy surface now dull and blackened. It looked smaller now, less threatening. But even in death, there was something about it that unsettled me. I left the facility that night, the doors locking behind me. The government would come to clean up the mess, to bury the project and all its secrets. They would find the bodies, the wreckage, and they would know what happened here. But as I stepped into the cold night air, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't over. Evolution doesn't stop. It doesn't end. And as I looked back at the facility, I knew that somewhere in some lab, it would start again. And this time there would be no failsafe. You think being a park ranger would be a simple job, right? You help lost hikers, make sure no one's trashing the trails, and occasionally deal with a bear rummaging through a campsite. That's what I thought when I started this gig. But today, my usual routine was shattered in a way I never could have imagined. I'm Mark Dugan, and I've been a ranger at Redwood National Park for about 5 years now. Not to brag, but I'm pretty good at what I do. This place is my home, and I know every inch of it like the back of my hand. Or at least, I thought I did. It was early in the morning when my radio crackled to life. Dispatch told me there had been some reports of unusual animal sightings in the northern part of the park. Unusual animal sightings are usually code for someone saw a coyote and freaked out, but protocol is protocol. I grabbed my gear, hopped in the Jeep, and headed out. The northern sector of the park is dense, with towering trees and thick underbrush. It's not a place many visitors go, mostly because it's a bit more challenging to navigate. I parked the Jeep and started on foot, keeping an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. After about an hour of hiking and finding nothing but the usual deer tracks and bird calls, I was ready to chalk it up to a false alarm. Then I heard it, a low, almost guttural sound coming from deep in the forest. It wasn't like any animal noise I'd ever heard before. And trust me, I've heard them all. I followed the sound, pushing through the underbrush, until I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. There, in a small clearing, was a carcass. But not just any carcass. This thing had been torn apart with a ferocity I'd never seen. The limbs were scattered, the body eviscerated. It was almost unrecognizable, but it looked like it had been a deer. I radioed it in, describing the scene to dispatch, who told me to wait for backup. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what could have done this, I heard the noise again, closer this time. I turned, shining my flashlight into the trees, but saw nothing. The forest was eerily quiet now. No birds, no rustling leaves, just silence. The backup took longer than expected. Hours passed, and the unease settled deeper into my bones. Then, just as the sun began to set, I heard a scream. Not an animal scream, but a human one. I bolted towards the sound, adrenaline pumping through my veins. I broke through the trees into another clearing and froze. There was a figure hunched over something on the ground. At first I thought it was a person, maybe a hiker who had gotten lost. But as I approached, I realized this thing was far from human. It was covered in matted, dark fur, with long, twisted limbs and claws that gleamed in the fading light. The creature turned its head towards me, and though I couldn't see its eyes, I felt its gaze pierce through me. It let out a sound, a mix between a growl and a scream, that made every hair on my body stand on end, and then it lunged. I barely had time to react, diving to the side as it swiped at me with those massive claws. I scrambled to my feet, pulling out my knife, my only weapon. The thing was fast, faster than anything that size should be. It came at me again, and I managed to slice at its arm, but it barely flinched. It was playing with me, toying with its prey. I knew I had to get out of there, but every path seemed to lead back to the creature. It was as if the forest itself was working against me, twisting and turning in ways it never had before. I heard more screams in the distance, human screams. There were others out here, and they were being hunted. The creature lunged at me again, and I threw myself into a nearby thicket, the branches scratching and clawing at me as I crawled through. I could hear the creature behind me, snapping branches and growling in frustration. I emerged on the other side and took off running, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop until I burst into a clearing and nearly collided with another ranger, Samara, who looked just as terrified as I felt. "Mark, what the hell is going on?" she panted, clutching a shotgun. "Some kind of thing," I gasped. "We need to get out of here. Now." We didn't wait for an explanation. Together we sprinted through the forest, the creature's howls echoing behind us. We reached the jeep and dove in, slamming the doors just as something massive hit the side. Samara floored it, and we tore down the dirt road, not looking back until we reached the ranger station. The creature's attacks had left deep gouges in the jeep's metal, a grim reminder of how close we'd come. We locked ourselves in the station, trying to make sense of what had happened. Reports of missing persons had been increasing over the past few weeks, and now we knew why. The next morning, a search party went out. They found more bodies, mutilated beyond recognition. The media dubbed it an animal attack, but we knew better. Whatever that thing was, it was still out there, somewhere in the park. The park was closed indefinitely. Officially, it was for an investigation, but we knew it was because no one could guarantee safety anymore. The higher-ups told us to stay quiet, to avoid causing panic, but people deserve to know what's out there, lurking in the shadows. A few days later, I handed in my resignation. It wasn't out of fear or trauma, but because I couldn't protect people from something like that. I moved to a different part of the country, far from any dense forests. And every night as I lay in bed, I wondered if that creature was still out there, hunting, waiting for its next prey. I woke up feeling the kind of exhaustion that comes from too many sleepless nights. Working as a park ranger in Bryce Canyon National Park had its perks, but the isolation sometimes wore me down. My name's Glenn Hannon, and today felt like any other day in this slice of wilderness I called home. Little did I know this day would veer sharply from the ordinary. Bryce Canyon is a breathtaking maze of red rock formations, towering hoodoos, and expansive vistas. Each morning, I greeted the sunrise as it bathed the landscape in hues of pink and orange. Today, I had a list of tasks to complete: check the trails, restock the ranger stations, and handle a minor report about a missing hiker from the day before. The last one wasn't unusual. Tourists often underestimated the park's rugged terrain. I started my day by visiting the North Campground, a popular spot for families and solo adventurers alike. As I walked through the campsite, greeting campers, I noticed a tent that looked abandoned. It belonged to Alan Fisher, the missing hiker. According to his registration, he'd planned to hike the Fairyland Loop. With no signs of Alan returning, I decided to start my search there. The Fairyland Loop was challenging, even for experienced hikers, with miles of steep climbs, narrow ledges, and breathtaking views that could easily distract and lead to a misstep. As I hiked the trail, calling Alan's name and checking for any signs of him, I felt the park's usual serenity replaced by an undercurrent of unease. About halfway through the loop, I found a section of the trail disturbed. The dirt was churned, and bushes were broken, as if something heavy had moved through recently. I crouched to examine the ground and found a broken hiking pole with traces of blood on it. My stomach tightened. I radioed in my location and the discovery, requesting backup. But the park's rocky terrain often interfered with the signal. Static was my only reply. Pushing forward, I followed the disturbed path off the main trail. It led deeper into a secluded area filled with dense underbrush and twisted trees. I kept calling Alan's name, my voice the only sound in the oppressive silence. Just as I was considering turning back to await reinforcements, I heard a faint rustling ahead. My flashlight revealed a cave entrance, partially hidden by foliage. The rustling grew louder now, accompanied by a low, guttural sound that didn't belong to any animal I knew. Ignoring my instincts screaming at me to run, I edged closer. A heavy stench wafted out, making me gag. Inside the cave, it was dark, the air thick and damp. My flashlight beam cut through the blackness, revealing a gruesome scene. Alan's body lay on the cave floor, mutilated beyond recognition. The sight was horrifying. Jagged claw marks ran across his torso, his face frozen in a mask of terror. I swallowed hard, forcing down the bile that rose in my throat. Suddenly, the cave walls seemed to close in on me. The low growl from earlier grew louder, echoing ominously. I turned slowly, my flashlight revealing a pair of eyes glinting in the darkness. The creature emerged from the shadows, a grotesque amalgamation of fur, scales, and spines, standing on two legs with elongated arms ending in razor-sharp claws. Adrenaline surged through me. I backed away, knowing that any sudden movement could provoke an attack. My mind raced, trying to remember the layout of the cave and possible escape routes. The creature moved closer, its growl vibrating through my bones. In a flash of panic-driven clarity, I grabbed a flare from my belt, igniting it. The sudden burst of light and heat startled the creature, and it recoiled with a snarl. Using the distraction, I sprinted towards the cave entrance. The creature lunged, its claws narrowly missing my back as I dove out of the cave and into the daylight. I didn't stop running until I was back on the main trail, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart pounding like a drum. I tried the radio again, and this time a crackling response came through. I relayed my position and the urgency of the situation, managing to stay coherent despite the terror gripping me. Reinforcements arrived within the hour. Rangers, armed and cautious, approached the cave, but the creature was gone. All that remained were the brutal remnants of its attack and the undeniable evidence of Alan's death. The park was closed to the public immediately. A cover story about dangerous wildlife spread to keep tourists away. The official investigation was swift, but left more questions than answers. The creature, whatever it was, remained elusive, its existence reduced to whispers among the rangers. I completed my report, detailing every grisly detail and strange occurrence. It was filed away, probably never to see the light of day again. Bryce Canyon reopened a week later, the incident buried under layers of bureaucracy and denial. As for me, I continued my duties, the events of that day a constant reminder of the unknown dangers lurking in the wilderness. I never saw the creature again, but the memory of its eyes and the horror in that cave lingered, a dark secret shared only by the silent hoodoos and the vast, indifferent sky. The routine returned, the tourists oblivious to the hidden threat, and I, like the resilient landscape, endured. My story blended into the timeless expanse of Bryce Canyon, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath even the most breathtaking beauty. My name is Luther Graves, and this happened to me back in 2005. I was just a regular guy working a boring office job in Chicago. I didn't have much excitement in my life, and I liked it that way. Most days I'd wake up, go to work, come home, eat dinner, watch some TV, and go to bed. My friends would call me the king of routine, and I didn't mind. So, one Friday night, my buddy Hank convinced me to go out for a drink. Hank was always the adventurous type, always getting me to try new things. I remember him saying, "Come on, Luther, live a little." We ended up at this dive bar on the south side of the city. It was one of those places where you could smell the stale beer and cigarette smoke the moment you walked in. We were having a good time, just talking about old times, when this tall guy with a scar across his cheek walked up to us. He had a rough look, like he'd been through a lot. His eyes were cold, and he had this eerie calmness about him. He introduced himself as Jeb, and he didn't waste any time before he asked us if we were interested in making some quick cash. Hank, being the curious soul he was, asked, "What's the catch?" Jeb smirked and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "It's simple. There's an old warehouse on the outskirts of town. You go there, pick up a package, and deliver it to me. You do that, and you get $5,000. Easy money." I should have known better. I mean, nothing good ever comes from some shady guy in a dive bar offering easy money. But Hank was all in. He nudged me and said, "Come on, Luther, let's do this. What's the worst that could happen?" Against my better judgment, I agreed. We finished our drinks, and Jeb gave us the address. It was an old, abandoned warehouse near the edge of the city, in a place no one ever went. We got in Hank's car and drove out there. The place was as creepy as you'd expect. Broken windows, rusted doors, and an eerie silence that seemed to swallow all sound. Hank and I walked in, using the flashlights on our phones to see where we were going. The air was thick with dust and the smell of decay, and the only light came from the moon shining through the broken windows. The place was filled with old machinery and empty crates. We wandered around for a bit, and then we saw it. An old wooden crate with a bright red X painted on it. Hank walked over to the crate and pried it open. Inside was a small, heavy metal box. It looked old and had some weird symbols etched into it. Hank picked it up, and that's when we heard it. A faint noise, like someone whispering in the distance. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," Hank replied. "Probably just the wind or something." We decided to get out of there fast. We headed back to the car, but before we could get in, a group of guys appeared out of nowhere, blocking our way. They looked rough, like they'd been through a lot, just like Jeb. One of them, a guy with a shaved head and a nasty scar across his neck, stepped forward. "Hand over the box," he demanded. Hank tried to play it cool. "We don't want any trouble. We're just delivering this for a friend." The guy with the scar laughed. "Jeb, right, that bastard. He sent you to do his dirty work. Hand it over, and maybe we won't hurt you." Hank hesitated, and that's when things went south. The guy with the scar pulled out a knife, and before we knew it, there was a struggle. I remember Hank trying to fight them off, but there were too many of them. One of them hit me in the head, and everything went black. When I came to, Hank was lying on the ground, bleeding. The guys were gone, and so was the box. I tried to help Hank, but there was nothing I could do. He was gone. I stumbled back to the car, barely able to see straight. I called 911 and waited for the cops to show up. They took my statement, but it was clear they didn't believe me. Who would believe a story like that? Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. I couldn't shake the guilt. I should have never agreed to that deal. I should have known better. Hank was dead because of me. I tried to go back to my normal life, but it was impossible. Everywhere I went, I saw Hank's face. I quit my job, stopped hanging out with my friends, and spent most of my days locked up in my apartment. One day, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I answered it, and it was Jeb. "We need to talk," he said. "Meet me at the same bar tonight." I didn't want to go, but I had to. I needed answers. I needed to know why Hank had to die. I showed up at the bar, and Jeb was sitting in the same spot. He looked just as calm as the first time I met him. "Sit down," he said. I sat down, and he slid a folder across the table. Open it. Inside were photos of the guys who had attacked us, along with detailed information about each one of them. Who are they? I asked. Jeb leaned back in his chair. They're part of a cult. They call themselves the Brotherhood. They've been after that box for years. It contains something valuable, something powerful. I didn't know what to say. It all seemed so unreal. They killed your friend, and they'll come after you next, Jeb continued. Unless you help me. Help you? I asked, incredulous. You're the reason Hank is dead. Jeb shook his head. I didn't know they'd be there. But now we have a chance to make things right. Help me take them down. I wanted to say no. I wanted to walk away and never look back. But I couldn't. I owed it to Hank. I had to see this through. Fine, I said. What do we do? Over the next few weeks, Jeb and I worked together to gather information on the Brotherhood. We followed leads, talked to informants, and slowly pieced together their operation. It turned out they were planning something big, something that involved the box we had tried to deliver. Jeb and I decided to confront them at their headquarters, an old mansion on the outskirts of the city. It was risky, but we didn't have a choice. We needed to stop them before they could carry out their plan. We armed ourselves and headed to the mansion. The place was heavily guarded, but we managed to sneak in through a back entrance. Inside, the air was thick with tension. We moved quietly, trying to avoid detection. We made our way to a large room where the Brotherhood's leader, a tall man with long, greasy hair, was giving a speech. He was holding the box, and I could see the same symbols etched into it. We have the power now, he was saying. With this, we can control everything. Jeb and I exchanged a look. This was our chance. We burst into the room, guns drawn. Drop the box, Jeb shouted. The leader sneered at us. You're too late, he said. The ritual is almost complete. Jeb fired a shot, hitting the leader in the shoulder. Chaos erupted. The Brotherhood members tried to fight back, but we were ready. We took them down one by one, making our way to the leader. He was bleeding heavily, but he still had the box. You don't understand, he said, his voice weak. This box contains the power to change everything. I don't care, I said, grabbing the box from his hands. You're done. We left the mansion, the box in hand. The cops showed up shortly after, and we handed everything over to them. It was over. The Brotherhood was finished. But it didn't bring Hank back. Nothing could. I went back to my empty apartment, feeling a strange mix of relief and sadness. I had done what I needed to do, but it didn't change the fact that I had lost my best friend. A few days later, I got another call from Jeb. You did good, Luther, he said. Hank would be proud. Yeah, I replied. Thanks. I hung up and looked at the box one last time before the cops took it away. It was just an old rusted metal box with strange symbols. But it had cost so much. It had taken Hank away from me. In the end, I realized that life is full of choices, and sometimes we make the wrong ones. But all we can do is try to make things right. Hank's death wasn't in vain. We stopped something terrible from happening. And maybe, just maybe, I found a little bit of peace in knowing that. I still think about Hank every day. I still miss him. But I know he'd want me to keep going, to live my life. So that's what I try to do, one day at a time. And if I ever find myself at a dive bar on the south side of Chicago, I'll raise a glass to Hank, my friend, and remember the time we tried to make a quick buck and ended up saving the world. My name is Darrow Roth. I'm a mechanic by trade, living in the quiet town of Madison, Ohio. I've spent most of my life under the hood of a car, and there's nothing I love more than the smell of motor oil and the hum of a well-tuned engine. I grew up here, surrounded by rolling fields and the steady pace of small-town life. My dad was a mechanic too, and he taught me everything I know. I've always been a straightforward guy, no nonsense, just like my old man. One summer, not too long ago, something happened that shook me to my core. It was the kind of thing you only hear about in whispers, the stuff of late-night campfire stories. It was a Friday evening and I'd just finished a long day at the shop. I was looking forward to a cold beer and a quiet night in. I decided to take the back roads home, a winding path through the countryside that I always found relaxing. As I drove, I saw a figure stumbling along the side of the road. It was a man, his clothes torn and dirty, his face pale and drawn. I pulled over, rolled down my window, and called out to him. "Hey, you okay?" He looked at me with wild eyes like he'd seen a ghost. "Help me," he rasped. "They're after me." I got out of the truck and approached him cautiously. "Who's after you?" He shook his head, his eyes darting around like he was expecting someone to jump out at any moment. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "My name's Daryl. Let's get you some help." "I'm Ethan," he said, his voice trembling. "We need to get out of here." I helped him into the truck, and we drove to my place. He was shaking, mumbling to himself. I didn't press him for details. I figured he'd talk when he was ready. I called Doc Harrow, our local doctor, and asked him to come over. When Doc arrived, he checked Ethan out and gave him a sedative to calm him down. While Ethan slept on my couch, Doc and I talked in the kitchen. "You ever seen him before?" I asked. Doc shook his head. "No, but he's clearly been through something traumatic. Best to let him rest and see what he has to say in the morning." The next morning, Ethan was up before dawn, sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of coffee, looking more composed. "Thanks for helping me," he said. "I owe you an explanation." I sat down across from him, waiting. "I was hiking in the woods about 20 miles east of here," he began. "I stumbled onto something I shouldn't have." "What do you mean?" He looked around as if making sure we were alone. "There's a cult out there. They call themselves the Black Circle. I saw them performing some kind of ritual." I raised an eyebrow. "A cult? Out here?" "I know it sounds crazy," he said quickly, "but I saw it with my own eyes. They were dressed in black robes, chanting in a language I couldn't understand. They had someone tied up. They killed him, Daryl. They sacrificed him." I felt a chill run down my spine, but I kept my voice steady. "Why didn't you go to the cops?" "I tried," he said, his voice breaking, "but they're everywhere. They have people on the inside." I didn't know who to trust. We sat in silence for a moment, the gravity of his words sinking in. "All right," I said finally. "We'll figure this out. You're safe here for now." Over the next few days, Ethan stayed with me, gradually opening up more about what he'd seen. He was convinced the cult was onto him, that they knew he had escaped. I didn't know what to believe, but I couldn't just turn my back on him. One evening, as we were sitting on the porch, we heard a car pull up, a black sedan. windows tinted. My gut told me this was bad news. Stay inside, I told Ethan, grabbing the shotgun I kept by the door. I stepped out onto the porch, the shotgun at my side. Two men got out of the car dressed in dark suits. They had an air of authority about them, the kind that makes your skin crawl. "Evening," I said, trying to sound casual. "Can I help you?" One of them, a tall man with slicked back hair, stepped forward. "We're looking for someone," he said smoothly. "A man named Ethan. We have reason to believe he might be here." "Don't know any Ethan," I lied. "Just me and my dog." The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Mind if we take a look around?" "Actually, I do mind," I said, gripping the shotgun a little tighter. "This is private property." He raised an eyebrow. "No need for that, friend. We're just concerned citizens." "Concerned, huh? Well, unless you've got a warrant, you can take your concerns and get off my land." For a moment, it seemed like they might push it, but then the man nodded to his partner, and they got back in the car. "We'll be seeing you, Mr. Roth," he said, and they drove off into the night. Ethan came out looking pale. "That was them," he said. "I recognized the driver. He's one of them. We need to figure out what to do." "Staying here isn't safe," I said. "We decided to lay low for a while. I called in a favor from an old friend, Jake, who owned a cabin out in the woods. We packed up and headed out there, hoping to buy some time to figure things out. The cabin was remote, a good 20 miles from the nearest town. Jake had stocked it with supplies, and it felt like a fortress. For a few days, things were quiet. We started to relax, thinking maybe we'd thrown them off our trail. One night, though, I woke up to the sound of something outside. I grabbed my shotgun and crept to the window. In the moonlight, I saw shadows moving in the trees. "They'd found us," I whispered, shaking Ethan awake. "They're here." He bolted upright, fear in his eyes. "What do we do?" "We fight," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. We barricaded the doors and windows, waiting. The shadows moved closer, and soon we heard voices, low and menacing. They started banging on the doors, trying to break in. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. "Stay behind me," I told Ethan. The door burst open, and they came in, faces hidden by hoods. I fired the shotgun, the blast echoing in the small cabin. One of them went down, but there were too many. They overpowered us, dragging us outside. In the clearing, they had a makeshift altar set up, just like Ethan had described. They forced us to our knees, and the leader, the man with the slicked back hair, stepped forward. "You should have stayed out of this, Mr. Roth," he said. "Now you'll pay the price." He raised a knife, and I braced myself for the end. But then, out of nowhere, a gunshot rang out. The leader staggered, blood blossoming on his chest. Jake had come, his rifle trained on the cultists. Chaos erupted. The cultists scattered, and Jake kept firing, driving them back. In the confusion, I grabbed Ethan and we ran, not stopping until we were deep in the woods. We found a place to hide, and eventually the sounds of pursuit faded. We made our way back to civilization, battered but alive. We went to the authorities, this time with enough evidence to make them listen. The cult was dismantled, its members arrested. Ethan and I parted ways after that. He went into witness protection, and I returned to my quiet life in Madison. I still work on cars, still enjoy the simple things. But every now and then, when I drive those back roads, I remember that night, the fear, the adrenaline, the fight for survival. Life went on, but it was never quite the same. I learned that evil can lurk in the most unexpected places, and that sometimes you have to stand up and fight, even when the odds are against you. It wasn't the kind of experience you forget, but it made me stronger, more aware of the world's dark corners. These days, I keep a closer eye on strangers and always make sure my shotgun is within reach, because you never know when the shadows might come creeping. Fishing always had a calming effect on me. Sitting by the lake, casting my line and waiting for a bite, helped me unwind from the chaotic grind of life. That day, like many others, I found myself at Stillwater Lake, a hidden gem near Harpersville, Alabama. It was the same spot where I'd seen my dad catch the biggest bass of his life, and where I'd learned the ropes of fishing from him. My name's Bryce Caring, and this story takes place in 1998, when I was just looking for some peace and quiet, unaware that this day would be anything but peaceful. Growing up, life hadn't been a bed of roses. Mom worked 2 jobs, and Dad was a trucker, often away for long hauls. They were good people, just trying to make ends meet, I guess. That's why fishing meant so much to me. It was a link to Dad, a moment of respite in a world that rarely gave us a break. I'd settled into my usual spot by the lake, my trusty old tackle box by my side and my rod in hand. The sun was making its slow climb across the sky, and a light breeze rustled the leaves. It was the kind of day that made you feel glad to be alive. "Hey, Bryce," a voice called out from behind me. I turned to see Nate Thatcher, an old friend from high school. We'd gone our separate ways after graduation, but always managed to bump into each other around town. "Nate, you old bastard, how's it hanging?" I shouted back, a grin spreading across my face. He chuckled, walking over with his own fishing gear. "Not bad, man. Mind if I join you?" "Sure thing," I replied, making some space on the bank. Been a while since we had a proper catch-up. We chatted about the usual stuff: work, family, old friends. Nate had taken over his family's hardware store, and business was booming. We laughed about the dumb things we did in school, like the time we skipped class to go fishing here and nearly got caught by the principal. As we fished, a low rumble echoed from the woods behind us. "Did you hear that?" Nate asked, his brow furrowing. "Probably just a deer or something," I shrugged. "This place is full of wildlife." "Yeah, maybe," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. The hours rolled by, and we were both getting frustrated by the lack of fish. It was odd. This spot was usually teeming with activity. Nate was just about to suggest we move to a different part of the lake when we heard the noise again, louder this time. "All right, that's definitely not a deer," Nate muttered, glancing over his shoulder. "Probably just a raccoon rummaging around," I said, trying to sound casual, though the noise was starting to get to me too. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes nearby, and we both tensed. Out of the foliage emerged a disheveled man, his clothes torn and dirty, his eyes wild with fear. "Help! You've got to help me," he gasped, stumbling towards us. "What the hell happened to you?" I asked, standing up. "There's something out there. It got my friend," he panted, collapsing at our feet. Nate and I exchanged a look. "What do you mean, something?" Like a bear? Nate asked. No, it wasn't a bear. It was. I don't know what it was, but it was big and fast, the man stammered. Please, you've got to help me. I hesitated, my mind racing. Should we call the cops? Go check it out? My gut told me this guy was genuinely terrified, and that meant something dangerous was out there. All right, calm down, I said, trying to sound reassuring. What's your name? Jason Keller, he replied, his breathing starting to steady. Okay, Jason, where exactly did you see this thing? Nate asked, his voice steady. About a mile into the woods, near the old logging trail, Jason said, pointing in the general direction. We should call the sheriff, Nate suggested, pulling out his cell phone. No signal, he muttered, glancing at me. You? I checked mine. Same. We'll have to head back to town to get help. Jason shook his head frantically. No, there's no time. It's still out there. We've got to do something now. I looked at Nate, who sighed and nodded. All right, let's go check it out. But we need to be careful. We grabbed our gear and followed Jason into the woods. The atmosphere changed as we moved deeper. The usual sounds of the forest were replaced by an eerie silence. It felt like the trees were closing in on us, the shadows growing darker with every step. Over here, Jason whispered, leading us to a small clearing. There we saw the remains of a campsite, tents torn apart, supplies scattered everywhere, and blood. A lot of blood. Jesus, Nate muttered, his face pale. What the hell happened here? I told you, it got my friend. We were just setting up camp when it attacked, Jason said, his voice trembling. I scanned the area, my senses on high alert. That's when I saw it, movement in the trees, something big, dark, and fast. There, I shouted, pointing. The creature stepped into the clearing, and my blood ran cold. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. A hulking figure covered in matted dark fur, with glowing yellow eyes that seemed to pierce right through you. It moved on all fours, but its gait was more like a predator's than any animal I knew. Nate raised his shotgun, which I hadn't even noticed him carrying. Stay back, he yelled, firing a warning shot into the air. The creature didn't flinch. Instead, it let out a guttural snarl and charged at us. Nate fired again, but the thing was too fast, knocking him to the ground. I grabbed a branch and swung at it, but it swatted me aside like I was nothing. Jason screamed and tried to run, but the creature was on him in a flash, its claws tearing into his flesh. His screams were cut short as it bit into his neck, blood spraying everywhere. Jason, I yelled, scrambling to my feet. I grabbed Nate's shotgun and fired at the creature, hitting it in the shoulder. It roared in pain and turned its attention to me. Bryce, run, Nate shouted, struggling to get up. I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted through the trees, the creature's heavy footsteps pounding behind me. My heart was in my throat, adrenaline surging through my veins. I could hear it getting closer, its breath hot on my neck. I burst into another clearing and stumbled, falling to the ground. The creature was almost on me when a loud crack echoed through the air, and it stopped, yelping in pain. I looked up to see Nate, his face set in grim determination, holding a smoking rifle. Get up, Bryce, he shouted, firing again. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing a nearby rock and hurling it at the creature. It hit its head, dazing it for a moment. Nate fired a final shot, hitting it square in the chest. The creature let out a final, agonized howl before collapsing to the ground, motionless. We stood there, panting, staring at the creature's lifeless body. It looked almost human, but the features were all wrong, too twisted, too monstrous. "What the was that?" I whispered, my voice shaking. "I have no idea," Nate replied, lowering his rifle. "But it's dead now. Let's get the hell out of here." We didn't waste any time, sprinting back to the lake and grabbing our gear. We jumped into my truck and tore out of there, not stopping until we were back in town. We went straight to the sheriff's office, bursting in and demanding to speak with Sheriff Doherty. He listened to our story, his expression growing more serious with every word. "All right, show me," he said, grabbing his hat and leading us back to his cruiser. We drove back to the clearing, but when we arrived, the creature's body was gone. Only the blood stains and the wrecked campsite remained. "You boys sure about what you saw?" the sheriff asked, looking skeptical. "Yes, damn it, it killed Jason," I shouted, frustration boiling over. The sheriff sighed. "We'll do a thorough search, but there's not much to go on without a body. Stay in town, and don't go back there alone." We nodded, knowing he didn't fully believe us. We headed home, our minds reeling from the day's events. In the following weeks, search parties combed the area, but they found no trace of the creature or Jason's body. The official report listed him as missing, presumed dead. Nate and I knew the truth, but without proof, no one else would believe us. Life slowly returned to normal, but the memory of that day haunted us. We never went back to Stillwater Lake, and our fishing trips became a thing of the past. We'd sit at the bar, nursing beers, and sometimes in the quiet moments, we'd talk about what happened, trying to make sense of it all. But some things, some encounters, defy explanation. They linger in the shadows of your mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that can lurk just beneath the surface of the ordinary. And even though life goes on, you never truly forget the day you came face to face with the impossible. I swear, this one fishing trip out by Lake Elah changed my life. But before I get into that, let me tell you a bit about myself. I'm Deacon Mize. I grew up in the bustling streets of Brooklyn, New York, back in the 90s, then moved to the quiet countryside of Alabama. My family always had a knack for ending up in the weirdest situations, but this one takes the cake. You see, I've got this thing for fishing. It's my escape, my way of dealing with the daily grind, the family drama, and all the other crap life throws my way. So there I was, just another Saturday morning in 2015, setting out for a solo fishing trip. The sky was overcast, which was perfect because I hate the sun burning my neck. I grabbed my gear, hopped in my old Chevy, and drove down to Lake Elah. This place was a bit of a hidden gem. Not too many people knew about it, which meant peace and quiet. The lake itself is nestled in a sprawling forest, surrounded by thick trees and the kind of silence that you only get in the deep country. I parked my truck, grabbed my tackle box, and made my way to my usual spot. It's a little secluded area on the far side of the lake, where the water is still, and the fish bite more often than not. I settled in, cast my line, and just let the calm wash over me. I must have been sitting there for a good hour, not a single nibble. I didn't care though. The solitude was enough. That's when I noticed it, a smell. Not your usual swampy lake smell, but something more pungent, like rotting meat. I shrugged it off at first, thinking maybe some animal had died nearby. But the smell got stronger, and curiosity got the better of me. I decided to check it out, thinking maybe I'd find the carcass and move it further away. I grabbed my flashlight from the truck, just in case. The smell seemed to be coming from deeper in the woods. As I pushed through the underbrush, the trees seemed to close in around me, the light dimming even more under the thick canopy. Then I found it, a deer carcass. But it wasn't just dead, it was shredded. Something or someone had torn it apart. I've seen animals killed by predators before, but this was different. The wounds were too savage, too erratic. And that smell, it was strongest here. I felt a chill run down my spine. I shook it off and headed back to my spot, trying to convince myself it was just a bear or something. When I got back to the lake, I noticed something was off. My fishing gear was scattered, my tackle box turned over, hooks and lures everywhere. I frowned, looking around for any signs of who might have done it, but there was no one, just that eerie silence again. I decided to pack up. Something didn't feel right, and my gut was telling me to get the hell out of there. I was almost done when I heard it, a rustling in the bushes. My heart skipped a beat, and I spun around, flashlight in hand. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Out from the shadows stepped something that made my blood run cold. It was tall, covered in matted dark fur, with eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. It looked almost human, but not quite. Its face was twisted, more animalistic, and those teeth, sharp and jagged, like something out of a nightmare. I stood frozen, flashlight beam fixed on this thing. It growled, a deep, guttural sound that sent chills down my spine. My brain screamed at me to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The creature took a step closer, and that's when my survival instinct kicked in. I turned and bolted towards the truck, my heart pounding in my chest. Behind me, I heard it crashing through the underbrush, gaining on me. I reached the truck, yanked the door open, and dove inside, slamming it shut just as the creature slammed into the side. The whole vehicle shook with the impact. I fumbled with the keys, my hands trembling, but managed to get the engine started. I floored it, tires kicking up dirt and gravel as I sped out of there. In the rearview mirror, I saw it standing there at the edge of the clearing, watching me go. It didn't chase me, just stood there, those glowing eyes burning into my memory. I didn't stop driving until I was back in town, the safety of streetlights and other people finally letting me breathe again. I didn't tell anyone about what happened that day. Who would believe me? They'd think I'd gone nuts. Hell, sometimes I think I imagined it all. But every time I close my eyes, I see that thing. I stopped fishing after that. Couldn't bring myself to go back to the lake. Weeks later, I heard about a hiker who'd gone missing near the lake. They never found him, just his torn-up backpack and a trail of blood leading into the woods. It made the local news for a bit, but then it was forgotten. People chalked it up to a bear attack or some other wild animal. But I knew better. I knew what was out there. I never went back to Lake Elah. Moved to a different town, got a desk job, and tried to live a normal life. But every now and then, I'd hear about another disappearance near the lake, another person who wandered too far into the woods, and I'd wonder if they saw it too, if they felt that same terror I did. The creature, whatever it was, seemed to stay in that area. Maybe it was territorial, maybe it had a lair somewhere deep in the forest. I didn't care to find out. I just wanted to forget, to move on. But some things you can't unsee. Some things stay with you, haunt you. Years went by, and I tried to push it to the back of my mind. But last year I ran into an old friend from Brooklyn, Lenny. We grabbed a drink, caught up on old times. He noticed I wasn't quite myself, asked me what was up. So I told him everything. To my surprise, he didn't laugh, didn't call me crazy. He listened, nodded, and then told me something that made my blood run cold all over again. His cousin Jake had gone fishing out by Lake Elah about a year after I did. Jake never came back. They found his boat empty, floating near the shore. No sign of him, just like the others. Lenny and I sat in silence for a while after that, each lost in our own thoughts. Eventually, he spoke up. "You think it's still out there?" I shook my head. "I don't know, man. I hope not. But if it is, I don't want to find out." We finished our drinks and parted ways, promising to keep in touch. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still out there, lurking in those woods, waiting for its next victim. Maybe it was stupid, but I did some research, tried to find out if there were any legends or stories about creatures in that area. I found bits and pieces, old Native American tales about spirits in the woods, stories from settlers about strange sightings. Nothing concrete, but enough to make me wonder. One night I got a call from Lenny. He sounded panicked, told me he'd gone out to the lake to look for answers. He didn't find anything, but he felt like he was being watched the whole time. He got out of there quick, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was following him. I told him to stay away, to let it go. He promised he would. A week later, Lenny went missing. They found his car parked by the lake, his fishing gear still inside. No sign of him. Just like Jake. Just like the others. I felt sick, guilty. If I hadn't told him, maybe he'd still be here. I don't know what's out there, but I know it's real, and I know it's dangerous. So if you ever find yourself near Lake Elah, do yourself a favor, stay away. Some things are better left alone. My name is Harlan Grady, and this story takes place in the summer of 1998. I was 18, fresh out of high school, and spending my last summer as a counselor at Camp Wona in upstate New York. It's funny. You never think your last summer at a place will be your last summer, you know? Camp Wona was your typical summer camp. Rustic cabins, a big lake, dense woods all around. I'd been going there since I was 10, first as a camper, then as a junior counselor, and finally as a senior counselor. It was my second home. I was working alongside my best friend, Lane Darnell. Lane and I had been inseparable since the 4th grade. We did everything together, sports, homework, you name it. At camp, we were the dynamic duo. Lane had a way of making everyone laugh, even when things were tense. And believe me, that summer, things got tense. There were about 40 kids that year, ranging from 8 to 14. Our main job was to keep them entertained and out of trouble. The usual swimming, hiking, campfires, You'd think that after so many years I'd be bored of it, but no, I loved every minute. The days were long, but the nights were longer, especially that summer. It all started innocently enough. One evening, just after dinner, a group of us counselors were hanging out by the fire pit, joking around. Lane was in the middle of telling a particularly bad joke when we heard it. A scream. Not just any scream, but one that curdled your blood. We all froze, then sprang into action. The scream had come from the direction of the girls' cabins. We ran, flashlights bobbing in the growing darkness. When we got there, we found one of the younger girls, Rachel, standing outside her cabin, trembling. "What's wrong, Rachel?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "I saw someone," she whispered, eyes wide with fear. "A man. He was looking in the window." We exchanged looks. This wasn't the first time a kid had seen something that wasn't there. But Rachel was one of the more level-headed ones. "All right, let's check it out," Lane said, taking charge. We searched the area around the cabin, but there was no sign of anyone. Still, we decided to take turns keeping watch that night, just in case. The next few days were uneventful, but the unease lingered. Rachel's story spread among the campers, and soon there were rumors of a camp ghost haunting the woods. Kids, right? Always with the ghost stories. Then one night, Lane and I were on watch duty. It was around midnight, and we were sitting on the porch of the main lodge, swapping stories to stay awake. Lane had just started recounting the time we tried to sneak into the camp's pantry and got caught when we heard footsteps. We both fell silent, straining to listen. The footsteps were soft, almost hesitant, but unmistakable. They were coming from the woods. Lane motioned for me to follow, and we crept toward the sound. The moon was out, casting a silver light over everything, which helped since we didn't dare use our flashlights and give ourselves away. We reached the edge of the woods and saw a figure moving between the trees. It was too dark to make out any details, but it was definitely a man. He seemed to be searching for something. Lane and I exchanged a glance, and he gestured for me to circle around while he approached from the front. I moved as quietly as I could, heart pounding in my chest. When I was in position, Lane stepped forward. "Hey, who's there?" he called out. The figure froze, then bolted. Lane and I took off after him, but he was fast, and we lost him in the underbrush. We searched for a while longer, but eventually we had to give up. We returned to the lodge, both of us on edge. "Did you see his face?" I asked. "No, but he was tall, maybe in his 30s or 40s. Definitely not one of the kids or staff." We reported the incident to the camp director, Mr. Jorgensen, the next morning. He took it seriously, calling a staff meeting and instructing everyone to be extra vigilant. He also called the local sheriff, who sent a couple of deputies to patrol the area. But after a few days, with no further sightings, the tension eased. Until one night 2 weeks later. It was a Friday, and we had just wrapped up the weekly campfire sing-along. The kids were heading back to their cabins, and the counselors were cleaning up when we heard another scream. This time, it was blood-curdling. We ran toward the sound and found another girl, Emily, outside the mess hall crying hysterically. "He grabbed me," she sobbed. "He tried to pull me into the woods." We immediately called the sheriff, and within minutes the camp was swarming with deputies. They searched the woods and found evidence of a struggle, trampled grass, a torn piece of Emily's shirt, but no sign of the man. The deputies stayed the rest of the night, but by morning they had no leads. The mood at camp shifted after that. The kids were scared, the counselors were on edge, and Mr. Jorgensen was constantly on the phone with worried parents. We doubled the night watches, and everyone was extra cautious. Then, a few nights later, things took a darker turn. Lane and I were on watch again. We were patrolling the perimeter of the camp when we saw a flicker of light in the woods. It looked like a flashlight. We moved toward it, keeping low and quiet. As we got closer, we saw the man again, the same one we had chased before. This time, he was digging. "What the hell is he doing?" Lane whispered. "Only one way to find out," I replied. We moved closer, trying to get a better look. Suddenly, Lane stepped on a twig, and it snapped loudly. The man looked up, and for a moment, our eyes locked. He had a wild, desperate look about him. Then he dropped the flashlight and ran. Lane and I sprinted after him. This time, we were determined not to lose him. We crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping at our faces. The man was fast, but we were relentless. Finally, we cornered him at the edge of a ravine. He turned to face us, breathing hard. "Stay back," he snarled, pulling out a knife. "I don't want to hurt anyone." "Then drop the knife," Lane said, trying to stay calm. "We just want to talk." "No," the man shouted. "You don't understand. They're after me." "Who's after you?" I asked, confused. But before he could answer, he lunged at Lane. There was a brief struggle, and Lane managed to knock the knife out of his hand. The man tried to run again, but this time I tackled him to the ground. We wrestled for a moment before I managed to pin him down. "Call the sheriff," I shouted to Lane. Lane took off, leaving me alone with the man. He was muttering to himself, something about them and the woods. I tried to get more out of him, but he just kept rambling. It felt like forever, but finally the deputies arrived and took the man into custody. They questioned him, but he was incoherent, babbling about people following him and needing to dig for something. They took him away, and we thought that was the end of it. But the real horror was just beginning. The next morning, the deputies returned with grim faces. They had searched the area where we found the man and discovered something horrifying. Buried in the shallow grave he had been digging were the remains of a missing person. The sheriff identified her as a woman who had disappeared from a nearby town a month earlier. The camp was in an uproar. Mr. Jorgensen decided to shut down early, and parents came to pick up their kids. The news spread like wildfire, and soon the camp was swarming with reporters. Lane and I gave statements to the police, but there wasn't much else we could do. Over the next few weeks, more details emerged. The man, whose name was revealed to be Daniel Clean, had a history of mental illness. He had been off his medication and living in the woods for weeks, convinced that people were after him. The woman he had killed, Carol Mercer, had been hiking in the area when he encountered her. The sheriff theorized that Clean had been moving through the woods, digging random graves to throw off his pursuers. It was a chilling thought, knowing that he had been so close to the camp all that time. Lane and I stayed in touch after camp ended, but things were never the same. We both struggled with what had happened, and I know Lane had nightmares for years. I moved on with my life, went to college, got a job, but that summer at Camp Wona stayed with me. I never went back to camp counseling after that. The memories were too raw, too real. But I did go back to visit once, about 10 years later. The camp was still there, still running, with new kids and new counselors. It looked the same, but it felt different. Maybe it was just me. As for Daniel Clean, he was committed to a psychiatric hospital. I don't know what happened to him after that. I try not to think about it too much. It's easier to remember the good times at Camp Wona, the campfires, the laughs, the friendships. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that scream and the man in the woods, and I wonder if there are other stories out there, waiting to be told. My name is Dallas Wynn, and this happened to me back in 2002. I was a college student at the time, studying journalism at Northwestern University. I always loved a good story, and I thought I had a knack for sniffing out the truth. Summers were spent working odd jobs, saving up for the next semester. That year I landed a gig as a camp counselor at Cedarwood Summer Camp in rural Wisconsin. It was supposed to be an easy job, a chance to relax before diving back into the books. It turned out to be anything but. Cedarwood was a typical summer camp, wooden cabins scattered around a picturesque lake, canoes, archery targets, and a mess hall that served questionable food. The kids loved it. The staff were a mixed bag, mostly college students like me. There was Harper, my best friend since freshman year, always the life of the party. Then there was Tony, the camp director, a no-nonsense guy in his mid-40s with a permanent sunburn and an old military vibe about him. The first few weeks went smoothly. We had the usual mix of homesick kids, pranks, and campfire stories. One night, Harper and I were sitting by the fire after the kids had gone to bed, swapping stories and roasting marshmallows. We heard something rustling in the bushes, but we brushed it off as a raccoon or a deer. Cedarwood was pretty isolated, and wildlife was common. A few days later, things started getting weird. One of the campers, a quiet kid named Nate, went missing during a hike. It wasn't unusual for kids to wander off, but Nate didn't show up for dinner, and that set off alarms. We searched the woods, calling his name until our voices were hoarse. Harper found his backpack near a creek, but there was no sign of Nate. Tony called the local authorities, and they combed the area for days but found nothing. The mood at the camp changed after that. The carefree atmosphere was replaced with unease. Parents were notified, but most chose to keep their kids at the camp, thinking it was just an isolated incident. The local sheriff, a grizzled man named Hal, started hanging around, asking questions, but there were no answers. One night, Harper and I were sitting by the fire again, trying to make sense of it all. "You think he just ran away?" Harper asked, staring into the flames. "Maybe," I replied. "But why leave his backpack?" "Kids do dumb things," Harper said, though he didn't sound convinced. A week later, another camper disappeared. This time it was a girl named Lily. Same story, went missing during a hike, belongings found near the creek. Tony decided to shut down the camp early. Parents came to collect their kids, and the place emptied out fast. But I couldn't leave. Something about the whole thing gnawed at me. Harper felt the same. We convinced Tony to let us stay behind to help clean up and maybe find some answers. Hal was still around, his presence a grim reminder that Nate and Lily were still missing. One evening, Harper and I decided to check out the creek again. It was getting dark, but we had flashlights and a couple of beers to keep us company. We followed the creek for a mile or so, joking to keep the fear at bay. As we were about to turn back, Harper's flashlight caught something glinting in the water. "It's a locket," he said, recognizing it instantly. We exchanged a look, a mixture of hope and dread. "Let's keep going," I said, the thrill of discovery outweighing my fear. We pushed on, the woods getting denser and darker. About half a mile further, we stumbled upon an old cabin. It wasn't on any of the camp maps. The door was slightly ajar, and a strange, sweet smell wafted out. Harper and I exchanged nervous glances, but pushed the door open. Inside, the cabin was a mess of old furniture, broken windows, and that same sweet smell, stronger now. There were signs that someone had been living there: a dirty sleeping bag, empty food cans, and something that made my blood run cold. Photos of the missing kids, Nate and Lily, pinned to the wall. "We need to get out of here," Harper whispered. But it was too late. The door slammed shut, and a figure emerged from the shadows. He was tall, gaunt, with wild eyes and unkempt hair. He looked like he'd been living in the woods for years. "Who the hell are you?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "Doesn't matter," he replied, his voice raspy. "You're not leaving." Before we could react, he lunged at Harper. They grappled, knocking over furniture. I grabbed a broken chair leg and swung at the man, hitting him square in the head. He staggered back, dazed, and Harper managed to break free. "Run!" I shouted, and we bolted out of the cabin. We ran through the woods, not daring to look back, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, keeping me going. We burst into the clearing near the camp, where Hal was waiting by his patrol car. "Help! He's in the cabin!" Harper yelled. Hal didn't waste a second. He grabbed his radio, calling for backup, and we led him back to the cabin. When we got there, the man was gone, but Hal found enough evidence to confirm our story. The photos, the sleeping bag, the food cans. It all pointed to someone living out there, watching us. The police launched a full-scale search, and a few days later, they found Nate and Lily. They were alive but traumatized, hidden in a root cellar near the cabin. The man, who we later learned was a drifter named Cal, was captured trying to flee the area. He had a history of mental illness and had been living off the grid for years. Cal was charged with kidnapping and attempted murder. The trial was a media circus, and Cedarwood summer camp never reopened. Tony moved away, and Harper and I went back to college, forever changed by the experience. We kept in touch with Nate and Lily. They had a tough road ahead, but they were resilient kids. Harper and I visited them often, trying to help in any way we could. We became advocates for better mental health care and safety measures at camps, hoping to prevent anything like this from happening again. Years later, I still think about that summer. The sound of the creek, the smell of the cabin, the fear in Harper's eyes as we ran for our lives. It all stays with me, a reminder that sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that really happened. My name is Rob, and this happened to me on June 18, 2004. I was on a camping trip in my RV at a place called Pine Creek Hollow in Idaho. Now, I'm not the sort who scares easily. I grew up hunting and fishing, and I've spent more nights in the wilderness than I care to count. But what happened that night was different. I'd parked the RV in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines that seemed to touch the sky. It was a nice spot, isolated, with the creek nearby providing a constant, soothing sound of running water. The air was cool and smelled of pine needles and damp earth. It was just me and my dog, Max, a big, friendly German shepherd who loved the outdoors as much as I did. The first night was uneventful. I made a fire, cooked some beans, and Max and I sat under the stars, enjoying the peace and quiet. The next day, I did some fishing in the creek and caught a couple of trout. Life was good. On the third night, things started to get strange. I was sitting by the fire, reading a book, when Max started growling. Now, Max was a friendly dog, but he was also a good guard dog. When he growled, I paid attention. I looked up from my book and saw him staring into the darkness beyond the firelight. His ears perked and his body tense. "What is it, boy?" I asked. But he just kept growling, his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. I stood up and grabbed my flashlight. "Stay," I told Max, and I walked toward where he was looking. The beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the trees and underbrush. I didn't see anything unusual, but Max's growling had me on edge. Then I heard it, a rustling sound like something moving through the underbrush. It wasn't the sound of a small animal. It was heavier, more deliberate. I felt a chill run through me, and not because of the cold. I took a few steps forward, trying to see what it was, but the sound stopped, and there was nothing there. I backed away slowly, keeping the flashlight trained on the trees. When I got back to the fire, Max had stopped growling, but he was still on high alert, his ears twitching at every sound. I didn't sleep much that night, and neither did Max. Every little noise had us both on edge. The next day, I decided to take a hike to clear my head. There was a trail that led up into the hills, and I figured a good hike would do me and Max some good. We set off early, and for a while, it was just like any other hike. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and Max was running ahead, sniffing everything in sight. But as we got deeper into the woods, I started to get that uneasy feeling again. It was too quiet. The birds had stopped singing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Max was acting strange too. He kept stopping and looking back, his ears perked and his body tense. "Come on, Max," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "It's just the woods, nothing to be afraid of." We kept going, but that feeling of being watched never went away. After a while, I decided to turn back. The uneasy feeling was too strong to ignore. As we made our way back to the RV, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us. That night, I decided to keep the fire going and stay outside with Max. I figured whatever it was that was making us uneasy, it wouldn't come near the fire. Max was restless, pacing around the clearing and growling at the darkness. Around midnight, I heard it again, the rustling sound. But this time, it was closer. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the trees. Max was going crazy, barking and growling, his hackles raised. Then I saw it, a pair of eyes reflecting the light from my flashlight. They were high off the ground, higher than any animal I'd ever seen. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The eyes disappeared, and I heard the sound of something moving away through the trees. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat by the fire with Max, my rifle in my lap, listening to the sounds of the forest. Every little noise had me jumping, and Max was just as on edge as I was. The next day, I decided it was time to leave. Whatever was out there, I didn't want to stick around to find out. I packed up the RV and got ready to leave. But as I was loading up, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the dirt around the RV, big ones, like nothing I'd ever seen before. They looked almost human, but they were too big, and the toes were all wrong. I didn't waste any time. I got in the RV and started the engine. Max jumped in beside me, and I took off down the dirt road, heading back to civilization. But as we were driving, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. It wasn't until we were miles away from Pine Creek Hollow that I started to relax. I told myself it was just my imagination, that there was a logical explanation for everything. But deep down, I knew there was something out there, something I couldn't explain. A few weeks later, I was back home, trying to put the whole experience behind me. But I couldn't stop thinking about those eyes, those footprints. I started doing some research, trying to find out if anyone else had experienced something similar. That's when I came across stories of a creature called the Wendigo, a legend from Native American folklore. It was said to be a spirit that could possess people and turn them into cannibalistic monsters. The descriptions didn't match exactly, but it was the closest thing I could find to what I'd seen. I never went back to Pine Creek Hollow, and I never went camping alone again. I still go camping, but always with friends and always in places where there are other people around. Max never seemed the same after that trip either. He was still a good dog, but he was more skittish, more on edge. I don't know what I saw out there, and I don't want to know. All I know is that there are things in this world that we can't explain, things that don't belong, and sometimes it's better to leave them alone. One night, a few months after the trip, I was sitting in my living room, watching TV with Max at my feet. There was a knock at the door. It was late, and I wasn't expecting anyone. Max started growling again, that same low growl he'd had in the woods. I got up and opened the door, but there was no one there, just an empty porch and the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. I looked down and saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the porch, were footprints, the same ones I'd seen in Pine Creek Hollow. I closed the door and locked it, my heart pounding in my chest. I sat back down, trying to calm myself. Max was still growling, his eyes fixed on the door. I didn't sleep much that night, and for the next few weeks, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Eventually, the feeling faded, and life went back to normal. But I'll never forget what happened at Pine Creek Hollow, and I'll never forget the name I found in those old legends, Wendigo. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe it was something else. But whatever it was, it's out there, and it's watching. My name is Robert, and this happened to me on July 17th, 2009. I've always loved camping, ever since I was a kid. There's something about the quiet of the wilderness, the crackle of a campfire, and the stars overhead that just feels right. So when I got my RV, I decided to take it out for a week-long trip to a spot I found in Wyoming, a place near the Shoshone National Forest. I drove out there on a Monday, early in the morning, with my old friend Davis. We hadn't seen each other in years, so this was a good chance to catch up and relive some of the good old days. We set up camp by a small creek, surrounded by dense trees. It was perfect. The first couple of days were great. We fished, hiked, and sat around the fire telling stories. On the third day, things started to get weird. Dave and I were sitting by the fire, finishing off a couple of beers, when we heard something rustling in the bushes nearby. I didn't think much of it at first. There are plenty of animals out here, after all. Probably just a deer, I said, tossing another log on the fire. Yeah, maybe, Dave replied, but he didn't sound convinced. That night, I woke up to the sound of something scraping against the side of the RV. I grabbed a flashlight and looked out the window but didn't see anything. I figured it was a tree branch or something and went back to sleep. The next morning, Dave mentioned that he'd heard the same noise. We joked about it, calling it the night critter, and left it at that. But that evening, things got worse. We were sitting by the fire again, enjoying the quiet, when we heard the noise again. This time, it was louder, and it didn't sound like any animal I knew. It was a sort of shuffling sound, followed by a heavy thud. "Did you hear that?" Dave asked, his eyes wide. "Yeah," I said, grabbing the flashlight. "Let's go check it out." We walked towards the noise, the light from the fire casting long shadows among the trees. I shone the flashlight around, but didn't see anything. Then, as we were about to head back to the fire, we heard it again, closer this time. "What the hell is that?" Dave whispered. Before I could answer, something darted past us in the darkness. It was fast, too fast to see clearly, but it was big, much bigger than any animal I'd seen around here. "Did you see that?" Dave asked, his voice shaking. "Yeah, I saw it," I said, my heart pounding. "Let's get back to the RV." We hurried back to the campfire, grabbing the rifles we had brought just in case. We sat there, staring into the darkness, waiting for whatever it was to show itself again. But nothing happened. After a while, we decided to call it a night and went inside the RV. The next day, we decided to stay close to camp. We didn't want to wander too far in case whatever it was came back. We spent the day fishing and talking, trying to keep our minds off the night before. But as the sun began to set, the tension started to build again. That night, we heard the noise again. This time, it was right outside the RV. We could hear it moving around, scraping against the sides. And then it hit the door hard. "Jesus, what is that?" Dave whispered, his face pale. "I don't know," I said, grabbing my rifle. But we're not sticking around to find out. We decided to leave first thing in the morning. We packed up as much as we could, but as we were about to get into the RV, something slammed into the side, knocking us both off our feet. I scrambled to my feet, pointing the rifle at the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. Dave was next to me, his face pale, holding his rifle with shaking hands. "Get in the RV," I shouted. We scrambled inside, locking the doors behind us. Whatever it was, it started banging on the door, harder and harder. The whole RV shook with each hit. "We need to get out of here," Dave said, his voice shaking. I jumped into the driver's seat, turning the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I floored it, tearing out of the campsite. We didn't stop until we were miles away, parked on the side of a dirt road. "What the hell was that?" Dave asked, his voice still shaking. "I don't know," I said, looking out the window, "but I don't want to find out." We spent the rest of the night in the RV, too scared to sleep. The next morning we drove back to town and went straight to the sheriff's office. We told him what happened, but he didn't believe us. He said it was probably a bear or a mountain lion, but I knew it wasn't. It was something else, something that didn't belong out there. Dave and I went our separate ways after that. We never talked about what happened again, but sometimes, late at night, I can still hear that noise, the scraping, the banging, and I wonder what it was that we saw out there. And I wonder if it's still out there waiting. Years passed, and I tried to put the whole experience behind me. But one evening, I received a call from Dave's wife. She told me that Dave had gone missing during another camping trip. The news hit me like a punch to the gut. I knew I had to go back to find out what really happened. I drove back to the same spot in Wyoming, my heart heavy with dread. The place looked the same, but it felt different, darker somehow. I set up camp and waited. That night, I heard the same noise, the same scraping and banging, but this time I was ready. I grabbed my rifle and stepped outside, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The noise was louder now, closer. I followed it to the edge of the trees, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I saw it. It was huge, at least 7 feet tall, with long matted hair and eyes that glowed in the darkness. It moved with a strange, jerky gait, like it wasn't used to walking on 2 legs. I raised my rifle, my hands shaking. "Dave!" I shouted, hoping for a response. But there was nothing, just the creature and the darkness. The creature turned towards me, its eyes locking onto mine. I squeezed the trigger, the shot echoing through the trees. The creature let out a sound that sent chills down my spine, a sound that was more human than animal. It staggered back, then turned and disappeared into the trees. I stood there, shaking, trying to process what I had just seen. I knew it wasn't over. I had to find Dave, to know what happened to him. I spent the next few days searching the area, but there was no sign of him, no sign of the creature. It was like they had both vanished into thin air. I went back to the sheriff's office, told him what I saw, but he just looked at me like I was crazy. He said there was no evidence, no proof, but I knew what I saw, and I knew that whatever it was still out there. I never went camping again after that. I sold the RV, moved to a different state, tried to start over, but the memory of that night, the image of that creature still haunts me. I still wonder what it was, where it came from, and if it's still out there waiting. Years later, I did some research, trying to find out if anyone else had seen the creature. I found stories, old legends, about a creature that roams the forests, hunting those who dare to enter its territory. They called it a Wendigo, a name that sent a shiver down my spine. I don't know if it's true, but it felt right, like it was the name I had been searching for. So that's my story. I don't know if anyone will believe me, but I had to tell it. Maybe it's a warning. Maybe it's just a tale of a scared man who saw something he couldn't explain. But I know one thing for sure. I will never set foot in those woods again. I was working for the U.S. government in a unit so secret that most people wouldn't believe it even existed. My name is Leander Forrester, and I was part of a cryptid hunting team tasked with investigating and neutralizing mysterious creatures that defied scientific explanation. We were dispatched to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, where a string of disappearances had locals whispering about old legends. It was late October, the kind of crisp, clear autumn day that made the whole park glow with shades of red and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds. I met up with my team in a small cabin we had commandeered for the mission. My partners were a motley crew: Harris, a grizzled veteran with a military background; Jenna, a sharp-eyed biologist; and Quinn, our tech expert who could hack into anything. We joked a lot to keep the mood light, but there was an unspoken tension. People were missing, and we were there to find out why. Ever notice how this job is 90% waiting around? Harris grumbled, his fingers drumming on the table. And 10% sheer terror? Maybe we should make that 10% happen, Jenna said, her eyes scanning a map spread out on the table. 3 people have gone missing in this area, all within a week. We need to start there. We geared up and headed into the dense forest. I carried my usual equipment: a Glock, a hunting knife, and a flashlight. Harris had his rifle, Jenna her tranquilizer gun loaded with who knows what concoction, and Quinn had a bag full of gadgets that made him look like a modern-day MacGyver. The first day was uneventful, just miles of hiking through beautiful but eerily quiet woods. We set up camp near a small stream, cooked some dinner, and shared stories. It was Jenna who broke the silence about our quarry. "You ever think about what we're really hunting?" she asked, poking the fire with a stick. "These things, whatever they are, they're not animals. Not like anything we've seen." "No use speculating," Harris said. "We'll know it when we see it." That night I took the first watch. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures, but I felt a deep unease. Every rustle seemed too deliberate, every shadow too dark. I shook off the feeling. It was just the nerves talking. Around midnight I heard a scream. It wasn't human. It echoed through the trees, freezing me in place. I waited, heart pounding, but nothing followed. When my shift ended, I didn't mention it to the others. It was probably just some animal. The next day we pushed deeper into the forest. We found signs of struggle, broken branches, scattered belongings, but no bodies. The air felt charged, like just before a thunderstorm. As evening approached, we stumbled upon an old abandoned cabin. It wasn't on any of our maps. "Looks like someone's been using this place," Quinn said, examining the worn path leading to the door. "Recently." We entered cautiously. The cabin was small, musty, with a single room that held a bed, a table, and a fireplace. What caught our attention was the wall, covered in scribbled notes and photographs. They depicted strange sightings: claw marks on trees, blurred shapes in the background of family pictures. "This is someone's obsession," Jenna said, her voice barely a whisper. Maybe they were onto something. We decided to spend the night there, taking turns on watch again. This time, it was Harris who heard it. A low, guttural sound outside. He woke us up, and we went out, guns drawn, flashlights piercing the darkness. The sound had stopped, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. We returned to the cabin, uneasy but with no other option. Around dawn, Quinn shook me awake. "Leander, "Come look at this." In the dim light, I saw what he was pointing at, deep gouges in the wooden door, as if something with massive claws had tried to get in. "We need to move," I said. "Now." We packed up and left the cabin, following a trail we hoped would lead us to answers. By midday, we came across a small clearing. The ground was littered with bones, deer, rabbits, and unmistakably human. Jenna knelt down, examining the remains. "These people didn't just get lost," she said. "They were hunted." A chill ran through us, but there was no turning back. We pressed on, the forest growing denser and darker. The undergrowth was thick, making every step a struggle. It was Harris who spotted the first signs of the creature. A massive footprint, unlike anything we'd ever seen. "Jesus, look at the size of that," he said, kneeling beside it. "Whatever made this is big." We followed the tracks. The forest seemed to close in around us, the sunlight barely penetrating the canopy, casting everything in a greenish gloom. We moved quietly, every snap of a twig underfoot sounding like a gunshot. Then we saw it. At first it was just a shape, a shadow moving through the trees. But as it drew closer, its form became clearer. It was massive, covered in dark, matted fur, walking on two legs. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light. "Holy hell," Quinn breathed. "What is that?" "Doesn't matter," Harris said, raising his rifle. "It's going down." Before he could fire, the creature let out a roar, so loud and deep it felt like the ground was shaking. It charged us, faster than anything that size should be able to move. Harris fired, the shot echoing through the trees, but the creature barely flinched. We scattered, trying to find cover. I saw the creature swipe at Harris, sending him flying into a tree with a sickening thud. Jenna was screaming something, but it was lost in the chaos. Quinn was fumbling with one of his gadgets, trying to set a trap. I took aim with my Glock, firing at the creature's head. It recoiled, but only for a moment. Then it turned its gaze on me, eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence. I ran, heart pounding, the forest a blur around me. I could hear it crashing through the undergrowth behind me, relentless. I stumbled into another clearing, and there it was, standing in front of me, blocking my escape. It moved with a terrifying grace, every muscle rippling under its fur. I could see the intelligence in its eyes, something more than animal. In that moment I knew this wasn't just a creature. It was something else, something ancient and powerful. I fired again, but it was too fast. It was on me in an instant, claws raking across my chest. The pain was blinding, but I kept fighting, stabbing at it with my knife. The creature roared, a sound of fury and pain. It threw me aside, and I hit the ground hard. Everything went black. When I came to, the forest was silent. The creature was gone. But so were Harris and Jenna. Quinn was beside me, his face pale. "They're gone," he said, his voice shaking. "We need to get out of here." We stumbled back through the forest, every step a struggle. By the time we reached the cabin, it was dark. We radioed for extraction, and a helicopter came to take us out. We didn't speak on the flight back, each lost in our own thoughts. Back at the base, there were questions, debriefings, but the official report didn't tell the whole story. It couldn't. No one would believe it. They listed Harris and Jenna as missing, presumed dead. We knew better. A week later, I was back in my apartment, trying to make sense of it all. I kept thinking about those eyes, the intelligence in them. This wasn't over. The creature was still out there, and it would hunt again. I sat down at my desk, pulling out a map of the Great Smoky Mountains. There were other places, other disappearances. We had to find it before it found more victims. I wasn't going to let it win. In the end, it wasn't just about the hunt. It was about understanding. What were these creatures? Where did they come from? And how many more were out there? We had to know. And so, despite everything, I knew I would go back. We all would. Because that's what we did. We hunted the things that hunted us. I remember the day I got the call. It was early fall, the kind of day where the leaves crunch under your feet and the air smells of damp earth and dying foliage. My name is Comrade Ainsworth, and I work for a division that doesn't officially exist. We call ourselves the Cryptid Containment Unit CCU. We deal with things that most people believe are mere legends, creatures that shouldn't exist but do. My job is to find them, contain them, and make sure they don't cause any more trouble. This particular assignment was in the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest, near a small town called Cedarville. The town had seen better days, but now it was a shadow of its former self, struggling with the disappearance of a few locals. The reports were unusual, even for us. People were going missing without a trace, and the local authorities were stumped. That's where we came in. My team consisted of 4 members. Hank, a grizzled veteran with a penchant for bad jokes. Lisa, our tech expert who could hack into anything with a screen. Daryl, a former Marine with a steady hand and nerves of steel. And me, the de facto leader, with a knack for figuring things out. We arrived in Cedarville and set up our base of operations in an old abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. The locals were suspicious of us, but they didn't ask too many questions. They were desperate for answers, and we were their last hope. Our first step was to gather information. We talked to the families of the missing people, visited the last known locations, and tried to piece together a pattern. It wasn't long before we realized there was no pattern, no rhyme or reason to the disappearances. They happened at random times, in different parts of the forest. One evening, we decided to split up and cover more ground. Hank and Lisa took the north side of the forest, while Daryl and I covered the south. We were armed, of course, but something about this case made me uneasy. It felt different, more sinister. Daryl and I trudged through the forest, the sounds of our footsteps muffled by the thick layer of leaves and underbrush. We were silent, each lost in our thoughts. The light was fading, casting long shadows that played tricks on the eyes. "Conrad," Daryl said suddenly, breaking the silence, "do you ever wonder if we're making a difference? I mean, we contain these things, but for how long?" I shrugged. "We do what we can. It's better than doing nothing." He nodded, but I could tell he wasn't satisfied with my answer. I wasn't either, but it was the best I could do. We continued our search, the forest growing darker and more oppressive with each passing minute. We were about to turn back when we heard a noise. It was faint at first, but it grew louder, a rustling sound, like something moving through the underbrush. We froze, our eyes scanning the darkness. I reached for my flashlight, but Daryl stopped me. "No light," he whispered. We don't want to give away our position. We stood there, hearts pounding, as the noise grew closer. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of our breathing. "Let's move," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. We moved cautiously, every sense on high alert. We didn't get far before we saw it, a shape, tall and shadowy, moving through the trees with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly. "Daryl, you see that?" I whispered. "Yeah," he replied, his voice tight. "What the hell is it?" "I don't know," I said, my mind racing. "But we need to find out." We followed the creature, keeping a safe distance. It moved with a purpose, and we trailed it for what felt like hours. Finally, it stopped at a clearing, and we got our first good look at it. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with long, sinewy limbs and a face that was more animal than human. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, reflecting the moonlight. It was covered in thick, matted fur that looked almost black in the dim light. "What the hell is that?" Daryl whispered, his voice filled with a mix of awe and fear. "I don't know," I said, "but I think we found our culprit." We watched as the creature moved to the center of the clearing. It seemed to be searching for something. Then, without warning, it let out a blood-curdling scream. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard, a mix of rage and pain that sent chills down my spine. Before we could react, the creature lunged at something hidden in the shadows. There was a brief struggle, and then a man emerged from the darkness, his face twisted in terror. He tried to run, but the creature was too fast. It grabbed him, its claws sinking into his flesh. "Help me," the man screamed, his voice filled with desperation. We didn't hesitate. Daryl and I moved forward, our weapons drawn, but we were too late. The creature tore into the man, its claws ripping through his flesh with terrifying ease. I fired my gun, the sound echoing through the forest. The creature turned, its eyes locking onto mine. For a moment, I thought it would come after us, but then it let out another scream and vanished into the darkness, leaving the lifeless body of the man behind. We rushed to the man's side, but it was clear he was beyond saving. His body was mangled, his face frozen in a mask of horror. "Conrad, we need to get out of here," Daryl said, his voice trembling. "We can't fight that thing." I nodded, my mind racing. We had to regroup, come up with a plan. We couldn't let this thing continue to terrorize the town. We made our way back to the warehouse, our minds heavy with the weight of what we'd witnessed. Hank and Lisa were already there, their faces grim. "We heard the shots," Hank said. "What happened?" I told them everything, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at my insides. When I finished, there was a heavy silence. "We need to find a way to track it," Lisa said finally. "We can't let it keep killing people." "I agree," I said, "but we need to be smart about this. We can't take it head on. We need to find its weakness." The next few days were a blur of activity. We scoured the forest, looking for any clues that might help us track the creature. We set up cameras, laid traps, and gathered as much information as we could. Then one night, we got a break. One of our cameras caught the creature returning to the clearing. It was dragging something behind it, a body. We watched as it tore into its victim, the gruesome sight filling us with a renewed sense of urgency. "We need to end this," I said. my voice filled with determination. We armed ourselves with everything we had: guns, knives, anything that might give us an edge. We waited until nightfall, then made our way to the clearing. The creature was there, its back to us. It was feasting on another victim, its movements quick and efficient. We moved silently, our hearts pounding in our chests. I signaled to the team, and we opened fire. The creature let out a scream and turned to face us, its eyes filled with rage. It charged, moving with a speed that took us by surprise. Hank was the first to fall, the creature's claws slicing through him like butter. He didn't even have time to scream. Lisa was next, her body crumpling under the force of the creature's attack. Daryl and I fought with everything we had, but it was no use. The creature was too strong, too fast. It tore into Daryl, his blood spraying across the forest floor. I was the last one standing, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I raised my gun, but the creature knocked it out of my hands. It loomed over me, its eyes burning with a feral intensity. For a moment, I thought it would kill me, but then it turned and vanished into the darkness. I was left alone, surrounded by the bodies of my friends. I don't know why it spared me. Maybe it knew I would come after it, that I wouldn't stop until I found a way to kill it. Or maybe it just enjoyed the hunt, the thrill of the chase. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what had happened. I reported the deaths, but I knew there would be no justice for my friends. The creature was still out there, and I was the only one left to stop it. I spent months tracking it, following the trail of bodies it left behind. I learned its patterns, its habits, and I became obsessed with finding a way to kill it. In the end, I never did. The creature was too smart, too elusive. It continued to kill, and I continued to chase it, always one step behind. Years later, I retired from the CCU, my body and mind scarred by the hunt. I never stopped looking for the creature, never stopped hoping that one day I would find a way to end its reign of terror. But deep down, I knew the truth. Some things can't be killed, can't be stopped. Some creatures are beyond our understanding, beyond our control. And so I live with the memories, the ghosts of my friends haunting my dreams. I tell myself that I did everything I could, that I fought the good fight, but in the end, it wasn't enough. The creature is still out there. The last chance horror. They say people who live out here like I do choose solitude over sanity. Maybe they're right. But I didn't have many other options after my wife left me. No warning, just a note on the fridge. I figured my time in the city was done, sold what little I had left, bought an old trailer, and found myself a patch of land far enough away from civilization that I wouldn't have to see another person unless I wanted to. Not that I ever wanted to. This was 2010, a year that still makes me laugh, because it was supposed to be the start of something better. That's what my ex-wife used to say. The name's Garrett Durst. It's not a name that gets tossed around in polite circles, but I'm not a man of polite circles anymore. Haven't been for years. Most of my days are spent working on the trailer, fixing leaks, making the place habitable, if you could call it that. If it wasn't for the occasional hunting trip or hike through the woods, I'd probably go mad. I've got some dark humor to keep me company. I guess you could call that a coping mechanism. Why don't ghosts haunt the forest? Because all the spirits get axed before they get too close. Yeah, it's lame, but it keeps me entertained. My land sits somewhere near the Idaho-Montana border, far from any real town or road. It's the kind of place that doesn't even show up on GPS, so I don't worry about company. No phone signal, no electricity, just me, the woods, and whatever decides to wander through. A few hunters pass by now and then, but mostly it's quiet. Until it wasn't. I was in the middle of replacing some rotting wood on the trailer's siding when I noticed it. The eerie quiet. The birds that usually sang all day were gone. No rustling leaves or snapping twigs from squirrels or deer. It was just silence, like someone hit a mute button on the world. I remember thinking, well, maybe nature finally decided to give me a break. But that thought was cut short when I heard the first scream. It was distant, probably a mile or so out. But it wasn't an animal sound. No, this was a person, high-pitched, panicked. I dropped my hammer, my mind racing through every reason why someone would be screaming that far out. We don't get hikers out here, at least none that survived long enough to scream like that. I grabbed my shotgun. I don't usually carry it around with me, hadn't needed to in years. But something about that scream put a pit in my stomach. You know, the kind that only shows up when you know something's wrong. I stuffed a few extra shells into my pockets and headed out into the woods. It was easy to follow the sound. It didn't stop. The trees were dense, but I know this land like the back of my hand. It's my backyard after all. About 15 minutes into my walk, I found the source. 2 men, or at least what was left of them. They were torn apart, bodies strewn across the clearing like rag dolls, blood pooling into the grass. One of them was missing half his face, his jaw hanging on by a thread. The other, well, there wasn't much left to describe. I'm no stranger to hunting accidents, but this wasn't something a bear or mountain lion could do. No, this was deliberate, violent, like whatever did this wanted to make a point. And it didn't take long for me to figure out that it was still nearby. I heard it before I saw it, heavy footsteps, the kind that make the earth tremble a little. I turned slowly, my shotgun raised, ready for whatever was coming. But nothing could have prepared me for what stepped out of the trees. It was big, probably about 7 feet tall, with long matted fur that clung to its body in clumps. The thing looked like a cross between a man and a wolf, but worse, much worse. It stood on 2 legs but hunched, its long arms ending in claws that were caked in dried blood, and its teeth. God, the teeth. It didn't snarl or roar, just stood there breathing heavy, watching me. I fired off a shot. It hit, but it didn't stop the thing. It staggered back, more out of surprise than pain, before it charged. I barely had time to pump another shell before it was on me. I managed to duck just as one of those claws swiped where my head had been. I hit the ground hard but scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't look back, didn't want to see how close it was. I could hear it though, crashing through the trees behind me, getting closer. I made it back to the trailer and slammed the door shut, locking it, as if that would stop something like that. I could hear it outside, circling, testing the windows, the door. It let out a low sound, not a roar or a growl, just this deep, guttural noise that vibrated through the walls. I reloaded the shotgun, my hand shaking. I wasn't sure if it was fear or adrenaline, but I wasn't about to sit around and find out. The thing slammed into the side of the trailer, the entire structure rocking from the force. It didn't care about the door. It was going to rip its way inside one way or another. I had one shot, maybe two if I was lucky. So I waited, my back pressed against the far wall, shotgun aimed at the door. It hit again, harder this time. The door buckled, hinges groaning under the pressure. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. And then it happened. The door flew off its hinges, crashing into the opposite wall. The creature stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the fading light outside. It stepped in, its massive frame barely fitting through the doorframe. I didn't wait. I pulled the trigger. The blast hit it square in the chest, and for a moment, I thought I had it. But it didn't go down. It stumbled, blood oozing from the wound, but it didn't fall. It looked at me, more annoyed than anything, and I realized I was out of options. That's when I heard the second scream. It wasn't from outside, it was from inside the trailer, somewhere in the back. My heart sank. I wasn't alone in here. I backed up, my shotgun empty, nowhere to run. The creature took a step forward and then it stopped, its head snapping toward the back room. I heard the scream again, louder this time, closer, and then something else, something I'll never forget. A second one. There was a second one of those things, but smaller, faster. It darted out from the shadows, slamming into the larger creature. They tumbled together, clawing, biting, tearing into each other. I didn't stick around to watch the rest. I ran. I made it outside, not stopping until I hit the tree line. I don't know how long I ran, but by the time I stopped, my lungs were burning, and my legs felt like jelly. I collapsed against a tree, listening. I couldn't hear anything over the sound of my own breathing, but I wasn't about to take any chances. When I finally made it back to the trailer, the place was trashed. The creatures were gone, but the damage they left behind wasn't something I could ignore. Blood, fur, and claw marks covered every surface. The door was gone, windows shattered, walls torn open like paper. But it wasn't just the destruction that bothered me. It was the bodies, those two men I found earlier. They weren't there anymore. Something had taken them. Something had dragged them off into the woods. I don't know what those things were, but I know they're still out there somewhere, in those woods. I can hear them sometimes at night, not close, but not far enough away to feel safe. I've thought about leaving, packing up, and finding somewhere else to hide. But where do you go when the monsters already know where you live? So I stay. I've reinforced the trailer, made it as secure as I can. I keep the shotgun loaded, shells within reach at all times. I've started sleeping during the day, keeping watch at night. I haven't seen them again, but I know they're out there, waiting. I can feel it, and I'll be ready when they come. My name is Amos Reading. I was born and raised in a small town called Elkin, nestled in the Allegheny Mountains of West Virginia. Elkin is not on many maps. It's a place where people still wave to strangers and where the woods seem to swallow up the town's edges. I work as a carpenter, mostly doing odd jobs around the area. I like the quiet and the routine. It was a cool autumn day when I decided to take a walk in the Monongahela National Forest. I often went there to clear my head. The dense woods and the sound of the Cheat River always brought me a sense of peace. That day, I had planned to scout for a good spot to take my niece, Ellie, fishing the following weekend. Ellie loved fishing in the outdoors, and I had promised her a trip before the cold set in. The path I chose was less traveled, winding deeper into the forest. I had my old fishing rod with me, just in case I found a promising spot. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves crunching underfoot, the air crisp and fresh. As I walked, I thought about the cabin I was building for a local couple and the new tools I needed for the job. After a couple of hours, I came upon a small, clear stream. It seemed like a good place to cast a line, so I settled down on a rock and got my rod ready. I fished for a while, enjoying the solitude, even though I didn't catch anything. The light was beginning to fade when I decided to head back. I packed up my gear and started the trek home. I must have taken a wrong turn, or maybe I got distracted, but soon I found myself in an area I didn't recognize. The trees here were denser, the undergrowth thicker. I wasn't too worried at first. I knew the forest well enough. I kept walking, figuring I would eventually find my way back to the trail. The first sign that something was wrong came when I found a discarded backpack. It looked weather-beaten and torn. Curious, I picked it up and rummaged through it. There was an old wallet inside, but no ID. Just a few dollars and some loose change. There were also a couple of empty water bottles and a notebook with pages missing. I thought it odd, but figured someone had lost it during a hike and never bothered to come back for it. As I moved deeper into the woods, the light continued to dim, the air grew colder, and an uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. It was then I heard it, a distant rustling, not like the wind through the trees, but something deliberate. I stopped and listened, but the sound ceased. I shook my head, chiding myself for being paranoid, and continued on. About 30 minutes later, I stumbled upon what looked like an old campsite. There was a fire pit surrounded by rocks, long cold, and a few scattered belongings, more backpacks, a couple of worn-out shoes, and what looked like a tattered sleeping bag. I knelt down to inspect the items, and a chill ran through me. Everything seemed abandoned in a hurry. I decided it was time to head back, for real this time. I turned to leave and felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The forest was too quiet. I quickened my pace, trying to remember the way I came, but the trees all looked the same now. My breath came faster, and my heart pounded. I kept walking, almost running, not caring about the path anymore, just wanting to get out. That's when I saw it. A figure, tall and gaunt, standing about 50 yards ahead. At first I thought it was another hiker, but something was off. The way it moved, jerky, unnatural. I froze, my mind racing. The figure didn't move closer, just stood there watching. I could see its eyes now, glinting in the fading light, reflecting something otherworldly. Panic set in. I turned and ran, not caring about the noise I made. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the undergrowth. I didn't look back. I ran until my legs burned and my lungs felt like they would burst. I tripped and fell, scrambling to get up, and that's when I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I looked down and saw a gash, deep and bleeding. I crawled to a nearby tree, trying to catch my breath. I ripped a piece of my shirt and tied it around the wound, hoping to stop the bleeding. The forest was dark now, the shadows long and menacing. I knew I couldn't stay there. I had to move, had to find my way out. I pushed myself up and started limping forward, each step agony. The figure was gone, but I knew it was still out there somewhere. I walked for what felt like hours, the pain in my leg growing worse. I was losing blood and strength. My mind started to drift, and I stumbled, falling to the ground. I don't know how long I lay there, but I was awakened by voices, faint at first, then louder. Flashlights cut through the darkness, and I saw a group of people, search and rescue, by the looks of it. Relief washed over me as they approached, helping me up and bandaging my leg. They asked what happened, but I could only shake my head. How could I explain what I saw? They escorted me back to town, where I was taken to the local clinic. The doctor stitched up my leg and gave me something for the pain. Sheriff Tomlinson came by to ask questions. I told him about the campsite, the abandoned backpacks, and the figure I saw. He listened, nodding, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. In the days that followed, I tried to put the incident behind me, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of something out there in the woods. I heard that the search team found the campsite, but no trace of the figure or any other hikers. Missing persons reports had been filed in the past, but nothing ever came of them. I stopped going into the forest after that. I couldn't bring myself to face whatever was out there. I focused on my work, trying to forget. But every time I looked at the trees, I was reminded of that night, of the figure and the fear that gripped me. Ellie never did get that fishing trip. I told her the river was too dangerous, that we would go another time. She was disappointed, but she understood. I couldn't risk taking her there, not with what I knew, or at least what I thought I knew. Life in Elkin went on as usual. People whispered about the strange things in the forest, but no one really believed. It was easier that way, to dismiss it as superstition or an overactive imagination, but I knew better. I had seen something that didn't belong in our world. Years passed, and I grew older. The memory of that day never faded, though. It stayed with me, a constant reminder of the unknown. I still live in Elkin and still work as a carpenter, but I never venture into the forest anymore. I leave that to the younger, braver souls. Every now and then a hiker goes missing and the whispers start again. People speculate, but no one really knows. The forest keeps its secrets well, and I keep mine. The figure in the woods, the abandoned campsite, it all remains a mystery, one that I am content to leave unsolved. Amos reading, just an ordinary man with an extraordinary tale. A tale that no one believes, yet one that I cannot forget. The woods of Elkin are still there, silent and unyielding, holding on to their secrets. And I am here too, a silent witness to the unknown, living my quiet life, always looking over my shoulder, always. I never really thought much of this town until the day I found myself on the receiving end of something I can't fully explain. My name's Ben L. Krause, and this story happened to me on a quiet day in March 1995. I had just moved to this small, sleepy town called Crescent Ridge, in the middle of nowhere in Wisconsin. I was looking for a fresh start, a chance to leave behind the chaos of Chicago. The town had a population of barely 1,000, and everyone seemed to know each other's business, which was a stark contrast to the anonymity I was used to in the city. I worked from home as a freelance graphic designer, so I spent a lot of time in my house, a charming old Victorian with creaky floors and drafty windows. My neighbor, old Mrs. Harriet, would often bring over homemade pies and gossip about the town's happenings. It was a peaceful, albeit a bit boring, existence. Until that one day, I had just finished a project for a client and was unwinding with a beer on my porch when I noticed a kid standing at the end of my driveway. He couldn't have been more than 12 years old, with messy black hair and clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in weeks. His eyes were what caught my attention. They were pitch black, like there were no whites or pupils at all. I blinked a couple of times, thinking it was just the shadows playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, he was gone. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks on me after hours of staring at a computer screen. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard a soft knocking at my door. It was odd because I hadn't heard anyone come up the steps or walk across the porch. I got up, half asleep, and opened the door. Standing there were two kids, both with the same black eyes as the boy I had seen earlier. The girl, who looked about 10, said in a monotonous voice, "We're lost. Can we come in and use your phone?" There was something deeply unsettling about their presence. Every instinct I had screamed at me to close the door and lock it. But I hesitated. I don't have a phone," I lied. They didn't move, just stood there staring at me with those unnerving eyes. "Please, it's cold out here," the boy said, though I couldn't feel any chill in the air. Before I could respond, they turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened, before finally closing the door and heading back to bed. Though sleep didn't come easily. The next morning I went over to Mrs. Harriet's to ask if she had seen the kids. She frowned and shook her head. "No, dear, I haven't seen any children like that around here. Most of the families here don't let their kids roam around after dark." I tried to shake off the encounter, chalking it up to my overactive imagination. But over the next few days, things started to get weirder. I'd find small handprints on my windows, and the feeling of being watched became a constant companion. One evening I heard footsteps on the porch again. This time I grabbed my baseball bat and flung the door open, ready to confront whoever was there. The porch was empty, but the unsettling feeling lingered. A week later, I ran into Carl, a local handyman at the grocery store. Carl was a burly guy with a thick beard and a no-nonsense attitude. I mentioned the kids to him, and he gave me a serious look. "You're not the first to see them," he said, his voice low. "Some folks say they're spirits, or demons even. They show up, ask to be let in, and if you do, well, bad things happen." I laughed it off, but Carl's words stayed with me. I started making sure all my doors and windows were locked tight every night. One evening I was working late, trying to meet a deadline. The house was silent except for the tapping of my keyboard. Suddenly I heard a soft whispering coming from the living room. My heart pounded as I crept down the hallway, bat in hand. There, sitting on my couch, were the two black-eyed kids. My blood ran cold as they looked up at me. "We're lost." "Can we use your phone?" the girl repeated, her voice emotionless. "How did you get in here?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. They didn't answer, just stared at me with those soulless eyes. Panic set in, and I backed away slowly, heading for the front door. They stood up, moving in unison, and started towards me. I bolted out the door and ran to Mrs. Harriet's house, pounding on her door. She opened it, startled to see me in such a state. "They're in my house," I gasped. "Those kids with the black eyes." She pulled me inside and locked the door. "Calm down, Benel. Tell me exactly what happened." I recounted the events, and she listened patiently. "Those kids, they've been around before. Years ago, a family down the road let them in. The parents disappeared, and the kids were never found. We spent the rest of the night sitting in her living room, the tension thick in the air. I didn't go back to my house until the sun was fully up. When I did, it was empty, but I could still feel their presence, like a lingering shadow. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't focus on work, and I avoided going out after dark. One evening, Carl came by to check on me. He brought over a couple of beers, and we sat on the porch, talking about anything but the kids. As the sun set, Carl got up to leave. "You keep your doors locked, and if they come back, don't let them in, no matter what." I nodded, grateful for his concern. That night I slept with a knife under my pillow, though it didn't bring much comfort. A few days later I woke up to find a note slipped under my door. It read, "We're still here. Let us in." Fear turned into anger, and I decided I'd had enough. I went into town and bought a security system, installing cameras around the house and motion sensors on the doors and windows. That night, as I watched the monitors, I saw them. The two kids stood at the edge of my yard, staring up at the cameras. They didn't move, just watched. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the kids were gone. The officers didn't take me seriously, suggesting it was just local kids playing pranks. The next day I found Carl at the hardware store and told him about the note. He looked grim. "You need to get out of here, Benel. These kids, they're not normal. They'll keep coming back." I wanted to believe it was all just a series of pranks, but deep down I knew Carl was right. That night I packed a bag, deciding to stay at a motel in the next town over until I could figure out what to do. As I left, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A week passed, and I didn't hear from the kids. I started to think maybe they'd moved on. I returned home, cautiously optimistic. But as soon as I stepped inside, I knew something was wrong. The house felt colder, emptier. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard the familiar soft knocking. I ignored it, pulling the covers over my head. The knocking grew louder, more insistent. Finally, I got up, gripping the knife tightly, and opened the door. They were there, as I knew they would be. "We're lost. Can we use your phone?" the boy asked, his voice a hollow echo. "No," I said firmly. "Go away." For a moment they just stared at me, and then they smiled. It was a chilling, unnatural smile. They turned and walked away, fading into the darkness. The next morning I found Carl's body in his yard. He looked like he had been dead for days, though I had just seen him the day before. His face was frozen in a look of terror. The town was shocked, but no one could explain what had happened. I knew I had to leave. I packed up my things, put the house on the market, and moved back to the city. It wasn't the fresh start I had hoped for, but I couldn't stay in Crescent Ridge any longer. To this day, I don't know what those kids were or why they targeted me. Sometimes, late at night, I think I see those black eyes staring at me from the shadows. I keep my doors locked and my windows shut, hoping that they never find me again. I never told anyone the full story, afraid they'd think I was crazy. But the fear, the memory of those chilling encounters, lingers. And I know, deep down, that the black-eyed kids of Crescent Ridge are still out there, waiting for someone else to open their door. My name is Leander Wicklow, and this happened to me back in 2005. I was fresh out of college, working my first job as a freelance photographer, living in a small, quiet town called Ironwood in Pennsylvania. I thought I had it all figured out. I had a great group of friends, a solid routine, and a camera that was my constant companion. Ironwood was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, where life moved at a slower pace, and where the biggest excitement was the annual county fair. It was one of those late nights in the middle of nowhere, with the sky so clear you could see the Milky Way. I was driving back from a photo shoot in the nearby woods. My client wanted some artsy shots of the old abandoned iron mill just outside of town. The place had a reputation for being eerie, but I figured it was just the usual small-town gossip. The mill had been shut down for decades, and it was a popular spot for urban explorers and photographers like me. I was heading back home when I saw the flickering light ahead on the narrow dirt road. At first, I thought it was another car, but as I got closer, I realized it was a bonfire. It was an odd place for a bonfire, considering there were no houses or campsites nearby. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to pull over and check it out. Besides, I thought it might be an interesting subject for a spontaneous photo series. As I approached the bonfire, I saw 3 people sitting around it. They looked like they were in their 20s, around my age. One of them, a tall guy with messy hair, noticed me first. "Hey man, you lost?" he asked, standing up. His voice had a casual, friendly tone. "Nah, just saw the fire and thought I'd see what was up," I replied. "Mind if I join?" "Sure, why not?" said a girl with short blonde hair and a mischievous smile. "The more the merrier. I'm Tara. This is Alex," she pointed to the tall guy. "And that's Ethan." Ethan, a shorter guy with glasses, gave a quick nod. I sat down and introduced myself, explaining that I was a photographer. We exchanged stories, and they told me they were from the neighboring town of Clearfield and had come out here to celebrate Tara's birthday. They had a few beers and offered me one. It was one of those moments that felt like the beginning of a good story. New friends, a campfire, and the cool night air. We were laughing and joking when Alex suddenly got serious. "Hey, Leander, you ever hear about the Ironwood Beast?" I chuckled. "You mean that old werewolf story?" "Yeah, I've heard it. It's just a legend though, right?" Tara's smile faded. "It's more than just a legend. My grandpa swears he saw it once, back when he worked at the mill. Said it looked like a giant wolf walking on 2 legs, with eyes that glowed in the dark." Ethan nodded, his face pale in the firelight. "There have been disappearances, you know. People go into the woods and never come back." I shrugged it off, but the conversation left a strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. It was probably just the beer and the eerie setting, I told myself. Still, the thought lingered. As the night went on, we eventually decided to call it a night. We exchanged numbers, promising to meet up again sometime. As I walked back to my car, I heard a rustling noise in the bushes. I turned, half expecting to see a deer or some other animal. But there was nothing, just the wind, I thought. The drive home was uneventful, and I pushed the weird feelings aside. I got back to my small apartment, dumped my gear on the floor, and collapsed into bed, too tired to even take off my shoes. The next morning, I woke up to a slew of missed calls and messages from Tara. "Leander, something's wrong," the first one read. "Alex is missing. He never made it back home last night." I called her back immediately. "What do you mean he's missing? We all left together." "I don't know," she said, her voice shaky. "He was supposed to drop Ethan off, but Ethan said he never showed up. We called the police, but they haven't found anything yet." I felt that chill run down my spine, but I tried to stay calm. "Okay, let's not panic. Maybe he just went somewhere without telling anyone." Tara agreed to meet me at the iron mill. We decided to retrace our steps, thinking maybe Alex had gone back there for some reason. When I arrived, I found Tara and Ethan already there, looking worried and exhausted. We split up to search the area. I went towards the old machinery, while Tara and Ethan checked the other side of the mill. The place was even creepier in the daylight, with shadows stretching out from every rusted beam and broken window. The air was thick with the smell of rust and decay, and a strange metallic scent hung heavy in the air. As I walked around, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I was about to call out to Tara and Ethan when I saw it. On the ground, partially hidden by the tall grass, was a torn piece of clothing. It was stained with something dark blood. My heart raced as I picked it up. It was Alex's shirt. "Guys, over here," I shouted. They came running, their faces pale as they saw what I was holding. "Oh my God," Tara whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. "We need to call the cops again," Ethan said, his voice trembling. We did. And within an hour, the place was swarming with police. They searched the area thoroughly but found no other signs of Alex. The blood on the shirt confirmed our worst fears, but without a body, there was nothing more they could do. Days turned into weeks, and there was still no sign of Alex. The police investigation stalled, and the town slowly went back to its normal routine. But for me, things were far from normal. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened that night. I started having nightmares, waking up in a cold sweat, convinced that something was out there watching me. One evening, I was sitting in my apartment, going through the photos I had taken at the mill. Most of them were just the usual shots of rusted machinery and overgrown plants. But one caught my eye. In the background, near the edge of the frame, was a blurry shape. It looked like a tall figure, partially obscured by the shadows. I zoomed in, trying to make out more details, but the image was too grainy. Still, it gave me a weird feeling. What if there was something out there? Something more than just an old legend? Driven by a mix of curiosity and fear, I decided to go back to the mill. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want them to think I was crazy. Armed with my camera and a flashlight, I headed out just as the sun was setting. The mill was even more sinister at dusk. The shadows seemed to move and twist, and every sound was amplified in the stillness. I started taking photos, hoping to capture something that would explain the shape in the picture. As I moved deeper into the mill, I heard a low, growling noise. My heart pounded in my chest as I swung the flashlight around, searching for the source. That's when I saw it, a pair of glowing eyes staring at me from the darkness. I froze, unable to move, or even scream. The creature stepped into the light, and I saw it clearly for the first time. It was tall, covered in matted fur, with a face that was a grotesque mix of human and wolf. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow, and its mouth was filled with sharp, jagged teeth. I took a step back, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the flashlight. The creature let out a snarl and lunged at me. I turned and ran, not daring to look back. I could hear it behind me, its heavy footsteps echoing in the night. I burst out of the mill and ran to my car, fumbling with the keys. I could feel it getting closer, its hot breath on my neck. I managed to unlock the door and throw myself inside, slamming it shut just as the creature reached me. It clawed at the windows, its eyes filled with rage. I started the car and sped off, my heart racing. I didn't stop until I was back in Ironwood, surrounded by the familiar sights and sounds of the town. I called Tara and told her everything. She listened in silence, and when I finished, she simply said, "We need to tell the police." We did, but they didn't believe us. They said it was probably a wild animal, a bear or a wolf, and that our imaginations were running wild. But I knew what I saw. I knew that Alex wasn't just missing. He was taken by that thing. The weeks turned into months, and the nightmares continued. I couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still out there, watching and waiting. I stopped going to the mill, but it didn't matter. The fear followed me everywhere. Then one night, I got a call from Ethan. "Leander, I need to talk to you," he said, his voice urgent. "Meet me at the diner in 10 minutes. I got there as fast as I could. Ethan was already there, looking pale and shaken. "What's going on?" I asked. "I found something," he said, sliding a folder across the table. Inside were a series of old newspaper clippings, dating back decades. Each one detailed a disappearance in the woods near Ironwood, and each one mentioned sightings of a strange creature. "It's been happening for years," Ethan said. "Every few years, someone goes missing, and they always find traces of blood, but never a body. It's the same story, over and over." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What do we do?" Ethan looked at me, his eyes filled with determination. "We find it, and we kill it." We spent the next few weeks preparing. We gathered weapons, flashlights, and anything else we thought might help. Tara joined us, her grief for Alex turning into a fierce resolve. We didn't know if we could kill the creature, but we had to try. On a moonless night, we headed back to the mill. The place was as eerie as ever, but we were ready this time. We moved slowly, carefully, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. We found the creature in the same spot where I had seen it before. It was waiting for us, its yellow eyes glowing in the night. Ethan fired first, his shotgun echoing through the mill. The creature roared in pain, but it didn't go down. Tara and I joined in, our bullets tearing into its flesh. The creature lunged at us, its claws slashing through the air. Ethan was the first to fall, his scream cut short as the creature ripped into him. Tara and I kept firing, our fear turning into desperation. The creature howled in agony, but it kept coming. Finally, I managed to get a clear shot. I aimed for its head and pulled the trigger. The creature's eyes widened in shock, and it collapsed to the ground, dead. We stood there, panting and covered in blood. The creature lay at our feet, its body slowly dissolving into a black, tar-like substance. We had done it. We had killed it. The police arrived soon after, drawn by the sound of gunfire. They didn't believe our story at first, but the evidence was undeniable. The blood, the remains of the creature, and Ethan's body all pointed to something more than just a wild animal. In the end, the town of Ironwood slowly returned to normal. The disappearances stopped, and life went on. Tara and I stayed close, bonded by our shared experience. We never forgot what happened, but we found a way to move forward. As for me, I left Ironwood a few years later, seeking a fresh start. I still have nightmares sometimes, but they're less frequent now. I know that what we did was necessary, and I take some comfort in that. I never became famous or rich, but I don't care about that. I'm just glad to be alive, to have survived something that should have been impossible. And every once in a while, when the night is dark and the wind is still, I think about Alex and Ethan and the creature that changed our lives forever. My name is Callum Hargrove, and this happened to me back in 1998. At the time, I was just a regular guy working a dead-end job at a hardware store in Fenville, Michigan. It was a small town with not much going on, but it suited me fine. I wasn't ambitious. I just wanted to get by and maybe have a few beers with my buddies on the weekends. Life was simple, uneventful, and predictable. One Friday night, my friends and I were hanging out at Joe's Tavern, the local watering hole. We were just a bunch of guys from high school who never really left town. There was Ernie, the loudmouth who always had a story to tell. Paulie, the quiet one who was good with his hands and fixed everything in town. And then there was me, the guy who mostly listened and laughed at their jokes. This particular night, Ernie had a wild idea. He wanted to check out an old abandoned factory just outside of town. Rumor had it the place was haunted or something. I wasn't much for ghost stories, but I figured what the hell. It beat sitting around doing nothing. So we finished our beers and piled into Ernie's beat-up truck, heading out towards the factory. The factory was an old brick building, covered in graffiti and overgrown with weeds. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. We hopped out of the truck, and Ernie led the way, flashlight in hand, like he knew what he was doing. "Guys, you gotta see this place. It's creepy as hell," Ernie said, his voice echoing off the walls. Paulie and I followed, trying not to trip over the rubble and debris. The air inside was thick with the smell of rust and decay, and a musty odor clung to the crumbling walls. We wandered through the empty halls, joking around and trying to spook each other. But then things started getting weird. We heard footsteps that weren't ours, echoing through the factory. At first we thought it was just the building settling, but then the footsteps got louder, closer. We stopped dead in our tracks, listening. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my heart quickening. "Yeah," Paulie replied, his eyes wide. Ernie, being Ernie, decided to shout into the darkness. "Hey, who's there?" Silence. Then a low, guttural sound, like an animal growling. My stomach tightened. This wasn't funny anymore. "Let's get out of here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But Ernie, always the brave one, wanted to investigate. He moved towards the sound, and we followed reluctantly. We turned a corner, and there it was. a massive, hulking figure covered in thick, dark fur, with eyes that glowed yellow in the darkness. It stood on two legs, but it looked more like a wolf than a man. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't some prank or urban legend. This thing was real, and it was staring right at us. Ernie, ever the idiot, decided to confront it. "Hey, what the hell are you?" The creature lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Ernie screamed, and that's when I snapped out of my shock. I grabbed a rusty pipe from the floor and swung it at the beast. It barely flinched. Polly was already running, yelling at us to get the hell out. I managed to hit the creature again, harder this time, right on the head. It snarled and turned its attention to me. I knew I was next if I didn't move. I took off running, not looking back. I heard Ernie's screams and the sound of tearing flesh, but I couldn't stop. I just kept running until I was out of the factory and back at the truck. Paulie was already there, fumbling with the keys, his hands shaking. "Where's Ernie?" he asked, his voice trembling. He's gone," I said, barely able to speak. "We need to go, now." We sped back to town, not saying a word. The next morning I called the cops, told them about Ernie and the factory. They searched the place but found nothing. No sign of Ernie, no sign of the creature. It was like it never happened. But I knew what I saw. I knew Ernie was dead. For weeks, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing, heard Ernie's screams. I tried to go back to my normal life, but it wasn't the same. Polly and I stopped talking about that night, but the silence between us said everything. We both knew we saw something that night, something we couldn't explain. Then, about a month later, people started disappearing from town. First, it was a drifter no one really knew. Then, a local kid who went out for a walk and never came back. The town was on edge, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it had something to do with that night at the factory. One night, I decided to go back. I needed answers. Needed to know what happened to Ernie. I didn't tell Polly or anyone else. I just grabbed a flashlight, a baseball bat, and headed out. The factory looked even more menacing at night. But I had to do this. Inside, the place was dead silent. I retraced our steps, trying to find any clue, any sign of that creature. I reached the spot where we saw it, where Ernie died. There was blood on the floor, but no body. I kept moving, every shadow making my heart race. Then I heard it again, that growl. It was behind me. I turned, and there it was, standing in the doorway. The same yellow eyes, the same monstrous form. I gripped the bat tightly, knowing it was probably useless. The creature stepped towards me, and I swung the bat with all my might. It hit the beast's arm, but it didn't even flinch. It swiped at me, claws tearing through my shirt, grazing my skin. I stumbled back, trying to stay on my feet. I remembered the pipe from last time, somewhere on the floor. I backed up, feeling with my foot until I found it. The creature lunged again, and I swung the pipe, connecting with its head. This time it staggered. I didn't wait to see if it would get up. I ran, sprinting through the factory, out the door, and into the night. I didn't stop until I was back in my car, driving as fast as I could back to town. I went to the cops again, told them everything. They thought I was crazy, but they searched the factory one more time. Still nothing, no creature, no bodies. Just an old abandoned building. People kept disappearing though. The town was in a panic. Curfews were set, search parties organized, but no one found a thing. I knew that creature was still out there, hunting. I warned everyone I could, but most just thought I was losing it. Then one night, Polly went missing. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed up and left town, moved as far away as I could. I tried to forget, to move on, but the memories haunted me. Years passed, and I built a new life. But every now and then I'd hear about a disappearance in some small town, and I'd wonder if it was the same creature, if it was still out there hunting. I never went back to Fenville. I never told anyone about that night, not really. But I still think about Ernie, about Polly, about the others, and I wonder if there's something more to that old factory, something that no one ever figured out. I live with the fear, the uncertainty. I don't know what that creature was, where it came from, or if it's still out there, but I know one thing for sure. I'll never forget that night, and I'll never stop looking over my shoulder just in case. So that's my story. Believe it or don't, it's what happened. And if you ever find yourself in an old abandoned place and you hear something that doesn't quite belong, remember my story. Be careful, because sometimes the things we think are just stories, just myths, are all too real, and they might be waiting for their next victim. My name is Clyde Hamlin, and this story is from 1996, a year I won't forget no matter how much I try. I worked as a freelance photographer, chasing those rare moments of nature's brilliance. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills and let me roam the open roads of America. I grew up in a small town in Kentucky, so the idea of traveling far and wide was appealing. I'd joke with my friends back home, saying that one day I'd snap a picture so perfect, National Geographic would come knocking. That summer, I found myself in a tiny, nearly forgotten town called Hartsbrook, somewhere in the backwoods of West Virginia. My buddy, Trevor Calloway, had tipped me off about an old abandoned mining site nearby, saying it had a certain eerie beauty that was perfect for my portfolio. Trevor, a geologist, often joined me on these adventures, always eager to explore. And truth be told, he had a knack for finding interesting spots. We rolled into Hartsbrook on a muggy afternoon. The town seemed to be a relic from another time. Old creaky houses, a single dusty main street, and a few scattered locals who eyed us with curiosity. We checked into the only motel, a dingy place with flickering neon lights, run by an elderly woman named Mabel. Mabel's laugh was a smoker's cough away from frightening, and she had a habit of calling everyone dearie. "Anything exciting ever happen around here?" I asked, trying to make small talk. Mabel chuckled, revealing a set of teeth that had seen better days. "Exciting? Not unless you count the occasional runaway cow, but you boys be careful up near the mines. Folks around here say it's haunted." I smiled, thinking she was just playing into the local legend. Haunted, huh? Well, we'll keep an eye out for ghosts. Trevor and I grabbed our gear and headed out early the next morning. The path to the mine was overgrown, clearly not used often. As we trekked deeper into the woods, the air got cooler, and the sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above. We chatted about everything and nothing, our laughter mixing with the sounds of the forest. "You know, Clyde," Trevor said, wiping sweat from his brow, "I've been reading about these black-eyed kids. It's some creepy folklore, but fascinating stuff." "Yeah? What's the deal with them?" I asked, half interested. "They're supposed to be these kids with pitch black eyes who show up out of nowhere, usually at night. They ask for weird things, like to use your phone or for a ride, and if you let them in, bad things happen." I laughed. "Sounds like a load of crap. But hey, if we see any kids out here, I'll let you handle them." We reached the mine by midday. It was exactly as Trevor had described, hauntingly beautiful. The entrance was a yawning maw of darkness, framed by rusted steel beams and overgrown with ivy. I could see why he thought it was worth photographing. As I set up my camera, Trevor wandered off, his curiosity leading him further into the site. I was engrossed in my work, capturing the interplay of light and shadow, when I heard Trevor shout. It wasn't a cry for help, more of an excited call. I sighed, thinking he had probably found some old relic or a peculiar rock formation. "Hey, Clyde, you gotta see this." Trevor's voice echoed from deeper within the mine. I packed up my gear and followed the sound of his voice, my flashlight cutting through the thick darkness. The mine was a labyrinth of tunnels, and it took a bit of navigating to reach him. When I finally did, Trevor was standing in a large chamber, staring at something on the ground. "Look at this," he said, pointing to a series of markings on the floor. They were intricate and seemed to form some kind of pattern, almost like a ritual circle. "What do you think it is?" I asked, feeling a bit uneasy. Trevor shrugged. "No idea, but it's definitely man-made. Maybe some old miner tradition or something." We spent the next hour exploring the chamber, finding more strange markings and a few scattered tools that looked ancient. I took pictures, my curiosity piqued. It was getting late, and the light outside was fading, so we decided to head back. As we made our way out, we heard a faint noise behind us, like the shuffle of feet on gravel. We turned, our flashlights illuminating nothing but the empty tunnel. "Probably just an animal," I said, more to convince myself than Trevor. When we stepped out into the open air, night had fallen. The forest was alive with the sounds of crickets and distant owl hoots. We made our way back to the motel, both of us feeling a strange sense of unease. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the events of the day in my mind, trying to make sense of the markings we had found. Around 2:00 a.m., I decided to go for a walk to clear my head. I grabbed my camera, thinking maybe I could capture some night shots of the town. The streets were deserted, bathed in the eerie glow of streetlights. As I wandered, I noticed a small park at the edge of town. I walked over, drawn by the sight of an old swing set swaying gently in the breeze. I was about to take a picture when I saw them two kids standing side by side, just at the edge of the park. They were maybe 10 or 11, wearing outdated clothes that looked like they belonged to another era, and their eyes, pitch black, just as Trevor had described. "Hey there," I called out, trying to sound friendly. "What are you kids doing out so late?" They didn't answer, just stood there staring at me. I felt a chill run down my spine, and a voice in my head screamed at me to leave. "Do you need help?" I asked, taking a step back. The taller of the two spoke, his voice monotone and devoid of emotion. "We're lost. Can you take us home?" I glanced around. the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Something was very wrong. "Where do you live?" The boy pointed down the road but didn't specify an address. "Just take us home." I shook my head. "I think you should go back to your parents. It's too late to be out here." They stepped closer, and I saw their eyes more clearly. There was no white, no iris, just endless black. My stomach turned, and I knew I had to get out of there. "Sorry, kids. I can't help you," I said, turning and walking briskly back towards the motel. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps almost silent. I didn't look back. When I reached the motel, I found Trevor waiting outside our room, looking pale and shaken. "Clyde, you won't believe what I just saw," he said, his voice trembling. "Let me guess," I replied. "Black-eyed kids?" He nodded. "They were outside my window, just staring at me. I don't know what they want, but we need to get out of here." We packed our things in record time and drove out of Hartsbrook, not stopping until we reached a bigger town several miles away. We checked into a new motel, both of us too wired to sleep. "Do you think they followed us?" Trevor asked, glancing nervously at the window. "I don't know," I admitted. "But we need to figure out what's going on." The next day we did some research at the local library, digging through old newspapers and records. We found a few mentions of disappearances and strange sightings around Hartsbrook, but nothing concrete. It seemed like the town had a history of odd occurrences, but no one had ever connected the dots. We decided to call it a loss and head back to Kentucky. The drive was long and tense, neither of us saying much. When we finally got back, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. We were safe, or so I thought. A few weeks later, Trevor went missing. He had gone out for a hike and never returned. The authorities searched for weeks but found no trace of him. I was devastated, and a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that those kids had something to do with it. Life went on, but I couldn't forget what had happened. I kept my distance from remote towns and abandoned places, focusing instead on more mundane photography jobs, but the memory of those black eyes haunted me, a constant reminder of the unknown dangers that lurk in the shadows. Years passed, and I eventually moved on, but the fear never truly left me. I kept a gun in my house, not taking any chances. One night I woke to the sound of footsteps outside my bedroom window. My heart raced as I reached for the gun, creeping towards the window. I peered outside and saw nothing, but the sense of dread remained. I knew they were out there, watching, waiting. I never saw the black-eyed kids again, but the memory of that night in Hartsbrook stayed with me. It's a story I rarely tell, and when I do, it's with a heavy heart and a weary glance over my shoulder. So if you ever find yourself in a quiet, forgotten town, and you see children with pitch-black eyes, don't engage them, walk away. And whatever you do, don't invite them in. Trust me, some doors are better left unopened. I don't know how I ended up at a job like this, but when your student loans are about to break your back, the bills pile up, and the government offers you a paycheck twice the national average, you don't ask too many questions. My name's Brian Kessler, and I was employed at a place so secretive it doesn't even have a name. We called it the farm, though there wasn't a blade of grass in sight, just endless hallways, flickering fluorescents, and doors with security protocols that would make Fort Knox look like a lemonade stand. I was part of a team working on Project Lazarus, a program that dabbled in genetics with the kind of recklessness that would make Dr. Frankenstein blush. The idea was simple, at least on paper. Create soldiers who could withstand anything. Disease, injury, exhaustion, you name it. The application was obvious, but the execution was where things got complicated. The farm was built underground, a labyrinthine network of corridors that stretched for miles beneath a nondescript desert. Even the staff didn't know where we were exactly. They flew us in on helicopters with blackout windows, blindfolds on until we were deep in the facility. Once inside, the only escape was a swipe card and a set of elevators guarded by men who looked like they chewed rocks for breakfast. My job wasn't glamorous. I was a geneticist, sure, but mostly I was the guy who made sure the subjects didn't die from a bad injection or overdose of whatever cocktail we were testing that week. It was routine, almost boring, until one day it wasn't. It started with the alarms, loud, shrill, and persistent. We'd had drills before, but this was different. The lights in the lab flickered, and the sterile hum of machinery dropped to a disconcerting silence. The emergency lights bathed everything in a sickly red glow, and that's when I knew something had gone very, very wrong. Code Black. All personnel to emergency stations. The PA system crackled. Code Black wasn't in the manual. Hell, I didn't even know we had a Code Black. People started scrambling, grabbing what they could and heading toward the exits. But the lab doors sealed shut before most could make it out. A lockdown. Great. I was trapped in a room with 5 other scientists and a subject we'd codenamed Erebus. A hulking thing, part man, part something else. Erebus was our success, enhanced strength, rapid healing, heightened senses, the works. But with that success came a problem. Erebus wasn't entirely stable. You see, when you mess with nature enough, it starts to mess back. The subject was kept in a reinforced glass chamber, monitored 24/7. But when the lights went out, so did the power to the containment unit. We heard the hiss of depressurization, and then the glass creaked. My heart raced as I realized that without power, the seals wouldn't hold. "Get out!" I shouted to the others, though it was pointless. The doors were locked, and the control panels showed no signs of life. There was nothing we could do. The glass cracked with a sound that sent shivers down my spine, like the splitting of ice on a frozen lake. Then it shattered, shards flying in all directions, as Erebus stepped out, seemingly unfazed by the carnage. I've seen a lot of things in my career, but Erebus was something else. He was 7 feet tall, covered in thick, leathery skin that was almost translucent under the emergency lights. His muscles were like cables, tightly coiled and ready to snap. But the most terrifying part was his face, or rather the lack of one. It was smooth, featureless, except for a mouth that split open into a maw full of teeth, jagged like a shark's. Dr. Meyer, one of the other scientists, tried to speak, to reason with the thing. "Erebus, you need to remain calm. We're here to help." Erebus tilted his head as if listening, then lunged. Meyer's words died in his throat as Erebus's hand plunged into his chest. The sound was wet, crunching, a sound I'll never forget. Meyer's eyes bulged as he gasped for air that would never come, and then Erebus ripped his heart out, throwing it aside like it was a piece of garbage. We were next, I could see it in the way Erebus turned towards us, a predatory instinct that had been buried under layers of human programming but was now fully unleashed. We backed away, but there was nowhere to go. No weapons, no way out. Just cold, hard steel behind us and a monster in front. Dr. Carlyle, the youngest of us, lost it. He tried to run for the door, hoping to override the lockdown with his clearance. He never made it. Erebus moved with a speed that defied logic, his hand clamping down on Carlyle's neck. With a sickening snap, the lifeless body slumped to the floor. "We're dead," whispered Dr. Henderson, her voice trembling. "No," I muttered, more to myself than to anyone else. I wasn't about to die in this godforsaken place, not without a fight. I grabbed a scalpel from the tray beside me. Not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. Erebus was distracted, playing with Carlyle's corpse like a cat with a mouse. I edged closer to the control panel, praying there was still a chance to reboot the system, to lock Erebus back in his cage. Erebus flung Carlyle's body aside, his attention snapping back to me. I stabbed the scalpel into the control panel, hoping to short-circuit the system and maybe, just maybe, get the doors to open. Sparks flew, and for a split second, the lights flickered back on. The door's locking mechanism disengaged with a heavy thunk, and I wasted no time. I bolted for the exit, dragging Henderson with me. Behind us, Erebus roared in frustration, smashing equipment as he tried to follow. The hallway was a mess of flashing lights and blaring alarms. The facility was on full lockdown, and from the sounds echoing through the corridors, Erebus wasn't the only one who had escaped. The farm had been breeding monsters, and now those monsters were free. "Head for the elevators," I shouted over the chaos, hoping against hope that they still worked. Henderson and I ran, ducking under pipes that had burst from the ceiling, dodging other panicked staff. A security officer, one of the few who hadn't deserted his post, handed me a gun standard issue. Nothing fancy. "Take it," he said, his voice shaking. "You'll need it more than me." I took the gun and didn't ask questions. Henderson was already at the elevator, frantically hitting the button. Nothing. I cursed under my breath and shot at the control panel. The doors slid open, revealing an empty shaft. "Stairs," I said. "We take the stairs." The stairwell was dimly lit, and the sound of our footsteps echoed unnervingly. We descended quickly, the thought of what might be chasing us spurring us on. Henderson was panting, her breath ragged, but she kept pace. 2 floors down, we heard it, heavy footfalls, metal clanging against metal. Erebus was following, and he wasn't alone. Something else was moving in the shadows, faster, more agile. We kept going, the steps blurring together as panic set in. Finally, we reached the bottom, bursting through the door into the main lobby. It was eerily quiet, the chaos above seemingly miles away. I could see the exit just ahead, the faint glimmer of sunlight through the glass doors. But standing between us and freedom was another creature, smaller than Erebus, but just as terrifying. It looked like a cross between a wolf and a human, with elongated limbs and a snout full of needle-sharp teeth. Its eyes locked onto us, and it snarled, a sound that made my blood run cold. I didn't hesitate. I raised the gun and fired. The first shot went wide, but the second hit its mark, piercing the creature's shoulder. It howled, lunging at us. But I fired again, emptying the clip until it crumpled to the ground, twitching as its lifeblood pooled around it. We sprinted for the door, slamming into it with all our weight. It didn't budge. "No, no, no!" Henderson screamed, pounding on the glass. I looked around frantically and saw the security panel to the side. I jammed the gun into it, using the last of my strength to smash it to pieces. The door clicked, and we pushed it open, stumbling into the bright, blinding sunlight. We didn't stop running until we were a good mile away from the facility, collapsing in the dirt, gasping for air. "They're going to come for us," Henderson said, staring back at the facility. "Let them," I replied, looking at the bloodied, torn body of the creature we'd left behind. "We've got nothing to hide." For the first time since the nightmare began, the silence wasn't oppressive. It was liberating. We had survived. The farm might have its secrets, but we were living proof that some things are too monstrous to be contained. "I wasn't supposed to be here," I muttered to myself as I navigated the steep embankment, my boots slipping on the loose shale. There was a reason no one hiked this side of Ironclad Ridge, but I wasn't here for the views. My name is Wyatt Kimbrough, and being a park ranger in the untamed expanse of the Siskiyou Wilderness had never been the kind of job you walked away from because of a little discomfort. The terrain was relentless, the solitude endless, and the dangers, well, they were supposed to be familiar, yet nothing felt familiar today. My radio had gone silent 3 hours earlier, a dead zone nestled in the belly of the dense pine forest, leaving me to rely on old-fashioned instinct and my outdated map. I was responding to an emergency call, a distressed signal from a hiker who had been lost for over 2 days. When dispatch first received it, I thought it was some kind of equipment malfunction. No one should have survived that long out here without supplies or shelter. I never anticipated what I would find. The forest was eerily quiet as I descended into the narrow valley. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig had me on edge. But it wasn't just the usual wilderness sounds. Something was off. I could feel it. There's an instinct that takes over after years of patrolling the woods. Your body knows when something's wrong, even before your brain catches up. Ahead, I spotted a clearing marked by a single tree with a split trunk. I had been through this area many times, but I'd never seen this clearing before, almost as if the land had shifted beneath itself, exposing new pathways that had long been hidden. I glanced at the coordinates in my notebook. This was where the signal had pinged, but there was no sign of the hiker. I felt my stomach churn with unease. The air here was heavier, like the atmosphere itself was pressing down on me with invisible hands. I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't alone, though there was no sound to betray an intruder. It was just the feeling that eyes were on me. Then I smelled it, the stench of rotting flesh. I moved toward the source, finding a body slumped against the tree. It was a man, probably in his early 30s. His clothes were tattered, his face pale and gaunt. But it wasn't just the decay that unnerved me. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, like something had crushed him and then tried to piece him back together. There were deep gouges in his flesh, raw and jagged, and something that looked almost like bite marks. I swallowed hard. This wasn't the work of a bear or a mountain lion. I'd seen those attacks before. This was different. It didn't make any sense. If an animal had done this, why had it left the body? Predators didn't just abandon a fresh kill. I crouched down to inspect the wounds, noting that whatever had mauled him had powerful jaws, stronger than anything native to this region. And the bites. No animal I knew had teeth that matched these impressions. They were wide and uneven, almost like someone had taken a pair of shears to him. As I turned to leave, I heard a low thump behind me, a branch snapping. I gripped my rifle, though deep down I knew it wouldn't do much good if whatever had done this decided to come after me. I scanned the tree line, searching for movement, and then I saw it. Something moving between the trees just beyond the clearing. It was fast, too fast to be human, and its shape was distorted by the dense underbrush. But there was no mistaking it. Something was out there. I pressed myself against the tree and waited, my heart hammering in my chest as I tried to steady my breathing. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I stayed frozen, listening, watching. A flash of pale skin between the trees. No, not skin. Fur. A hulking mass emerged from the shadows, just close enough for me to see it. The creature was enormous, almost bear-like in its size and bulk. But its face. God, its face was wrong. The snout was shorter than a bear's, more canine, with jagged tusks jutting out from the sides of its mouth like a wild boar. Its body was covered in thick, matted fur, but its legs were too long, too twisted, and they ended in massive clawed feet, more like an alligator's than any mammal I'd ever seen. I could barely move. The creature lumbered toward the corpse, sniffing the air with loud, snorting breaths. It paused over the body, and for a moment, I thought it might tear into the remains. Instead, it did something far worse. With a deep, rumbling snort, it lifted its head and bellowed into the sky. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard before, low and wet and thick with malice. I fought the urge to cover my ears as the sound racked through my bones. I watched in disbelief as the creature took hold of the dead man's body, lifting it effortlessly with its massive jaws. It slung the corpse over its shoulder like a rag doll and disappeared back into the forest. I stayed crouched against that tree for what felt like an eternity, listening to the receding sounds of its footsteps. My mind was racing. This thing. It wasn't just some unknown predator. It was smart. It knew what it was doing. I waited for hours, praying it wouldn't come back, until the sky darkened into evening. Finally, when I was sure it was safe, I radioed in. Dispatch barely heard me through the static. I told them about the body, the location, but not about the creature. Who would believe me? I stayed put until first light, when a search team finally reached my position. We combed the area together, but there was nothing left. Not a body, not a scrap of clothing, not even a trace of blood. It was like the man had never existed. But I knew what I saw. The body had been real. And that creature, whatever it was real too. The search team found nothing, and they looked at me with thinly veiled suspicion, like I'd imagined the whole thing. But there were tracks in the dirt, heavy and deep, with claw marks that didn't match any species they'd ever cataloged. They didn't say anything outright, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Another ranger whispered something about me being off my meds. I didn't respond. There wasn't much left to say. Eventually, They left. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. I stayed by the split tree, staring into the forest for hours, waiting for some sign of movement. As I sat there, I realized something. That thing, whatever it was still out there. I might be the only one who had seen it, but I knew I wasn't crazy. The creature had left tracks, and those would be enough to get someone to listen. For now, that was all I had. But it was enough. It wasn't my first time in the Black Hills, but it was the first time I had felt uneasy there. My name's Ever Huxley, and I've been hiking these parts since I was a kid. This place, with its rugged granite peaks and dense, ancient forests, has always been my refuge, my escape from the world. But something about this trip felt off from the start. I had convinced my old buddy, Vaughn Kingsley, to come along. Vaughn was an ex-Marine, tough as nails and a solid friend, but not much of an outdoorsman. He preferred the familiarity of the city and the structured chaos of his day job. Still, he agreed, maybe because he needed the break, or maybe just to humor me. We set out early, the sun barely cresting over the horizon as we packed up the last of our gear and headed into the woods. The air was crisp and cool, with the scent of pine needles filling our lungs. The trail we chose was one I'd done before, a tough but rewarding hike that led to a secluded lake, the kind of place where you could find peace, if only for a while. The first few miles were, as I remembered, thick pine forests, the air crisp and clean, the only sounds being the crunch of our boots on the ground and the occasional call of a distant bird. Vaughn was quieter than usual, and I chalked it up to the unfamiliar environment. I teased him a bit, calling him a city boy, and he laughed, but it was forced. Something was gnawing at him, but I didn't push it. By mid-afternoon, we'd made good progress and decided to set up camp near the lake. The water was a perfect mirror, reflecting the towering pines and the pale sky above. We fished for a while, caught a couple of decent-sized trout, and cooked them over a fire. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. As dusk settled, the temperature dropped, and the forest seemed to close in around us. The trees, which had been so welcoming in the daylight, now stood like silent sentinels, their branches whispering in the breeze. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, though I dismissed it as just nerves. Vaughn didn't seem to notice, or if he did, he didn't show it. But he was on edge, fiddling with his gear, checking and rechecking his knife, the way he used to before a mission. We didn't talk much as night fell. The fire crackled softly, and the sounds of the forest became more pronounced. The rustling of leaves, the distant howl of a coyote, the occasional snap of a twig. I caught myself glancing into the darkness more often than usual, half expecting to see something lurking just beyond the firelight. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of Vaughn cursing under his breath. He was sitting up, his back rigid, staring into the trees. I sat up too, blinking the sleep from my eyes. "What's up?" I asked, my voice low. "Thought I heard something," he muttered, not taking his eyes off the tree line. "What kind of something?" He shook his head. "Don't know, maybe nothing." But it didn't sound right. We sat there for a while, listening. The forest was still, unnervingly so, as if it was holding its breath. Then, just as I was about to suggest we go back to sleep, we both heard it, a soft, rhythmic thumping, like something large moving through the underbrush. Vaughn was on his feet in an instant, knife in hand. I grabbed the flashlight and flicked it on, sweeping the beam across the trees. At first I didn't see anything, just the tangled undergrowth and the thick trunks of the pines. But then the beam caught something, a glint of movement, low to the ground, something that didn't belong. It was large, quadrupedal, but wrong. The shape was vaguely familiar, like a wolf or a bear, but distorted. Its limbs were too long, its back too arched, its movements too fluid, almost like it was gliding rather than walking. Its fur was matted and uneven, patches of it missing as if it had been burned or torn out. "What the hell is that?" Vaughn whispered, his voice tight with tension. "I don't know," I replied, my heart pounding. "But it's not right. We need to move." We started packing up, moving quickly but quietly, trying not to draw attention. But the thing, whatever it was, had noticed us. The thumping grew louder, closer, the sound of heavy, padded feet hitting the ground with unnatural force. Vaughn swore under his breath, and I could see the fear in his eyes, a fear I shared. Then it charged. There was no warning, no build-up, just a sudden explosion of movement as it lunged toward us. I barely had time to react, raising the flashlight just in time to catch a glimpse of it, massive, powerful, with a jaw full of jagged yellow teeth that snapped at the air between us. Vaughn yelled, slashing at it with his knife. But it was too fast, too strong. It knocked him to the ground with a single swipe of its massive paw, sending him sprawling. I could hear the sickening crunch of bones breaking, the wet gurgle of blood as Vaughn gasped for breath. I grabbed the nearest thing I could, a large rock, and hurled it at the creature. It hit with a dull thud, causing the thing to snarl and whip around to face me. In the dim light of the dying fire, I could see its eyes, hollow and lifeless, filled with an unnatural hunger. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and falling hard onto my back. The creature advanced, slow and deliberate, savoring the moment. I scrambled for my knife, but it was too late. The thing was on me, its hot breath on my face, its teeth inches from my throat. Then, out of nowhere, a shot rang out. The creature jerked, a spurt of dark, viscous blood spraying from its side. It let out a high-pitched whine and staggered back, confused. Another shot, this one hitting it square in the chest, and the creature collapsed, twitching and convulsing on the ground before finally going still. I looked up, dazed, to see Vaughn, barely able to stand, his face pale and bloodied, holding a smoking pistol. He stumbled toward the creature, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "What the hell was that thing?" he gasped, his voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, my voice barely a whisper. "But it's dead now." We stood there in stunned silence for what felt like hours, staring at the twisted, broken body of the creature. It was like nothing I had ever seen before, a grotesque amalgamation of different animals, yet completely alien. We didn't waste any time after that. We packed up what little we could carry and made our way back down the trail, leaving the creature's body where it fell. The hike back was grueling, both of us injured and exhausted. But we didn't stop. We couldn't stop. When we finally reached civilization, we told the authorities what had happened. They sent a team up to the site, and sure enough, they found the body just as we had left it. Whatever that thing was, it was real, and it was dead. They asked us a lot of questions, but we didn't have many answers. What we had seen, what we had fought, it defied explanation. They took the body away, said they were going to study it, figure out what it was. I never heard anything more about it. Vaughn and I went our separate ways after that. We didn't talk about what happened, not to each other, not to anyone else. There was nothing to say. We had survived. That was all that mattered. But the memory of that night, the chilling encounter with the creature, the fear, the adrenaline, the uncertainty, it all stayed with me. The Black Hills, once my refuge, now held a darkness I couldn't ignore, and I knew, deep down, that the wilderness, for all its beauty and peace, also held secrets that were best left undisturbed. I'm Waka Ghost Bear, a construction worker by trade and a member of the Lakota Sioux. When you're working on a skyscraper 100 stories up, with the wind howling and the city beneath you like a maze of toy blocks, you don't have time for superstitions. But the events of that day changed everything I thought I knew about the world. It began like any other workday. I was stationed at the new high-rise development on the outskirts of Santa Fe, New Mexico. The air was crisp, and the sun was just starting to break over the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert landscape. The site was buzzing with activity as the crew prepared for another day of grueling labor. The foreman, Hank Whitmore, a grizzled old-timer with a face like worn leather, barked orders as usual. "Ghost Bear, get your ass up there and check the safety harnesses on the top level. We don't need another incident like last week." I nodded and grabbed my gear, making my way to the elevator. The harnesses were a routine check, nothing out of the ordinary. But Hank was right, we couldn't afford any mistakes. As the elevator creaked and groaned its way up, I took in the view of the vast desert expanse, a stark contrast to the steel and concrete jungle we were erecting. Reaching the top, I stepped out onto the platform, the wind immediately whipping against my face. I secured myself to the safety line and began inspecting the harnesses, double-checking each buckle and strap. That's when I noticed something strange. There were deep scratches on the metal beams, like claw marks, and patches of dried blood splattered across the surface. "What the hell?" I muttered to myself. I radioed Hank. "Hey Hank, you seen these marks up here?" There was a crackle of static before his voice came through. "What marks? Quit messing around, Ghost Bear. Just get the job done." I shook my head, not wanting to push it further, but the unease settled in my gut like a stone. I continued my inspection, my eyes darting around for any sign of what might have caused the damage. As I reached the far end of the platform, I heard a faint, almost imperceptible growl. I froze, listening intently. Must be the wind, I thought, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched. But the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and a primal instinct screamed at me to get out of there. I finished the inspection as quickly as I could and made my way back down to the ground. Back at the base, the guys were gathered around the break area, sharing stories and laughs. I tried to join in, but my mind kept drifting back to the marks and the growl. One of the newer guys, a young kid named Jose, noticed my distraction. "Hey, Waka, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a laugh. "Yeah, just something weird up there." Probably nothing. Jose nodded, but his eyes were wide with curiosity. You know, my abuela used to tell stories about creatures in the desert, things that only come out when they're hungry. Cut it out, Jose. Hank's voice cut through the air as he approached. Ghost Bear doesn't need any of your grandma's ghost stories. We've got work to do. The rest of the day went by in a blur, but the sense of dread never left me. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep indigo, we wrapped up for the day. I was one of the last to leave, double-checking the site to make sure everything was secure. I was heading to my truck when I heard it again, the growl. This time it was closer, more menacing. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest. The site was eerily quiet, the only sound the distant hum of the city. Then I saw it, a shadow moving swiftly among the beams, too fast to be human. My breath caught in my throat as the creature stepped into the dim light cast by a nearby flood lamp. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. A hulking, monstrous figure covered in matted, dark fur, with long, sharp claws and teeth that glinted in the light. I stumbled back, fumbling for my radio. Hank, you there? There's something on the site." The response was static, then silence. Panic surged as the creature advanced, its eyes fixed on me with a predatory hunger. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing in the empty site. I could hear the creature behind me, its growls growing louder, more insistent. I reached the edge of the site and scrambled into my truck, slamming the door shut just as the creature lunged at me. It hit the side of the truck with a force that shook the entire vehicle, leaving deep gouges in the metal. I jammed the keys into the ignition and floored it, tearing out of the site and into the safety of the city. I didn't stop until I reached the police station. Bursting through the doors, I tried to explain what I had seen, but the officers just stared at me like I was crazy. One of them, a tall man with a skeptical look on his face, took my statement but didn't seem to believe a word of it. "We'll send a patrol to check it out," he said. But I could tell he was just humoring me. I left the station feeling frustrated and helpless. I knew what I had seen, and I knew it was real. But how do you convince people of something so unbelievable? The next day, I returned to the site, determined to find some evidence. Hank was there, looking annoyed. "Ghost Bear, where the hell were you last night? You caused a panic with your wild story." I ignored his scolding and headed straight for the top level. The scratches and blood were still there, but the creature was gone. I took photos with my phone, hoping to have something concrete to show the authorities. As I made my way down, I found Jose and a couple of the other guys huddled together, their faces pale. "What's going on?" I asked. "Another guy is missing," Jose said, his voice trembling. "We found his hard hat up there, covered in blood." My stomach dropped. This was getting worse. I showed them the photos I had taken, and their reactions were a mix of fear and disbelief. "We need to get out of here," one of the guys said. "This place is cursed." But leaving wasn't an option. We had a job to do, and walking away would mean losing everything. Hank tried to keep the crew calm, but the tension was palpable. Every noise, every shadow set us on edge. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the creature, the missing men, and the scratches. I decided to stay at the site, keeping watch from my truck. I had a shotgun with me. Not exactly company policy, but I wasn't taking any chances. Around midnight, the creature returned. I saw it slinking through the shadows, moving with an eerie grace. My heart pounded as I raised the shotgun, aiming for the massive silhouette. I fired, the blast echoing through the night. The creature let out a blood-curdling roar and charged. I fired again and again, the recoil jolting me with each shot. The creature staggered but didn't fall. It reached the truck, its claws tearing into the metal, and I knew I was out of time. I jumped out of the truck, running towards the half-finished building, hoping to find some cover. The creature followed, its growls growing louder, more desperate. I climbed the scaffolding, my hands slipping on the cold metal. I reached the top level and turned to face the creature, my shotgun ready. As it lunged at me, I fired the last shot. The creature let out a final anguished roar and collapsed, its massive body twitching before going still. I stood there, breathing heavily, my mind racing. The creature was dead, but the danger wasn't over. The police would have to believe me now. There was no way they could deny what had happened. By the time the authorities arrived, the site was in chaos. The workers were gathered around, their faces pale with fear and confusion. The police cordoned off the area, and I gave my statement once again, this time with the evidence to back it up. In the end, the creature's body was taken away for analysis, and the site was shut down indefinitely. The authorities promised an investigation, but I knew it would take time. As for me, I left Santa Fe, needing to put distance between myself and the horrors I had witnessed. I didn't know what that creature was or where it came from, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never forget the events of that day. The creature was dead, but the fear it instilled lived on, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edges of our world. You know those days when the air smells like rain and you just feel something is off? That's how my morning began. I'm Clyde Yuma, a Pueblo Native American working as a forest ranger in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains in New Mexico. It's a job that keeps me grounded, away from the chaos of city life. I've seen my share of weird things, but nothing could prepare me for what I encountered that day. I started early, with a cup of black coffee and the morning mist rising from the trees. My first task was to check on a reported missing hiker, Lena Atoba, who'd been out for a couple of days without any contact. I grabbed my gear and headed out, radioing in my location to headquarters. Lena's last known location was near an old abandoned logging camp. The area was known for its eerie quietness, a stark contrast to the usual lively sounds of the forest. I arrived at the camp by midday, the sun barely peeking through the thick canopy. Her campsite was still there, tent, backpack, even her shoes. But no sign of Lena. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. I checked around, calling her name, hoping she might have just wandered off. Nothing, not even a trace of a struggle. The only odd thing was a strange set of tracks leading away from the camp. Not human, not any animal I recognized. They were deep, claw-like, and they made my hair stand on end. I followed the tracks, radio in hand, keeping a close watch on my surroundings. The deeper I went, the darker the forest seemed to grow, and the air became heavy, almost suffocating. That's when I heard it, a faint, high-pitched sound, like a distant wail mixed with a gurgle. I quickened my pace, hoping to find Lena, but what I found instead was far more horrifying. In a small clearing, I stumbled upon a scene straight out of a nightmare. The ground was torn up, trees splintered, and there in the middle lay Lena, or what was left of her. Her body was mutilated beyond recognition, limbs twisted and broken in unnatural ways. I gagged, my stomach turning at the sight. Whatever did this wasn't just any animal. My mind raced as I scanned the area, trying to piece together what had happened. That's when I saw it, something moving in the shadows, something big and fast. I barely had time to react before it darted past me, a blur of dark fur and muscle, leaving behind a rancid stench. I radioed for backup, my voice shaking, trying to describe what I'd seen. They told me to stay put and wait for help, but I couldn't just stand there. I needed to find out what this thing was and if it had taken Lena. I ventured deeper, my flashlight cutting through the thick darkness. The tracks led me to a cave hidden behind a waterfall. It was the kind of place you'd never find unless you were looking for it. The wailing was louder now, echoing off the walls of the cave. I entered cautiously, my heart pounding. The air inside was cold and damp, the smell of decay overwhelming. I followed the sound, each step echoing loudly in the confined space. As I turned a corner, my flashlight beam landed on a grotesque figure. It was hunched over, feeding on something or someone. Its body was covered in matted, dark fur, with claws that looked like they could tear through steel. Its face was a grotesque mix of animal and human, with a mouth full of sharp, uneven teeth. I froze, my mind screaming at me to run, but my legs felt like lead. The creature turned to face me, its eyes, or where its eyes should have been, gleaming with a malevolent intelligence. It let out a guttural snarl, a sound that chilled me to my core. I knew then that this thing was no ordinary predator. It was something ancient, something that didn't belong in our world. I backed away slowly, trying not to provoke it. But the creature lunged faster than I could react. It swiped at me with its claws, and I felt a searing pain as they tore through my flesh. I stumbled and fell, my flashlight rolling away, plunging the cave into darkness. Desperate, I reached for my knife, slashing wildly as the creature bore down on me. I felt its hot breath on my face, smelled its rancid odor, and then, miraculously, I struck something vital. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream and recoiled, giving me a precious moment to scramble to my feet and run. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the cave and into the daylight. I collapsed by the waterfall, my body shaking, blood streaming from my wounds. It wasn't long before the backup arrived, a mix of rangers and local police. They found me there, barely conscious, mumbling about the creature in the cave. They didn't believe me at first, of course. Who would? But when they saw Lena's body and the tracks leading to the cave, their skepticism turned to grim determination. They entered the cave with guns drawn, but the creature was gone. All they found were the remains of its previous victims, bones and fragments of clothing, some decades old. The news hit the media soon after, sparking a flurry of theories and panic. The official report listed Lena's death as a bear attack, but those of us who were there knew better. We'd seen the evidence, felt the fear, and we knew that whatever was out there wasn't a bear. I took a long time off after that, trying to piece my life back together. The forest no longer felt like home. It felt like a place of nightmares. But I couldn't stay away forever. The mountains were in my blood, and eventually I returned to my post. The memories of that day still haunt me, but I've learned to live with them. I carry a gun now, always prepared for the worst, and every now and then I find myself standing by that waterfall, staring into the cave, wondering if it's still in there, waiting. I guess that's just life for a ranger in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. We face the unknown every day, and sometimes the unknown faces back. I never thought I'd find myself crawling through the dense underbrush of the Great Smoky Mountains, but here I was, in the year 1996, doing just that. My name is Franklin Pierce, and I've been a park ranger for over a decade. I've pulled people out of ravines, found lost kids, and once even came face to face with a mountain lion. But nothing had prepared me for what I was about to encounter. The forest around Crater Lake was a place I knew well. It was my patch, and I was proud of it. The towering pines, the undergrowth thick with ferns and moss, the silence that settled like a blanket. It was home. But that scream shattered the peace, and with it, the illusion of safety. I was on patrol, checking the trails and making sure everything was in order. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. It was a beautiful day, the kind that made you feel grateful to be alive. Then I heard it, a scream, echoing through the trees, cutting through the peaceful atmosphere like a knife. It wasn't the shrill cry of a deer or the high-pitched call of a bird. It was a human scream, raw and terrified, sending chills down my spine. I picked up my radio and called it in. Dispatch, this is Pierce. I just heard a scream about 10 miles west of the trailhead. I'm going to investigate. Copy that, Pierce. Be careful out there, came the reply. The usual radio chatter was absent. They knew, as well as I did, that this wasn't a routine call. I strapped on my backpack, checked my flashlight, and headed towards the sound. The terrain was rough, the ground uneven with roots and rocks jutting out. The trees were so dense that only slivers of light pierced through, creating an eerie twilight even in the middle of the day. My mind raced with possibilities: a lost hiker, an injured camper, maybe even an animal attack. As I pushed through the underbrush, I noticed something strange. There were no other sounds, no birds chirping, no rustling of small animals. The forest was deathly silent, and that silence wrapped around me like a shroud. I quickened my pace, my breath coming in short bursts, my hand instinctively resting on the hilt of the knife at my belt. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I came upon a small clearing. The sight that greeted me was one I would never forget. A young woman lay sprawled on the ground, her clothes torn and bloodied. Her eyes were wide open, staring at nothing, and her mouth was frozen in a silent scream. I knelt beside her, checking for a pulse, but I knew it was futile. She was gone. Her body was still warm, which meant whatever had done this was close, very close. I stood up, scanning the area, my heart pounding in my chest. There were no signs of a struggle, no footprints leading away from the scene. It was as if she had been dropped there by some unseen hand. Suddenly, A rustling sound came from the edge of the clearing. I turned, my flashlight cutting through the shadows. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then, something moved. It was quick, darting between the trees, too fast for me to get a good look. But I saw enough to know that it wasn't human. I backed away, my mind racing. I needed to get back to the trailhead, call for backup. Whatever was out there, I couldn't face it alone. As I retraced my steps, the silence seemed to press in on me. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I had the unnerving feeling that I was being followed, but every time I turned around, there was nothing there. Finally, I reached the main trail. I was about to radio for help when I heard another scream, this one closer. It was followed by the unmistakable sound of something large crashing through the underbrush. I turned, shining my flashlight into the trees, and caught a glimpse of it. It was big, at least 7 feet tall, covered in matted dark fur. Its limbs were long and sinewy, and its face was a nightmare, elongated, with a mouth full of sharp teeth. It looked like something out of a horror movie. It stood there for a moment, staring at me with those eyes that seemed almost human. Then it let out a roar and charged. I barely had time to react. I turned and ran, my heart pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear it behind me, crashing through the trees, getting closer with every step. I pushed myself harder, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. I burst out of the trees and onto the trail, my foot catching on a root. I went down hard, the wind knocked out of me. I scrambled to my feet, but it was too late. The creature was upon me, its claws slashing through the air. I raised my arms to defend myself, feeling the sharp pain as its claws raked across my forearm. Then, just as suddenly as it had attacked, it stopped. It stood over me, its breath hot and fetid, its eyes boring into mine. For a moment, I thought it was going to kill me, but then it turned and disappeared into the trees. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, my mind reeling. I couldn't understand why it had spared me. I forced myself to my feet, my arm throbbing with pain, and stumbled back towards the trailhead. When I finally reached my truck, I radioed for help. Backup arrived within minutes, and I was taken to the hospital. The doctors patched me up, but I knew that the physical wounds were the least of my worries. Over the next few days, a search party scoured the area, but they found no trace of the creature. The official report listed the woman's death as an animal attack, but I knew better. Whatever had killed her was no ordinary animal. I went back to work, but things were never the same. The forest that I had once loved now felt like a place of danger and dread. I still did my job, but I was always on edge, always looking over my shoulder. Months passed, and the memory of that day began to fade. I told myself that it was over, that the creature was gone. But then, one night, I got a call. Another scream, another body. This time it was a young man, found in the same clearing. I knew then that it wasn't over. The creature was still out there, and it was hunting. And I was the only one who could stop it. I gathered my gear, steeled myself for what was to come, and headed back into the forest. This time, I wouldn't be caught off guard. This time, I would be ready. As I ventured deeper into the woods, the silence wrapped around me once more. But this time, it wasn't a shroud, it was a challenge. and I was ready to meet it head on. I never found the creature again. Maybe it moved on, or maybe it's still out there, lurking in the shadows. But one thing is certain, the forest will never be the same, and neither will I. My name is Wardell Concade, and this happened to me in the summer of 2015. I grew up in a small town in Kansas, where the biggest excitement was the annual county fair. I worked as an electrician, a job that paid the bills but didn't exactly set my heart on fire. My wife, Sherry, and I had been married for 15 years. We had 2 kids, Austin and Lizzie, both in their teenage years. And like most teens, they thought their parents were lame. We didn't have much, but we had each other, and that was enough. It all started when my buddy, Clyde Markham, invited us to his family's cabin in the Ozarks. He'd inherited it from his grandfather, and it was his favorite place in the world. Clyde, a burly guy with a laugh that could shake the rafters, was always looking for an excuse to escape the daily grind. Sherry and I thought a week in the woods sounded like a perfect way to reconnect with the kids and enjoy some nature. We packed up the SUV with enough food to feed an army and drove the 6 hours to the cabin. The drive was uneventful, filled with the usual bickering from the back seat and Sherry's playlists cycling through country hits. When we arrived, Clyde was already there, grinning like a Cheshire cat. "Welcome to paradise," he shouted, throwing his arms wide as if he were presenting us with a 5-star resort. The cabin was rustic but comfortable. It had 2 bedrooms, a spacious living area, and a kitchen that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. Clyde gave us a quick tour, ending with the pièce de résistance, a wraparound porch with a stunning view of the lake. It was peaceful, the kind of place where you could forget the world existed. The first couple of days were perfect. We fished, hiked, and roasted marshmallows by the fire pit. The kids even put their phones down for a bit and joined in the fun. It felt good to unwind, to laugh and joke without the constant hum of stress that usually filled our lives. On the 3rd night, after a dinner of freshly caught trout and some of Clyde's homemade moonshine, the power went out. Clyde cursed under his breath and grabbed a flashlight. "Damn generator," he muttered. "It's always something with this place." I offered to help, figuring my electrical skills might come in handy. We made our way to the shed where the generator was housed, the beam of the flashlight cutting through the inky darkness. Clyde was fiddling with the machine when I noticed something odd. There were deep scratches on the wooden walls of the shed, like something with claws had tried to tear its way inside. "Clyde, you see this?" I asked, pointing out the marks. He frowned, shining the flashlight on the scratches. "Raccoons, maybe? They can get pretty aggressive out here." I wasn't so sure. The marks were too big, too deep for a raccoon. But I didn't press the issue. We got the generator running, and the lights flickered back on. We went back to the cabin, and Clyde made some joke about the big bad raccoons of the Ozarks. But I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in my gut. The next day, Sherry and I decided to take the kids on a hike, while Clyde stayed behind to do some maintenance on the cabin. We followed a trail that wound through the woods, the trees forming a canopy overhead that filtered the sunlight into a soft green glow. Lizzie, ever the budding photographer, stopped every few minutes to snap pictures of wildflowers and bugs. Austin complained about the heat but seemed to enjoy himself despite his grumbling. We were about an hour into the hike when we came across an old, dilapidated cabin. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for years, the roof sagging and the windows boarded up. Lizzie wanted to explore, but I told her it wasn't safe. As we turned to leave, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. More of those deep scratches gouged into the door frame. "Let's head back," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We made our way back to Clyde's cabin, my mind racing. I didn't want to alarm Sherry or the kids, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. When we returned, Clyde was chopping wood, whistling a tune that sounded vaguely familiar. "Find anything interesting?" he asked, wiping sweat from his brow. "Just an old cabin," I replied, trying to sound casual. "Saw some more of those scratches, though." Clyde's face darkened. "Yeah, about that. I found some around the cabin here, too, starting to think it's not raccoons." We spent the rest of the day keeping busy, but the sense of unease lingered. That night, after the kids were asleep, Clyde and I sat on the porch, drinking beers and staring out at the lake. The moon cast a silver glow on the water, and the only sounds were the chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. "I'm not going to lie, Wardell," Clyde said, breaking the silence. "Something's got me spooked. I've been coming here my whole life, and I've never seen anything like those scratches." I took a long pull from my beer. "Maybe it's a bear or something, could be passing through." "Maybe," Clyde said, but he didn't sound convinced. We turned in late, and I had trouble sleeping. Every creak and rustle outside made me jumpy. I finally drifted off, only to be jolted awake by a scream. I shot out of bed, heart pounding, and ran to the kids' room. They were both there, wide-eyed and frightened, but unharmed. "It was Clyde," Sherry said, her face pale. "He screamed." We all rushed to Clyde's room, but it was empty. The bed was unmade and the window was open, curtains fluttering in the breeze. There was no sign of him. We searched the cabin and the surrounding area, calling his name, but there was no response. I noticed more of those scratches, this time on the window frame. "We need to call for help," Sherry said, her voice trembling. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. We tried the landline, but it was dead. Panic set in as we realized we were cut off. I decided to drive into town to get help, leaving Sherry and the kids at the cabin. I hated leaving them, but we needed the authorities. The drive felt like it took forever, the winding road seeming to stretch on endlessly. When I finally reached the nearest town, I went straight to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Boone was a grizzled old man who looked like he'd seen it all. I told him everything, from the scratches to Clyde's disappearance. "Sounds like you've had a rough night," he said, scratching his chin. "We'll head out there and take a look." I led the sheriff and his deputy back to the cabin. When we arrived, Sherry and the kids were huddled together on the porch, relief washing over their faces when they saw us. The sheriff started his investigation, but I could tell he was skeptical. "Probably just wandered off," he said. "Folks get lost in these woods all the time." I wanted to argue, but I bit my tongue. They searched the area, finding nothing but more scratches. As night fell, the sheriff advised us to lock up and stay put. He promised to send a search party in the morning. That night was the longest of my life. Every sound, every shadow, set my nerves on edge. We barricaded the doors and windows, trying to keep whatever was out there from getting in. The kids slept fitfully, and Sherry and I took turns keeping watch. Just before dawn we heard it, a low guttural sound, like something growling. It was close, too close. I grabbed the shotgun Clyde kept in the cabin and motioned for Sherry to stay with the kids. I crept toward the window, peeking out through a gap in the curtains. I saw it, a massive, hulking figure covered in matted, dark fur. Its eyes glowed a sickly yellow in the dim light. It was like nothing I'd ever seen, part man, part beast. It prowled around the cabin, sniffing the air, its claws leaving deep gouges in the wood. I aimed the shotgun, my hand shaking. The creature turned, locking eyes with me. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then it charged. I fired, the blast echoing through the night. The creature let out a howl of pain, staggering back but not falling. I fired again and again, until the gun was empty. The creature stumbled into the woods, leaving a trail of blood. I watched it go, heart pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I didn't know if it was dead or just wounded, but it was gone, at least for now. When the sun rose, the sheriff returned with a search party. They found Clyde's body deep in the woods, torn apart. The sight was gruesome, and I had to turn away, bile rising in my throat. They didn't find any sign of the creature, but they saw the blood and the scratches. The sheriff didn't have an explanation, but he didn't doubt our story anymore. We packed up and left that day, driving home in silence. The kids were quiet, huddled together in the back seat. Sherry stared out the window, lost in thought. I kept my eyes on the road, my mind replaying the events over and over. We never went back to that cabin. Clyde's death was ruled an animal attack, but we knew better. We moved to a new town, trying to put the nightmare behind us. The kids had nightmares for months, and Sherry and I slept with the lights on. Life eventually returned to some semblance of normal, but we were changed. We didn't talk about what happened, but it was always there, lurking in the back of our minds. The woods were no longer a place of peace and escape, but a reminder of the horror we'd faced. Years later, when Austin and Lizzie were grown, I finally told them the whole story. They listened, wide-eyed, their faces pale. They'd known bits and pieces, but hearing the full account brought back the fear. "We survived," I said, trying to reassure them. "We're stronger because of it." They nodded, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. The world is a strange, unpredictable place, full of mysteries we may never understand. We go on because we have to, because there is no other choice. And so we live, carrying the scars of that night with us, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk just beyond the light.